guy.
Okay, now we're live. Now we're live. Now we're live. Now we're live.
Yes.
Okay, so oh wow, so we're basically talking about nothing. So look, basically, guys, this Sunday thing is a Q&A. So because on Friday I was busy completely destroying Hazem
Get
in
out of
national
here.
debates. We also didn't have the Friday Q&A because I just had to clean my child and just teach my child a few lessons. So because of that, we are going to do the Q&A now. So pretty much it is this is going to be fully a 100% question and answer. So you guys can send questions in from right now. So as you send questions in right now, Hazem, tell these people of the world that you lost that bout. Just take the L.
Guys. Do you know what HH has been saying since the debate? He's saying that the only thing or the main thing that destroyed the debate was Zidane quotes and Henri quotes. And I said, yeah,
Hazem, that was a stroke of genius because basically I set you up. It was a master plan
you
because
didn't set up anything, bro.
let me explain what happened. I said, you know what? This is what happened. I said, you know what? Because I said, okay, like, how can I beat this guy? How can I beat this dude? How can I beat this dude? And then when I saw those quotes, I was like, so when I saw the Zidane quotes, I was like, oh, damn it. But I can't use that too early. Then when I saw the Henri quotes, I was like, I'm going to set you up, then knock you down. I'm going to give you the Henri quote just to set the stage. You can say everything you want, but everything you said gets negated when a horseman says that's up of my voice that it was a master stroke.
You know what's the problem with that? The problem with that is when you said that, you're assuming that these players didn't say anything about Salah. You're assuming that. Well, in fact, Henri said the exact same thing about Salah, by the way. He said that for me, Salah is special. He has something special.
But the quote sounds
the exact same words. Zidane said about Salah.
The quotes are literally on Hazard's Wikipedia page. There's no quotes on.
The quotes are there. Zidane said about Salah, he's a great player. He has shown that in Rome and Liverpool. Pele said about Salah, what a season. It's been great to watch you. Maradona said about Salah, Mohamed Salah.
Wait, Sergio.
Yeah.
Leave Tory Lanes alone, Sergio. Join this live. Okay, join this live. Thing alone. Join this live, man.
R9 about Salah. I love Salah. He's an incredible player with a tremendous quality. Henri about Salah. I think he's special. Ronaldinho about Salah. Salah has the ability to play in any football club. Messi about Salah. He has been an amazing player for Liverpool.
What did Zidane say about Salah?
Zidane said he's a great player. He has shown that in Rome and now in Liverpool.
Unless you can give me, because I can provide.
December 2017.
You are sketchy with stats. You know that you're sketchy with the stats.
Bro, check it for yourself, guys. Check it for yourself. All these quotes have been said.
You go to Hazard's Wikipedia page. It's right there before you.
So, everyone knows the Wikipedia is unreliable, so you're going to the least reliable.
I'm going to keep asking you whether you're going to accept this L, because you can't come back from a Zidane quote.
Bro, I gave you a Zidane quote. Zidane said Salah is a great player, bro. You're done. Finished.
But he didn't mention it in the debate.
Bro, it doesn't matter. I don't have to mention it because that quote, bro, you didn't mention Hazard's quote. The thing is, I mentioned Hazard himself.
Okay, look, Hazem. All right, look.
I mentioned
Hazem. I just looked up quotes from legends. Nobody said anything about Salah, bro.
Bro, they did. Oh my god, bro. They literally said, "I'll send you the link, bro." Bro, Christ, just because you looked it up and you didn't see it.
Bro, if it's that popular, it will come up, bro. Like, if it's that popular, it should come up then.
I didn't say it's popular, so that's a straw man, by the way.
Wait, so Hazem, you're lying again?
No, I'll give you the source right now, bro. By the way,
I just checked this up and said that. Oh, look, let's take questions, man. Let's take questions. So because you were asking this many times yesterday, let's get into this. Where do you rate Priol? So I'll start things off. You see, let's keep it real. If we're talking, let's say we're talking, there's not really football hot tiers. Let's just say we're just tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So for instance, a tier 1 defender would be like a Cannavaro, a Nesta, a Pique Desai, and arguably a Ramos. A tier 2 defender would be a Abstam, De Boer, I see maybe even a Chiellini. I would say Priol tier 3 defender, which is still pretty good.
Hatred, you're forgetting about Rio, man. Rio was good, man. Come on.
Sorry. So, see, Rio Ferdinand he's a high tier 2. I don't think I can put him tier 1, but Rio Ferdinand is literally borderline tier 1. Puyol, for me, I think is a Barcelona legend. But if we're comparing
Yeah.
Puyol to the rest of of worldwide defenders, I mean, I can't put Puyol top 20. I can't.
No, but hatred, you have to forget about that, bro. Hatred, but you're forgetting about the Piols, clutch goals against clutch moments in the World Cup semi-final against Germany, bro. He scored really clutch header. His performances are really good, man. So
No,
Spain
no,
as
no, no,
well.
no, no. But see, Munsana is saying something different. So are we talking about defending or goal scoring and you coming clutch? If we're just talking about purely defending, I'm not putting Puyol in the same category as Cannavaro, Nesta, John Terry, Rio Ferdinand, Yap Stam, Baresi, what's it called? Yeah, Maldini. I can't do
Yeah.
it.
No, I can't.
No, okay, I can understand, but like he's like bit below than Maldini, than Desai level, But I believe he's really close to tier 1, like slot. I believe, because he's been showed up many times for Barcelona. Pure defender as well. His defending was good. His game reading is like really great, man. Come on. I
Oh, no,
believe
no,
that
no.
he's super underrated in the Barcelona team.
But for me, as I said again, there. See, for me, if somebody gave him tier 2, I would be like, okay, I don't really argue, but it's tricky. But quickly, let's just go. Okay, so Christ, where would you rate Puyol?
I agree with you, man. But I do agree with Muntal as well because like Puyol was like really good and he had great performances for Barcelona. And oftentimes like people forget it because of how good Barca's like midfield was and how much they kept the ball of like how little defending he had to do. But like when he did defend, like he was amazing. But yeah, I think he's like borderline tier 1. He's like almost tier 1. The only reason he might be tier 2 is because like when he was playing for Spain, like uh, I don't think he was ever like the best defender on his team. I mean, maybe like 2010 you could say that, but like he always like had Ramos next to him. Maybe that you can like belittle him a little bit, but as a defender, as a leader, in terms of as an overall defender, I think he's definitely like he's probably top 20 for me, definitely.
Okay. Hazel.
I would say Puyol, he has to be respected for what he's won with Barcelona, and he's had some great performances as well. But I wouldn't rate him as among the likes of Beckenbauer, Maldini, um, because I think Barcelona's era of greatness was not characterized by the defense. It was more characterized by their amazing style of play, amazing offensive football. Oh, Salah, he found the Zidane quote. Thank you, bro. Guys, check the comments. He found the Zidane quote. It's there. Thank you. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, by style of play, Puyol was a great defender. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think he was the most important player in the Barcelona team in winning those titles. But he did save them many times, and he was the captain for a very long time for Barcelona. So you have to give him some credit. So I would rate him around, hmm, I would say around top 20, top 20 defenders.
Okay. Abdullahi.
Yeah, for me, like Puyol is a very good defender. Like for Barcelona, he's been very consistent, and for Spain too, he's been very good. But I wouldn't say he's been much that better because he has Sergio Ramos ahead, beside him. So for me, I'm gonna take Ramos ahead of Carlos Puyol anytime, anything for me. No matter what, I'm gonna take Ramos ahead of him. But for me to rate him right now, I would say top 10, top 20 right now. If I wanna put him in a tier, I'll put him tier 2 right now because
Yeah.
I'll put Sergio Ramos ahead of him right now. Tier 1 for me for Sergio Ramos. He's been
So
there
you
for
put Puyol tier 2.
yeah, tier 2 right now for me.
All right. Gatlock.
For Puyol, right now I was thinking of putting him in about lower tier 1, but I can't remember the player who made this guy do the splits, so I have to put him back in tier 2. I can't remember that guy.
It was Di Maria.
Di Maria, Di Maria, Di Maria.
Oh my, the splits.
Was
Oh
in
my
El Clasico,
god.
right? I remember that. So
No,
yeah,
mistakes happen.
that's
Mistakes.
that split puts him down to tier two. Sorry, I would have put him lower tier one, but that split puts him on tier two. Look,
Okay.
you have to be a very special defender if you're going to log around PK all the time. Okay, so I feel he's a very good defender. Among the all times, I don't know, upper tier two is what I'll give him. He has won a lot of things with both Barcelona and Spain, so you can't underestimate that, man. And he did very well in the World
tier
Cup.
2, tier 3, tier 1.
Upper tier two, upper tier two.
Okay. Wait, Juju man, why are you called M? Are you Eminem?
Oh no, just
No. Juju, you can't just waltz into this hangout. First of all,
Yeah.
why are you called M? Second of all, why is your icon different? So I need the answer to both those questions.
look, it's just changing. Because the other images, like everyone got used to it, so I'm changing another image.
What happened to JM?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So rate Puyol, man. Rate Puyol.
Puyol, like I say, he's tier 3 defender. People are going to get mad, but it's like I look at Puyol and like he was born in the right country because I think he's all right. He's nothing like, oh my goodness, this is like amazing. He inspired Spain to die. I mean, he was good for Spain, but if I look at his abilities, as far as he's good defending, but on the ball he's not that good. Like he's not a great passer. And and the other thing is with plus he cannot play many positions. Like someone like Sergio Ramos can play 3 positions, and he's better on the. Someone like Ramos is better on the
right
ball.
back against United. He played right back against United in 2009.
That's the one occasion. He doesn't play like consistently, like in different positions, like other players. And then just look at his attacking. Like as far as attacking, he can't score free kicks. With the head is good, but he's poor in front of goal. Like compared to the standards now, like some defenders, like I know Sergio Ramos is like exceptional, but some defenders can score a lot and do more attacking wise. But Puyol is traditional defending, but that's it. In today's game, he'd be
Jujuman,
playing
what do
for
you have
maybe
against defenders, man?
Valencia
What do you
or
have against
Atleti.
defenders?
Okay. So Jima, so you're going with what's tier 3, 4?
Tier 3. I'll give him tier 2 because just maybe tier 2 because of the World Cup. But as far as his attributes, like there's so many defenders better than him.
Okay. All right. Munsaha.
Yeah, bro. I mean, for me, bro, like whenever I see a Puyol, like I see him like a traditional defender, very good defender, good at reading the ball, reading the through balls. I mean, pretty much what Van Dijk does, like Puyol is known as for that kind of player. Back in those days as well. What Van Dijk is known as for the last 2 seasons. I mean, he's really good. He's not as comfortable as on ball compared to players like Ramos or even some of the good ball playing defenders what we have in the modern football as well. But that's not just defending, I believe. Defending, I believe it's an art. And I mean, Puyol, like he knows how to defend. Like first of all, okay, I understand with the Di Maria situation what happened, but he was like on his twilight of his career. By the way, he was like 34, something like that, when Di Maria situation happened to him, like Di Maria dribbled past him and he was like split up, But aside from that, bro, if you compare with the generational defenders, then of course he's not making top 10, bro. So which is tier 1 in this scenario. But I believe he's really close to tier 1, like his top 12, top 15 defenders of all time. I believe Puyol was really good, man.
Okay then. Okay, between him and Chiellini, who is better then?
That's the question, bro. I mean, bro, if you see just pure defending, just pure, okay. I'm not
Chiellini,
gonna lie,
man, in my
Chiellini is better. Yeah, Chiellini is just pure defending. But if you see overall as a player, what Puyol did on the pitch, the clutch moment for Spain in semi-final as well, even for Barcelona as well on counterattacks against many big teams in Champions League 2006, UCL as well. I mean, I think so. Puyol have overall better CV than Chiellini, and
just-
like
Just
Sorry,
to
go ahead.
like I think that was the easy question, Double H. Like, of course, killing is so easy. Like the one thing no one mentions about Puyol is This man played for a team, both international and domestically, that had like over 60% possession. So how much defending did he actually have to do?
No, I agree. I give you that, Juju, man.
Because see, this is what people are
He
missing
had the ball majority of time.
on Peel, but this is a very key point. Let's switch the roles. Let's put Peel as your Juventus. Let's put Peel in Real Madrid, where you now have to face more attacks and so forth, and you now have to do some serious on the ball one-on-one defend. You now have to now come out in isolation and now try and actually make split-second decisions more often during 90 minutes. How
But
good
but he didn't. No,
He
but
did
to
it
be
in-
honest, bro.
yeah.
No way. Under Rijkaard's system, he was good, man. Not gonna
Oh.
lie, man. He faced really good one-on-one attacks under Rijkaard's system. He was like, crucial. There was some crucial tackles as well. Pure made, bro. I mean, yeah. He didn't most of the time he spent in the Barcelona career in the tiki-taka system. That they implemented the system in 2009, bro. Pure spent 3 years, 4 years, bro. But if you see entirety of his career in Barcelona, he's known as a good defender, bro. I believe.
But for how long did he have to do that? Like, because some people do it the entire career.
Okay, let's move because we just get as many questions as we can. So, from Footy Wizard, man, thank you for the super chats. Okay, why is Lev Yashin so underrated? First sweeper keeper. Okay, let me just say this right now.
True.
So, what is the big deal about this dude Lev Yashin? Because this was before my time. So I'm too young to have lived through the time of Lev Yashin because. I'm going to say people will not like it. How good was Lev Yashin really? Now let me land. You cannot tell me or give me a compelling argument as to why Lev Yashin is a greater keeper than Manuel Neuer, who might go down as a horseman. Neuer is close because you can only become a horseman after you retire. I want you to tell me why Lev Yashin, who we don't have much footage of, and I've seen some black and white footage, and I'm like, okay, what were the quality of strikers this dude faced? What was the quality of competition that this dude faced? This dude really faced that amazing players. So tell me why this Lev Yashin dude, I should rate him higher than a peak Buffon. Buffon right now is a bomb. Why should I rate him ahead of a peak Buffon and Emmanuel Neuer? Hazem.
I don't rate him, to be honest, above Buffon and Neuer, but he had some great performances, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like in the 66 World Cup, he was one of the best keepers. When Soviet Union actually had a great performance at that World Cup, and they came fourth, and he was one of the crucial keepers. He made some great saves in that even against Brazil. He made some great saves, man. Like and Yashin overall, if you watch his footage, he's such a wide variety. He's good on the ball. He's good in reflexes. He's good in very coming up to meet the attacker. So, and you cannot say he faced bad attackers. Come on, bro. He faced the greatest player of all time. He faced Pelé. Okay, he faced Garincha.
That's the debatable ball.
Oh no.
That's
But
debatable.
no. You can't debate that these aren't great players because you said he didn't face any great players. What? Come on, bro. Pelé and Garincha, bro. So two of one of the greatest players of all time. So he faced these guys and he put up a great performance against Brazil in '58. To be honest, so if you actually watch his footage, he is a very good. And for me, he's more consistent internationally than Neuer in terms of big performances.
Okay, all right. So guys, let's try and be quite brief with these answers because the briefer we are, the more questions we can get. So if I have to cut you off, I'm not being rude. We want to just get as many people's questions from the live chat as possible. So try and get your points in as quickly as possible.
Okay.
So, Abdullahi. Christ.
I'm here.
HH, to be honest, bro, like same as you. I haven't really watched him enough, like game by game. I have watched footage of him. I have watched his great saves. I think he was one of the best like penalty kick savers we've ever seen because he was known for like saving a lot of penalty kicks. He's good ability wise for sure. Like ability wise, he's definitely up there. But I feel like I kind of agree with you. Like I would put like Buffon above him because I think that despite like how good performances he had in that '66 World Cup, which Hasem just mentioned, I think that Buffon has done more consistency wise, and he's won more, and also played an impact. For Juventus, and a lot of, and he could have probably won a Champions League if he was a little luckier. But anyway, and not to mention, bro, like Buffon's save against Zidane, Buffon had great performances as well, and Zidane's probably one of the greatest ever. So
Okay.
and I think that because of that big save, I would put Buffon above him. But yeah, I think Yashin is definitely top five. It's just I wouldn't put him as the GOAT because of the competition. I still think the keepers like Neuer and Buffon have faced better competition. But yeah, man, that's just my opinion.
All right, Abdullahi.
Yeah. Can you rephrase your question, please? I didn't get it.
Can't you see the question?
Oh,
Why is
why?
Lev Yashin so underrated?
Okay. I think I really don't watch much about Yashin, but I think I've kind of heard about him a little bit. To what Kai said, I think it's very good in terms of penalty saves and everything. But I think I would take Buffon ahead of him because consistent wise Buffon has been there. It's been very good. Not the Buffon we know of these days. The Buffon of those days, those years, those good goalkeeping. So I think I'm gonna choose Buffon ahead of him because in consistent level he's been there, and also I will take Manonaya also too because Manonaya has been there consistent wise he's been there too. So I think I'll think Buffon and Neya ahead of him Yashin really because if you look at what those people do for their clubs, their relative clubs and country, they've been phenomenal for their clubs and country. So I think we need to give more props to Buffon and Neya. Not the Buffon of nowadays, Buffon of those days with respect those tremendous those saves and everything. I think we need to give more to Buffon and Neya than Yashin.
Okay. Gatlock.
I don't watch black and white.
Wow. Okay. Juju man.
Yeah, like I don't think it's like this again. People won't like it, but look, people like Yashin, and they're not underrated. Look, I don't rate. I have a hard trouble. I have a hard time rating players that played in the '60s or the
Juju man,
50s.
Juju man,
Because it's like,
Juju man, don't do that. Come on,
no,
don't do that.
but look, double. It's like some countries were colonized. Like some of these players, I don't know. Some of these players, like if you look at someone like Socrates, he used to go to he used to go to the bar after the game. Like how difficult was that? If someone had time to go to the bar, how difficult
Juju, bro.
was the
Juju,
game?
that's recency bias, bro.
No, it just doesn't look like it was difficult. So yeah, I mean, he's not underrated. I just think like back in the day, just I look at the videos and it doesn't look like it was serious. Like it's more like a pickup game, like the people do in the park.
Juju man, you're sick, man. Munzaha.
Yeah, man. So, bro, I'll just cut it in short, bro. For me, bro, I mean, I haven't seen enough of Lavia Sheen. Like, at least I have to watch 10 games, not his 10 short in YouTube videos, because that's not the proper way to, analyze, like, the importance of his saves and everything, So, when it comes to, Buffon, Neuer, I believe they are superior, way superior to him. Right now, I believe in future, I might see some of his games. So, there are so many websites so you can watch, full games, and I might change my mind. So, for right now, I don't think so he's better because I don't know much about him. Yeah.
I like this question. This is a really good question, but I'm going to enhance this question. What makes someone a Ballon d'Or player? But let me throw a little wrench into the works. Let me give you guys a scenario. So, because I think what makes a Ballon d'Or player, I think, is an interesting question based on this. So let me just give you this scenario. There are two players. It's a World Cup year. This one player is average throughout most of the season. Okay, let me just add this. Okay, these are two players. One player plays for Brazil, another player plays for Italy. So these are two country heavyweights, and they're both starters for both of their countries. And this is a World Cup year. The Brazilian player is pretty average. He's pretty average throughout the season and so forth, But come the World Cup, he has a superb, amazing World Cup and is the best player at the World Cup and leaves them to win the World Cup. This other player, this Brazilian player, he No, sorry, this Italian player. He is amazing throughout the domestic season. Superb, amazing throughout the domestic season. Really exceptional. He goes into the World Cup and he's garbage. He doesn't even get out through the groups, and he is pretty crap through the World Cup. Who do you give the Ballon d'Or to?
The World Cup winner, HH. I mean,
no. But then let me. But see, the thing is that people will say, wait a minute. On face value, if we look at it statistically and numerically, the player who may have been garbage at the World Cup has given you 60 games of full quality. He was quality in the Champions League. He was quality in league games. He led his team to league title. He gave you 60, 70 games of quality, but only 3 games where he was bad. This other dude was average for those 60 games, but he gave you 7 games of absolute quality.
It's about the big moments.
the World Cup is a degree of difficulty.
Guys, one at a time. So I'm going to go first to Hazem on this.
Yeah, I mean, if it's about big moments, whether it's the Champions League or the World Cup, it's about the big moments. Which player has produced the biggest impacts on the season? For example, Salah 2017-18. I think that was one of the greatest seasons where you could actually see that he should have won the Ballon d'Or if not that World Cup. And
no, that's not true, Hazem.
Yeah,
Ronaldo was better than
if he held it without the World Cup, he could have come.
Bro, if it would be without the World Cup, Ronaldo winning that Ballon d'Or, man, no way.
Debatable, bro, to be honest. For the overall season,
there is, but bro, Ronaldo's stats and everything was superior, man. Come on.
Anyways, if you go back to the debate where I thrashed HH, I don't think you can find a single season where Hazard has had such a season. Okay, at least we're comparing Salah with Ronaldo.
Take the L and focus on the
So, anyways. If you want to win a Ballon d'Or, you have to have either Champions League huge performance or World Cup huge performance. If you only have league, it's not going to cut it, okay? But if you compare a player who's won the Champions League and had a great performance, and the player in the same season who's won the World Cup and had a great performance, it's obvious like the people are going to pick the World Cup because it's the more marketable. And we know that marketing is a big factor for Ballon d'Or. It's more marketable. It's more. It has a bigger reach, and many people could say that it is tougher actually, and it's more a show of individual performance. So I think people would pick the World Cup for Ballon d'Or over the Champions League, and I think it's also slightly more important than Champions League if you have a World Cup year because it only comes once every 4 years. So yeah.
Okay. Abdullahi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. I think Champions League I woke up at like a big moment. So you can't say because someone wins the Champions League now, he's not gonna win the Ballon d'Or. Someone wins the World Cup, he's not gonna win the Ballon d'Or. With everybody has been talking about Ronaldo, Messi. If they've not been on their A games all these years, none of them will win the Ballon d'Or. So also let me remind you how Ronaldo only won the World Cup. They even show up in any Champions League at all. So for you to say he wins the World Cup, he wins the Champions League, he has to perform in both aspects because this aspect really shows a lot.
No. But then the dilemma is this: who would you give the Ballon d'Or to? The guy that wins the World Cup and has an amazing World Cup, but is average throughout the season, but a guy who has an amazing season but has an average World Cup.
It's tough right now because if you have an amazing season in World Cup and maybe like you flop in the Champions League, you don't win the Champions League, but you won the World Cup and your performance was outstanding. And also maybe like you have a very wonderful Champions League and you never won the World Cup. Those two are kind of complicated because those two are a very clutch moment a football player would always want to dream of. Either you win the World Cup or you win the Champions League. For me, World Cup is greater than the Champions League right now because that is the entire world. That's what everybody's watching. So if Cristiano Ronaldo or Leo Messi, one of them wins the World Cup with their age right now, it's already over. We don't want to hear Pele did this, Pele does that, Maradona does that. No. Ronaldo has already won the Champions League. Leo Messi has already won the Champions League. What remains for them is just to win the World Cup, to count those phenomenal years they've been having together. Those 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 years they've been having together as a players. So those two works together. You can't just say because he wins the World Cup or he wins the Champions League, he won't win the Ballon d'Or. Ballon d'Or must be given to a player who has done tremendously well, both the World Cup and both the Champions League too.
Okay. All right. Christ.
Okay, HH, for me, because the World Cup is a higher degree of difficulty, because it's only 7 games, and because it's only every 4 years, I think it has to be the World Cup winner. Like, as much as the Champions League is a high quality of football, you can argue that it's the higher quality of football. But the thing is, when you say that, okay, if you say that, that means it should be easier to win the World Cup, you know? And because of that, I'd say the World Cup. And this is a debate I always have with Messi fans because they always claim that the Champions League is a higher quality. So Messi's won that 4 times, and my answer is always okay. Well, if that's the case, then the World Cup should be easier to win because if the quality of football is higher in the Champions League and you're able to win that, then you should be able to win the World Cup. Well, that's just an example, but my point is like the higher the difficulty, the higher the reward. I know I'm kind of quoting you, but like it's actually true, and like I agree with it, which is why I'm quoting. But yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. And Gatlock.
Sorry, what?
So wait, are you sleeping?
Nah.
Again,
Nah,
what?
I spaced off.
So basically, if a guy wins a World Cup in a season but has an average season, should he get the Ballon d'Or, or should you give it to a guy who has had an amazing season but a bad World Cup? Who deserves the Ballon d'Or?
I feel it's depend. Whoever has had the better season overall, I feel if you've had a good season overall and a decent World Cup, you should get the Ballon d'Or. I mean, Ronaldo did it in 2014, right? I don't understand that won't make sense too much, but he did win the Champions League. He didn't really do too well in the World Cup. Got knocked out in the group stage, and he still won it. And there are not many arguments about that. Although I might have a bit of arguments for that one. But still, I feel if you have, I think the World Cup should enhance your prospect of winning the Ballon d'Or, basically, because it is the biggest trophy around. And I feel basically if you have an overall good season, you should win the Ballon d'Or. But nobody really cares too much about the Ballon d'Or, to be fair. It's mostly about the World Cup, dude. So the Ballon d'Or is just like a bonus for people nowadays.
Okay. Juju man.
Look, WH, you know where I stand on this. Like, it depends on the time period.
No, Juju man. I don't know where you stand on this because if it disrespects the World Cup, man, then I don't want you back here.
Look, though, it depends on the time period. When Pele was playing, like the talent, it was dispersed around the world. Like the talent was everywhere around the world. It was not in Europe. So, I mean, that could be a fair assessment of how good a player is. But now all the talent is concentrated in Europe. So you get all the best players in Europe. As far as the World Cup is concerned, I told you, like, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant in this stage.
No. But why is it irrelevant? Why?
Look, Christ, you say it's difficult. I don't think it's difficult. It's overstated.
Then why can't these great players win it? If it's so easy, why can't these great players win it?
Yeah, because Double H, because the argument says that because we know there are certain teams. Like, first of all, it's a World Cup, but there are more European teams than everyone else. So it's first European teams have an advantage. They're more likely to win because they have more teams. Second, the other thing is,
how come Brazil have it 5 times then?
Oh yeah, Brazil are good. They're good, but there are how many countries around the world?
No, but you need to explain to us that you say it's easy. It's not high quality. Then why haven't these guys won it if it's so easy to win?
Double H, how many countries are there in the world? They're like the number of teams that have won the World Cup is like we can count them. Like it's not that many. So if you're born in the right country with the right generation, it's practically your chances of winning are like over 50%. You're most likely going to win that trophy.
No. That's not true.
Haven't Nottingham Forest and Chelsea won the Champions League?
What happened to Portugal with Ronaldo? What happened to Portugal?
Look, if I'm born in either Brazil or Germany or France, there's a high chance I'm going to win the World Cup. And and the other thing is there's a good generation. There's a high chance I'm going to win the World Cup. Like the odds of me winning a World Cup has increased. But if I'm born in pick a country, I don't want to get offensive.
Okay, Digimon.
Pick a country, Thailand. If I'm born in Thailand, I can run all day.
Okay, Digimon. Saudi Arabia then. Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, okay. If I'm born in Saudi Arabia, I can run and practice as hard as I can. I'm never going to win that
Okay, no,
world.
no, no, wait, no, no, no. I'll just joke. I'll joke. Okay, no, no. Let's.
Shevchenko.
I think
Shevchenko took Ukraine to the quarter.
Yeah,
easy.
but
Wait, Jujuman. Okay, so let's bring in Messi then. Argentina, they've won the World Cup twice, and they've been finalists twice. But before that 2014 World Cup, they had won it twice and been finalists as well. So, what
I
is
mean,
the excuse for a Messi then?
it's
If
not an excuse.
he's
It
one of
just shows you need. It just shows you need the right team because it's like losing the World Cup without 2014 is like it's like losing a Community Shield. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I think it's just people overstate it because it's like it's not a big deal because it's like it's a team effort and you need the right generation. And
But
this
no. But then,
you need the entire team.
then I'm just hearing many excuses. Okay, you need the
Not
right
excuse,
manager, you need the right team, you need the right system, and then everything.
yes, you do because you do like if you're born in
But,
other countries, you don't
but then,
do
Jujuman,
right.
then Christ's point that he was making was degree of difficulty.
It's
I
not
will
difficult.
commend you more if you're able to do it when not everything is catered for you, where you
Yep.
have to help yourself and really figure out how to win when not everything is to your liking.
No, but double A is not difficult.
Juju man, you're contradicting yourself.
I'm
You
not
said it's
contradicting
easy,
myself.
but you
It's
said it's
easy
easy, but you say
depending
you
on-
need the right
Yes,
generation.
easy depending on the team you're born.
Why would you need the right generation if it's easy?
Yeah, it's easy because first of all, if you're born in a certain teams, the trophy is easy to win. But the other thing WH is saying, you're assuming that everyone has an equal chance of winning the World Cup. We know it's a select few countries that can win the World
But
Cup.
Juju, same goes for UCL, bro. Juju.
Wait, Jujuman.
They don't do it.
Wait, no, Jujuman. I admit it 100%. That's why Ibrahimovic gave me a Champions League and we'll call it square because you're from Sweden. So, but I just gave you an example of Messi. Argentina have won the World Cup twice and they were finalists as well. So there is no excuse for Messi not to be able to win the World Cup because see, if Messi came from a Croatia or if Messi came from a Serbia, hey, look, come on, man. Like, okay, that's just me being too harsh. But you're from Argentina with a team that has Sergio Aguero, Angel Di Maria, some of the best players in the world. A Croatia or a Serbia or a Sweden or a Saudi Arabia don't have. So you now saying that he needs the right team, the right system, you're just making an excuse.
Okay, yeah, true, Double H. Okay, but I see the point. But it's like he's done more in his career, so that doesn't make a big difference. Like it doesn't make.
Wait. But
I
back
know
to the
what
question.
Asian is trying to say.
Wait. Back to the question though.
Yes.
So for you, who is more deserving of the Ballon d'Or? A guy who has been exceptional at the World Cup but has an average season, but a guy who's had an amazing season but an average World Cup?
If it's today, I'm going with the guy with the season. I don't care about the World Cup because it's like I prefer the guy that puts in the work day in day out. And for the thing I don't care about it. Like the World Cup, it's like I just think the 7 games or how many games is not a big deal. But the playing the season, it shows that you're a better player because it's difficult and it requires someone to be more. Consistency, and you have to be disciplined to play at a high level for a long period of time.
Okay. Muntaha.
Bro, like first of all, this question is like, what makes someone a Ballon d'Or player, right? So someone who have like a great PR team, I believe, great marketing strategy, like that's also one of the factor, to make you one of the top Ballon d'Or players. Because we have seen times and times again, like those players who doesn't have that many, marketing PR,
Yeah.
I mean, backing them like so.
No, I mean, because again, you can view this question too is that obviously for a Ballon d'Or quote unquote player is obviously you need to be of a certain quality, but also you need the right image and the right PR team. But in a kind of grand, perfect world, a Ballon d'Or player is a guy who is exceptional. So for the year,
No, I agree.
That's
Okay,
a lot.
for me, bro. For me, okay, if we'll see, like I'm assuming this Ballon d'Or is in the World Cup year. So in a sense, we have to play 3 big tournaments. I mean, League, Champions League, and World Cup, right? So I'm going by that logic because this is, for example, 2018 Ballon d'Or, for example, or 2014. Okay, so in that case, bro, then League doesn't matter. League get out. Champions League and Premier League. Champions League and World Cup. That matters because I'm not seeing. Because look, in the World Cup year of Ballon d'Or, it's like there are something biased towards towards the tournament as well. And if we compare Champions League and World Cup to the league, then league looks like a Mickey Mouse trophy, in front of these two tournaments. So league doesn't matter, regardless of you score 600 goals in league. I mean, I'm just saying that, it's not like don't take it seriously.
Super chat, AJ, super chat.
Wait. Let me ask this then.
Yeah.
So one player is superb, amazing in the Champions League, leads his team to a Champions League victory, average at the World Cup. One player is superb at the World Cup, leads his team to a World Cup victory, is average at the Champions League. Who do you give the Ballon d'Or to?
Oh, World Cup easily. Oh,
Yeah.
no, World Cup easily. Because, bro, but that competition, the greatest competition of all time, bro. I mean, in the sport. I'm
Huge.
sorry, bro. Champions League is not the greatest competition. It's the difficult one. I've said time and time in this Hangouts, right? Champions League is the most difficult competition to win. I agree in terms of degree of difficulty, in terms of tangible difficulty. When I mean, okay. But when I mean World Cup is the most greatest because you have intangible difficulties which you cannot see but you can feel. For example, like Lionel Messi in final. You have seen so many big players, Robin in the final. These players are generation players as well. But they miss many big opportunities, big chances in the World Cup final. Let's be honest over here. Yeah. I won't say that to be honest, bro. It's between you and hatred, bro. And for me, bro, like let's be honest, bro. World Cup is the biggest competition. At the end of the day, I know it's one tournament. And how can you say that? Okay, there are 7 teams. Like for example, my brother Juju said, there are 7 teams, 8 teams, who's always favored to win World Cup. Same goes for UCL. How many teams we are predicting this time to win Champions League? Real, Barca, Bayern, Liverpool, Man City, PSG, Atletico Madrid, and who else? 7, 8 teams,
Nottingham
right?
Forest.
Okay.
No, but the difference is that you can change teams. That's what Juju was trying to say. In the
No, but I understand you can change team, but like, what's the level of changing team? For example, how many players Barca is going to sign a season, or Real Madrid? 3, 2, maximum in a season. In a transfer window. I mean, So I understand where Juju's coming from in terms of quality. I mean, Champions League have many more tacticians and everything. The level of difficulty in Champions League is high. That's intangible difficulty level is really high in UCL. I understand, but you have to also see in World Cup. It's intangible things which you cannot measure, You cannot measure. That's why people say. That's why if you are as a footballer, when you play in both the competition, you feel pressure in more World Cup than Champions League, because there's intangible pressure. Yeah. So I believe the one who won the World Cup should win the Ballon d'Or in the World Cup year. I'm saying.
All right, Ahmed, round us off then for this question. And who would you give the Ballon d'Or to in a World Cup year? The guy with the amazing season, or the guy with the amazing World Cup?
Well, the World Cup is obviously, because it's once every 4 years. But I think something we have to question is the World Cup really the highest quality competition? I mean, let's think about it.
It's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but some people
are short.
It depends. It depends on which World Cup. Some World Cups are very high quality.
Yeah, but compared to Champions League. Let's talk.
See, Ahmed, the point I was trying to make, and the point that Christ made is degree of difficulty. I am going to commend someone more achieving success in a more difficult situation than someone achieving success in an easier situation. You are greater, you are more money if you succeed in harder circumstances than somebody who succeeds in easier circumstances. So it's not about thinking of quality. The World Cup is it's simply hard. It is simply a difficult competition because there is such a small margin of error. It's once every 4 years. And you are literally not allowed any mistake. Any small mistake, you're screwed. You don't have to wait for another four years. So your every moment is vital. And that's what makes it so difficult. And it makes it so...
When you talk about commending a player more for World Cup than Champions League, again, see, because Champions League, teams change. I commend someone a lot more who takes Galatasaray, for example, to a semi than someone who takes Germany to a World Cup semi.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
World Cup, in terms of quality, you have to take the quality into account as well. And it's not just about the World Cup being obviously it is the biggest tournament, but you have to talk about the quality in it as well.
Exactly.
But you're forgetting the mental aspect.
See, the point though is, I'll come to Hansen, but that you talk about the quality, but the quality evens itself out. Okay, I play for Real Madrid, the quality. Barcelona, we are stacked as well. Bayern, we are stacked as well. So if everyone is stacked, then it evens itself out. So your Bayern Munich, your Juventus, your PSG, and everything, they pretty much all have their own individual star players. So it's quality against quality. So even if it may be high quality because some of the best players are playing on the same team, when you're playing against them, yes, you're playing high quality, but you also have high quality surrounded with you. So it's pretty much an even playing field.
Well,
So,
then
Yeah,
the World
so-
Cup isn't like that in that
Yeah, but
scenario.
Ahmed, you're making an unfair comparison. I'll tell you why. You're comparing taking Galatasaray to the final to taking Germany to the final. You should be comparing taking Galatasaray to the final to taking Croatia, for example, to the final, and then compare those.
Hazim, I don't think that's a correct comparison. I think Ahmed was right
What?
with this comparison because Croatia, no, that was like an anomaly. Because with the World Cup, so it depends with the team again. Because for Germany, I think Ahmed was saying this for Germany, like your competition starts in the quarters. Like the rest is a formality. You just have to show up. That's
then
why.
why did Germany get knocked out in
No,
the
but that's the
group?
same thing for Real Madrid, for example.
No, okay, but why did Germany get knocked out in the groups then?
Defending champion curse
I'm
always
saying
happens.
you have to make a fair comparison. You can't compare Germany to Galatasaray.
I don't know, because the point is, like, I think the point that the counterpoint is, Hazem, is like, it depends with the team you're playing. If I'm playing for Germany, my competition starts
I
in
agree.
the quarters. But in the Champions League, even if you're Real Madrid, the group stages is still difficult. Like, you mean there's still some challenge. It's not like a walk in the park. Like, look at Madrid, for example. They lost to Man City, and I mean, and again, the group stages, it was close. I mean, you look at the Champions League, the group stages are close.
Even Germany lost in the group.
In reply,
Germany
I
lost in the group stage as well.
just something that like I want to mention about the World Cup versus Champions League. In the Champions League, a lot of the success is artificial. It's manufactured. It's billion-dollar corporations and companies putting tons of money into teams to get them to be at that elite level, and it makes the competition less relevant. Hence, why we really don't follow the Champions League properly to like the quarters, round of 16. The group stage is pretty much we already know who's going to be there because we know it's a formality for teams like Bayern, Real, Barca, Juve. Like it's a rare year. And not only that is like the teams that they're competing with, the gap between the resources is massive. Like if you compare Porto to Real Madrid, it's much bigger.
It's
The
not
same gap
formality.
exists on international level too. I mean,
No, it doesn't. I'll tell you why.
Wait, Red, sorry, I'll interrupt. It's not a formality because we can see the Champions League finalists have not been the same. How many teams are compared to the World Cup? How many teams have been in the Champions League?
If you actually
the World Cup, you have
don't
3 in a
forget,
row in the Champions League. Come on.
You have 70 Champions League seasons. You have 70 Champions League seasons, right? If you narrow down those 70 Champions League seasons to the winners, it's always the same ones. You're gonna get like 8 common winners in probably every other year. Had the World Cup had 70 iterations, then of course you're gonna have there's only been 22 iterations of the World Cup. Right, and 7 nations have won it, and which is natural because some nations are just natural at it. The reason why the World Cup is so key is because the World Cup doesn't have as much money invested into the teams. It's more about natural ability, natural talent. Hence why you see players like, for example, Zidane is remembered for his 2006 World Cup. You have R9 remembered for his 2002 World Cup. You have a lot of players because at that moment in the World Cup, there's only 7 games to play, and it's players' natural ability that shines within those 90 minutes that glorifies them and makes them the legends that they are. Because you could do this. You can go to the park and play every day and score 500 goals and then become professional and just score and do all this stuff. But when it comes down to the World Cup, you have 7 games. That's the challenge, right? No matter, you're going to be up against the best 11 from every country in the world, from every country that's qualified in the world.
And also, but again, I go back to the Messi point because I 100% agree with the Ibrahimovic thing. It's Sweden, Sweden, I think they reached the final in 58 and they reached the semis in 1994. They're not a heavyweight. So I get it with the whole Ibrahimovic thing. Just give me a Champions League. But for the Messi thing, though, is Argentina are seen as a World Cup heavyweight. Because when you think of the heavyweights when you think of the favorites going into any World Cup, it's Brazil, Italy, Germany, and you have to throw Argentina in there as well, and now France.
I think what HH is trying to say is if you're born into those good teams, you have no excuse not to win the World Cup. So if you're a big player, you have to win the World Cup if you're born into one of those good teams.
Wait,
You have to.
Yeah, but if you you want to talk about the point of investment, bro.
Exactly.
Invest millions. Germany invested millions in the past decade. countries like Qatar and China are starting to invest millions to improve the national team.
Exactly.
Yes, but at the same time, it's not the same look when you see teams like club level at the club level, they have way more resources. Even if you see the training facilities, the research that goes into it, like it's pretty wild how like the gap there. Whereas national teams again, no matter how much research you have, you only have so much time you spend with your national team. It's about you clicking with the players that you have, the generation that you have at the moment. Like even let's say for Ibra, right? I believe any player that's really great could do something in the World Cup. Johan Cruyff, he was playing for the Netherlands. At the time, Netherlands weren't a heavyweight. Like they were club wise, they were, but like they weren't really in the footballing world. It was more South Americans, Italians. He took them to a final. He didn't win, but he took them to a final. He led them to that final.
He's my
Ibra, but one sec. Ibra, Sweden without Ibra this season, this past World Cup, they went to a World Cup quarters. So, like, how can you really say that Sweden is not good enough? Had Ibrahimovic, let's say for example, was a little bit more clutch, he would have qualified over Portugal, but he bottled it when Ronaldo scored a hat trick. And Portugal, footballing wise, is the same level as Sweden. It is. Like if you look at them historically, before Cristiano Ronaldo, Portugal was never considered an elite footballing nation. They actually qualified more for World Cups and Euros and won more trophies after Ronaldo than before Ronaldo. So before Ronaldo, they have less qualifications in the World Cup and Euros. That's what a great player could do to elevate his team. He may not have gone the whole way and won the World Cup, but he elevated Portugal's status. Now, when Portugal does go on to win something, people are like, well, Portugal is one of the biggest nations. Why? Because that great legend, that amazing player, elevated them to that status. He took them beyond what they were before. And that's what's required of you when you want to be, if you want to be considered a legend in this game. You have to elevate your nation, because club-wise, like I said, like I'll give you an example. Ronaldo at Madrid, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, he gets injured in the 15-16 season. We still have Bale. We still have Benzema. We still have other players that can still score. Yes, we're not going to be as lethal as we are with Ronaldo, but we'll still be able to be very self-sufficient. We'll be able to work on it because we have billions of dollars invested. Whereas for your national team, you lose R9 in the final, Zidane scoring a brace, and he's going to win that 98 World Cup. There's no room for error. You have to show up. You see what I mean? Like it's very.
I'll respond.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, but I'll respond. First of all, there's two critical things. Your argument is missing, Red. First of all, and Double H and Hazem, mentioning that every legend that you're mentioning has played for the big teams that I've said. Like Zidane, France, R9, another player that played for Brazil, and then all these players that you're mentioning, all the horsemen have played for the big teams. No one, there's no one that played for the small teams. So they came from all these big nations that are most likely to win the World Cup. And the one thing you're missing in this Messi criticism is they all had golden generations. Like every single one of them played in a golden generation. I don't want anyone to tell me here that Argentina 2014 team was a golden generation, because they had players like Biglia. No one even knows who Biglia is. And you can
Biglia made the pass to Messi that he literally should have scored.
So, like the two arguments you guys are making depends on being one of the major countries, which Messi does, and so players does, but you fail to mention that all these players, all these horsemen you're mentioning, all had golden generations. It wasn't, and this thing that people say, oh, he carried the team by himself. It's all rubbish. It's all rubbish.
In response to your golden generation,
in
response to that, though, my thing is Portugal's golden generation was their Euro 2000 team. That's probably their best team. Look what happened in 2002. Brazil 2006 team is probably the most talented team that they've ever had. Look at what happened to them when France met them. And on the flip side, nobody even thinks or speaks of the Maradona 86 team as their golden generation. Their golden generation was probably their 78 team with Adiles. And I'm sorry, that 2014 team still had Higuain. And remember, this is 2014 Higuain.
Still not a golden generation.
If I can interject right here.
So my thing is that
not a golden generation.
Like you can't use the arguments of that's you can argue that basically whether it's a golden generation or not, that team was still good enough to go through, but not whether it's a golden generation or not. The particular players, Edi Maria and Aguero Higuain, are amongst the best players, not only for their clubs but among
Objectively, but they didn't have like Biglia is not a player that anyone rates here. Like
Bro, he had a good tournament. And not only that, he made the pass to Messi.
Okay, Juju, what about Kleberson? Who the hell is Kleberson?
No, but HH, even
Brazil
then, like,
had a lot of good players. I mean, Brazil had like a golden generation. So
no, but see, here's the thing, Juju. Here's the thing. The only call a
Wait,
golden
let me go to
generation.
Hazem. No, I'll go to Red. Let me go to Hazem then Red. Hazem.
Yeah, I'm saying you're talking about Biglia. Biglia literally made that pass to Messi in the final. The Messi bottled the easy 101. So like even Biglia, he literally gave Messi on a silver plate. Even if he's not part of a golden generation, Messi had it with him in his own hands, and he couldn't do it. So yeah, you can't use that as an excuse.
Yeah, no, and also like when you talk about that, you don't really need you don't need a stacked 11 to win a World Cup. You only need 3 or 4 select players. Let's say, for example, when you look at, let's say, this France 2018 World Cup squad, right? The shining stars on that team were Varane and Umtiti, Griezmann, Mbappe, and I would say Conte had a pretty decent World Cup. I wouldn't say he was amongst the elite performers, but let's just say Conte, he's like a fifth. But aside from that, Pavard is average. Lucas Hernandez Lucas Hernandez is he's good physically. He's okay. Pavard is below average. Pavard is actually cheeks, man. No. Maurice is an awful keeper.
Guys, chill. We have to move. We have many questions to go through.
Can I talk about this CHH, please? Can I please just give a quick analysis?
Very brief.
Okay. So when it comes to Messi, HH, for me, it's not even just about winning it. Let's put that aside for a second. Let's look at his knockout stage performances, bro. He has 0 goals in 8 knockout stage games. That is unacceptable. I don't care how bad your team is. If you individually are that great, you do your part and help your team at least give them a chance at winning. He's never scored a knockout stage goal, and he's played 3 World Cups. That's unacceptable, man. That's unacceptable.
Ooh.
Like, I'm not counting 2006 because he was young. He was a kid. He wasn't playing. But to not score a single goal in 0 knockouts in
Wait, who
3
is that?
World Cups is unacceptable, man. And for me, it's not even just about winning it. Has he even showed up, HH? Let's be honest, guys. Has he even showed up? Has he performed? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Which game?
Messi.
Which game? Where? When?
No, guys, we have to move on. Let's move on.
Super chats. You have super chats, HH.
Yeah, I know. Hence why, guys, probably I will get through your super chats, but that was just a great convo, so we were lost in that convo. So, Manuel Neuer is overrated or horseman. What? So let me just say this about Neuer, because I even wanted to make this a topic. So guys, let's try and be brief with these answers so we can get through as many questions as possible. So let me start here. For me, I have to wait for him to retire. I've got to wait for him to retire. But for me, Neuer is the closest thing to a goalkeeper horseman that we have. Because when you just look at what this guy has done in his career, and he's not done yet. He's not done yet. He's hungry for Bayern Munich. We look at what he's done in his career and how he has sort of really re-energized and popularized the goalkeeping position and made the goalkeeper sexy again. We cannot deny what this guy has done. For me, I said the best goalkeeping performance I've seen in a big game was what he did against Algeria when Germany looked sketchy in that game. Germany were looking sketchy and he came through and helped them. And Neuer, all through that 2014 World Cup, was money. He was money in that 2014 World Cup and helped them to win the World Cup. And he also has a flipping treble where he was critical in helping them win a treble for Bayern Munich. So Neuer's trophies, his legacy, what he's done, his performances, his impacts, it's all there. So I will decide when he retires and so forth. But I'll come to Hazem. Should Neuer be a horseman once he retires?
I'm gonna have to wait and see, but for now, he's already put his name in for probably one of the greatest keepers of all time, if not the greatest of all time. What he did in that 2014 World Cup was amazing. That performance also against Algeria, wow, I think that was one of the greatest performances in a knockout game by a keeper. In general, Neuer for Bayern as well. He has made so many outstanding saves. I still think I want to see from Neuer. The only thing that's left for me to see from Neuer is another Champions League where he is the star of the team. So I think Neuer can. The problem with Neuer is he's already declining. So I don't know if he's going to be able to do much more. But I think he's already put his name in one of the greatest of all time, for both club and country. So yeah, there's no. I don't think there's any argument you can make against Neuer to be in one of the horsemen or one of the greatest of all time.
Um, Abdullahi.
I think to put Manone in and Osman now, man, is kind of a little bit tough. It's been really good, but it's declining. Like what Azim said, it's been declining right now. It's not the Manone we know of Manone right now. It's been declining right now. So it's gonna be tough to put him in an Osman right now. Right now, I won't put him in an Osman. I'm just gonna say like maybe out of top 10 goalkeeper, I'll put him around maybe 10 or 20. Yeah, right now. But to put in an Osman is declining right now, so it's gonna be difficult to put him in an Osman. I can't even put him in the tier 3 or tier 4 right now. I can't put him right now.
Okay. Christ.
There's definitely an argument, man. Like I wouldn't disagree with you if you did put it, but for me personally, man, I think he needs to be a little bit more consistent. Maybe get his form back a little. Make a few great saves in the Champions League when it returns. Maybe win one with Bayern because I think the squad is pretty good. I think he can win with Bayern. Maybe if he wins one, with Bayern, another one because he already has one now. He's already dominated the Bundesliga, which people don't rate because like Bayern are the best team, but I still give him credit for that. Yeah, man, I definitely think he's the closest thing. Because like at his peak, he was amazing. I just think he needs a few more years. A few like 2 or 3 more good years, decent years, and yes, you can put him, man. I wouldn't argue with you. Although for me, as you know, I'm a Juventus fan, so Buffon will always be number one for me. But you can definitely put Neuer. Yes, yes.
Okay. But Buffon was looking very sketchy in Paris against PSG. That's what I'm gonna say, man. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Gatlock.
Look, man, Manuel Neuer, the first goalkeeper that made me look at him and I was like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Because the way the guy kept on coming out and clearing the balls, man, it was sick, bro. This dude, he should be a horseman, okay? He doesn't need to win anything else from me, okay? The guy has won the Champions League and the World Cup, and he was very critical in both those competitions, and he is very consistent, okay? He's very consistent. Yes, he's declining now, but that's what happens when you get older, man. It's natural, okay? I'm not going to hold that against the dude. This dude has been money for a long period of time. And yeah, to me, he should be a horseman if he isn't already.
All right.
Yeah, he's one of the goats for me, man. Simple.
Okay. Ahmed.
Well, I mean, obviously you'd have to wait till after he retires, and what if he flops the next 2 years or something? But I think he will be. When he retires, I think he'll definitely be good enough because he's one of the greatest goalkeepers of all time. To keep it brief, he's simply one of the greatest goalkeepers of all time, and he has the performances to back it up. So I don't see why he wouldn't be in 2 or 3 years when he retires.
Okay. Munzaha.
Yeah, man, bro. For me, bro, to be honest, Manuel Neuer has to be the greatest goalkeeper of all time if he retires now. I mean, if he retires now, I mean, he'll be number one, number two will be Buffon. I mean, these guys were like insane, bro. Especially Neuer, bro, in 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 5 years, bro. Exceptional, bro. So 100%, bro. This guy is goat for me. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Red.
Yeah, no, definitely. Neuer is easily the goal because you know why? Like even as a Madrid fan, because I love Casillas and I feel like Casillas probably has more iconic performances under his belt. But let's just look at it from a goalkeeper's perspective. The position there's a pre-Neuer and a post-Neuer now. You know what I mean? Like Neuer, like evolved the game. A goalkeeper now can't just be a shot stopper. He has to be good with his feet. He has to be able to be versatile. The sweeper keeper. He literally popularized the sweeper keeper. So just for that alone, for his influence on the game and how he elevated it, easily he's a horseman. Not only that, like his resume speaks for itself. Like this guy has been Bundesliga goalkeeper of the season for how many years? He World Cup Golden Glove. He was third in the Ballon d'Or. He's just been so consistent, and his moments have just been so massive that, and like not to mention he quote unquote stopped a 1v1 versus the quote unquote GOAT for some of the people in the chat. So Yeah, and won his country the World Cup by doing so. So yeah, easily horseman.
Actually, no, wait. Did he save that, or did he miss it?
No, Messi missed, but like it's still positioning. HH. A lesser experienced goalkeeper would have let that in. Neuer was clutching that final. Just like Casillas, in the 2010 World Cup final for Spain, Casillas was also vital where he saved Robben's. But again, these go unnoticed, right? But like for Neuer, like winning the treble with Bayern, their first ever treble, winning what's it called, the World Cup for his country. Not to mention like the amount of like flawless performances. Like the seasons where Bayern, like we from Real Madrid, we lucked out with Bayern that Neuer was injured in 16-17, because 16-17 that was a very narrow game. Like there was a refereeing errors and everything, but it is the fact that Neuer was missing in 17-18, sorry, also as well, is what helped us go through. Because had Neuer been playing, he wouldn't have made the mistake that Ulreich made and gave Benzema that free goal.
Red, he played in 16-17, bro. He missed in 17.
He did. But I think he played the first leg. He played the home leg. He missed the away leg.
Yeah. But he was great, bro. He made 7 crucial saves with 7. Like, oh my god, that was 7 goals, bro.
Yeah, like he was insane. Like, and just go with that 16-17 and just watch Ronaldo's shot practice. Like, because we dominated the first like the at home against Bayern, and just look at how Neuer, like, he blocks the ball with his arm extended. Like, this guy's upper strength is actually unbelievable. He's very underrated physically too. So yeah, easily he's
okay,
all time. Yeah.
Jujuman.
Oh yes, I rate Manuel Neuer. I think we should wait until he retires. They might pull the Buffon and overstay, but I think he's so far. Red mentioned it, the revolutionizing how a goalkeeper plays. That has to mean something, because R9 did that with the attack. So Neuer, I think Neuer did that where he like with the keeper, with the sweeper keeper. So I think. Maybe, I mean, he'll retire he'll be among the greatest goalkeepers ever, but I don't know where he'll rank at the end. So I think we just have to wait and see. As for, I mean, he's the best German goalkeeper, but as far as across, I mean, in football, I'm not sure where he stands. Well, I think we'll have to wait.
Okay. So FG is a mic working there, FG?
Yeah.
Yes, basically. So the question here is, it's nothing to do with Christina, by the way. It's if Neuer retires, is he a lock and key to be a horseman once he retires? Has he done enough to be a horseman?
Not really, man. I think he's probably the second greatest goalkeeper ever. I mean, and plus his peak is only like 5 years, 6 years. And if you look at it recently, his performances has not that been great. We saw what Mane did to him in the Champions League like last season, and we've seen in the World Cup in 2018 his disastrous, how idiotic he was when he left the goalpost and started playing as a left winger, and then South Korea knocked him out. Losing to South Korea of all people.
That's what I said. Like, look.
But to be fair, they were already 1-0 down.
Yeah, I know, but they were 1-0 down. This guy came out and didn't even touch the ball. No, he lost the ball and then South Korea scored. Is this the greatest goalkeeper?
No, but
I don't know.
But that's unfair. That's unfair. Germany as a whole.
See what Casillas did in 2014 against Netherlands.
Casillas was done after 2013.
Okay, then. Okay, so
right
who do you think who's the greatest keeper then, according to you?
I'm going for Yashin.
Yeah, easily Yashin is the greatest.
Because he's this man. Look, man. Has Neuer won a Ballon d'Or? Yashin won a Ballon d'Or, then finished. Before he won the Ballon d'Or, he finished 4th and then 5th the following years. Look, man, and plus he faced against Pele. He was the original sweeper keeper, and he's known as the Black Spider or the Black Panther. Look, man, if the only reason Neuer is getting all this credit is because we're living in an age where everything's all like online and everything, so everyone can see who's the best. But I'm telling you, if we had like all this stuff back in the day, I think Yashin would get more credit. And plus, not many people know who the guy is anyway. So,
okay,
if people did more research, then they would know. They would say he's probably the best.
All right, so let's just see what guys are writing through here. So so Martin Rosario who is my enemy, says, big ups to Hanzo reminding us that he ethered HH. Laugh my ass up. No. You mean HH ethered Hazem. That's what you mean. Yasser Saeed says, the World Cup never was the same after 7-1. Shame. How so? How so?
No, that peaked. No, the World Cup peaked, honestly.
Okay, go through the final was still pretty good though. CL versus World Cup fan debates. Like you can't convince me CL over World Cup. I'm sorry, you can't. Yes, society says a Juju man speaking facts. World Cup is rigged. Yes, said again says that Cristiano would have won that 2014 final. Just say, based
if he had that Argentinian team, he would.
No.
Maybe that was actually a good.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. Give Cristiano 3 world-class players for that Portugal team. He'll get that World Cup.
All right. Wait. I want to get into this one now. So Amchikari says that World Cup's degree of difficulty logic is BS. Example: it's more difficult for Mbappe to win the CL with MPSG than winning the World Cup with France. Context matters.
Agree.
Yes.
No.
Honestly, that would be his biggest achievement. If Mbappe does it, that's his biggest achievement.
Let me land. That makes no sense. That
of course
literally
it does.
He does double H.
Dude, PSG were founded in 1972, man.
Can I land? Thank you.
I mean, every time you land, the plane crashes.
Let a dude land. That makes no sense. There is no reason why it is hard to win the Champions League for PSG. Hence why I said that there is no excuse. And the only reason why I don't go hard enough for Mbappe is because he's flipping 20. People forget that he's
21. That's not young, bro. That's a grown man. He can wipe his own ass. He can pay taxes. That's a grown man.
Dude, he's 21. So what? He has like 15 more years to win the Champions League.
So my thing is that we are treating a 21-year-old like a 28, 29-year-old.
Dude, I mean, you call this dude the prodigy. You call him that. I'm expecting higher
but
standards.
to be fair,
dude, you know what a prodigy is.
Mbappe, I don't give credit Mbappe for that World Cup as much as other players. Because, like, look, let's be honest. Had France lost that World Cup, Mbappe wouldn't be criticized. Everyone would be like, "Oh, he's 18." The criticism would fall on Pogba, would fall on Griezmann, would fall on the senior players. So Mbappe, that's not really Mbappe's World Cup. Yes, he contributed. Yes, he is deserving of it.
He wasn't the main man.
But exactly, I'm not gonna call that.
That's like
Mbappe's moment.
Wait. Can I just land? You know, I still have not landed the flipping plane. I've been trying to land this plane for like the last 5 minutes. Now, can I please land this plane, please? FG, can you just clear the runway, please? Thank you. That makes no sense. Now, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by LG. The fact of the matter is, the PSG are a stacked team. They have more than enough talent to win that Champions League. We say that we have a hex on them because I use that as a joke. That these guys have a hex, their cost and everything. But put that to one side. Put jokes aside. They have more than enough talent to win the Champions League because that team was literally built to win a Champions League. So you saying it's more difficult for them to win a Champions League for PSG than it is for France makes no sense.
Okay. Well, here's a question, Double H. Which team is better, that PSG team or that French team in 2018?
Based on personnel?
Based on man for man.
PSG.
Squad for squad. No way, dude. PSG have a bad defense and a bad midfield.
FG, are you really going to compare Olivier Giroud to Cavani?
But true,
Yes, they're the same exact players. They both missed chances.
Are you going to compare Griezmann to Di Maria?
Griezmann is better than Di Maria. Dude, look, let me break this down.
To counter your point is, you say it's PSG able to win the Champions League. The fact that they haven't won the Champions League shows how difficult it is to win the Champions League. Because you even say it right now, Double H. Like the PSG team, the PSG has is a lot of great world-class players, and they still haven't won the Champions League 10 years later. So it shows how difficult it is to win this.
It shows they're just ballers.
Exactly. Dude, the Champions League is every year.
No. Wait, easy.
You lose this year, you build up and win the next year.
Wait. Hazem literally took the words out of my mouth. There's one thing of this was difficult and we just lost because of the difficulty game. And one thing where you had it in the palm of your hands and you flopped it. Because how Argentina lost to Germany, it was close. It was a difficult, tight game. But Germany were able to have that little bit extra. Even when Holland were down to 10 men, they were holding Spain. but Spain just had a little bit extra to win it 1-0. PSG had United beat. They were all over them in that second leg, but they flopped and they gave it away.
No, but
PSG
but that shows that it's even harder.
Miracle at Camp Nou.
This has
but
nothing to do with difficulty. It has something to do with that you're a bunch of losers. It's not about difficulty. You're a bunch
but
of
that explains why it's difficult. If Mbappe's playing with a team that's mentally collapses every single time, that means that he not only has to score the goals, he has to lead the team on his own.
He mentally collapsed as well.
Yeah, he mentally collapsed as well. That's exactly how hard. Because the club is cursed, man. When you lose 6-1, it's a feat that requires a lot of like mental like.
Trigger something.
They need to go
it's
to
like 3-0 trigger something for Barcelona. Look, Double H. I think that France team is too stacked for you to say that PSG is better than. Yes, Giroud
you're
might not
lying.
have
You're
been
lying.
up front.
That France team is stacked.
Wait, can I ask you guys a question? Wait, when you guys say stacked, like what like every position was just filled?
I'll tell you.
Yes,
okay, tell me.
The France defense is better.
Give me a position.
Okay, no, you say France defense.
Run through the French team.
Both defenders. Umtiti is finished, and Varane. People say,
No. But I'm talking about Umtiti from 2018 though. That's what Umtiti 2018.
That's a Barcelona defender right there.
Okay, so Umtiti and Varane, good defense.
I'll run over.
Lloris in goal.
Yeah, Lloris plays
better than Buffon. Buffon was the goalkeeper.
When do we mention Lloris, please? When do we mention Lloris?
Lloris in that World Cup was money, bro.
How was he gave them two goals in the final. He gave them 2 goals in the final.
After they went 4-1 up.
So did Buffon for PSG.
Wait. HH, you're defeating yourself, bro. Now you're arguing against France being a good team, and last time you're arguing that France was a great team, so Hazard put a great performance. So you defeated yourself now.
Compared to PSG.
Dude, PSG are not better than
no. Run over that PSG. I mean, France team. If you look at the defense, they have a defender for Real Madrid, Varane, and then Barcelona, Umtiti, and then Pavard. Let's finish. Pavard and Hernandez, Bayern Munich defenders right there. And I mean, the midfield is a bunch of players from. I mean, Pogba. You know how good Pogba is. You look at Griezmann, you look at Kante, you look at this team is just too much. You look at Mbappe.
Then on the bench they had Ousmane Dembele.
They had Fekir.
Yeah, they had Fekir.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Dude, who's on PSG's bench? Who's on PSG bench? You know, Draxler? Come on, man. Draxler and Dembele. It's not even a comparison.
I mean, he was on Germany's bench, so. I just don't know how you guys could just because you guys are just going as if it's FIFA, as if you just read the names off. Whoever has big names automatically wins. Are we gonna forget that Japan nearly knocked out Belgium? Are we gonna forget that Uruguay, a nation of 3 million, knocked out Portugal, which were reigning European champions? Why do we always look at just the winner? Why do you look at the road? Do you not remember Costa Rica in 2014 World Cup? They were phenomenal. Chile, there's so many teams that just show up and they overperform. Mexico against Germany. On paper, Germany should watch them. They have Neuer, they have Ozil, Khedira, Muller, Hummels, Boateng, but they lost to Mexico. This is the thing. It's anybody.
It's those players in that year. Hummels was slow. Boateng was slow.
See, here's the thing, bro. But that's the thing. Had they won, but see, here's the problem with your argument. Had they won, that wouldn't be the argument. Be like, oh no, they were phenomenal. They played for Bayern Munich, just like you're doing with Varane and Umtiti. But when they lose, then we start saying, oh, they're overrated, they're trash.
Exactly.
Varane just won his third Champions League in a row. Varane just won his 3rd Champions League in a row. It's not just about the names. It's about the names in 2018.
Wait, guys, order. Because if we speak over each other, people will not be able to hear. So let's just do one by one. Let's just get everyone. So the thing here is this: which is a harder feat for an Mbappe? Which is what the question was. Is it Mbappe with PSG or Mbappe with France? For me, I say that the harder feat is Mbappe with France. Christ, what do you say?
I say it with France too. I just wanted to say, I agree with Red. The problem is you guys are just reading names off the paper. You have to see how these guys perform. If France is performing to their full potential, that doesn't mean PSG is not capable of doing that. It's just PSG hasn't been, performing to their full potential in
same logic. Leagues, man. Sorry, Christ, if I can interject. Same logic goes well, Messi had Umtiti, Dembele, Griezmann. Why isn't he winning a Champions League?
Yeah,
these players won a World Cup. Why isn't he winning a Champions League? Like he's like Barcelona are stuck. Why aren't they winning every season of Champions League?
Literally, bro.
Like this is the argument that you guys are using. Just because France has a good team doesn't mean they automatically win every trophy.
Yeah.
That's why the Nations League, Netherlands smacked them. Netherlands smacked France, and that was right after the World Cup in the Nations League. So what are we talking about here? Just because France has Umtiti, Varane, they're unbeatable. They're
We take
Pogba,
this
apparently
stuff
now
out of
Pogba's
context
stacked.
really bad.
Everybody tells me Pogba's average and Pogba's overrated, but now when it comes to
Yeah,
France, he's stacked.
exactly. That's
Conte,
I
people
think
haven't
we're
even.
taking things out
And
of
Redden,
context. Like,
Wait.
I
One
just
at
have
a
one
time.
more thing.
One at a time. Okay, let's go to Hazm now. So Hazm.
I just want to
What
finish
is
after.
I actually lost the question because I don't understand what is actually the question.
So basically, I'm just going to say that he says that Mbappe, it is more difficult for Mbappe to win the Champions League with PSG than to win the World Cup with France, which I disagree with. I say it is more difficult for him to win the World Cup for France than it is to win the Champions League with PSG.
Yeah,
Like,
I would say the same. I agree, to be honest.
Yeah.
He had many chances to win the Champions League for PSG, even though he's young. And I don't know why he's not able to do it. He flopped against Man United. I'm sorry, bro. So in the World Cup, he performed and he did it. So in general, I view the World Cup as a harder tournament. It's not about and okay, you're comparing PSG and France. For me, that that France team was a good team, but with PSG, Mbappe has played with Neymar and has played with Verratti. He's played with some very great players as well. So yeah, it's a tough one, but I still say the World Cup is harder, just because the World Cup is a harder tournament in general.
All right, Gatlock.
Look, the World Cup overall for me is tougher to win than the Champions League. However, when we're talking about the case of Mbappe, this is different. I feel for him to win the Champions League is harder because that France team to me is stacked. Yes, they have the names for me, but those names actually did perform to their level. That's the thing. They performed. It's not like they were just
Go on, man.
names and they did not perform. They did perform. Umtiti and Varane. Pavard even came, who was from Stuttgart, came in and filled the right back role very well. Scored a very good goal against Argentina. Lucas Hernandez, same thing, got some assists from the left wing. Kante and Pogba in the middle. Come on, man. Matuidi was good in that tournament. Mbappe just added on to it with Griezmann. And yes, I insult Jude sometimes about the fact that the guy didn't score too much. But the guy did contribute as well. That team was stacked, and Mbappe did not need to do much. He did his part. I'm not trying to demand what Mbappe did. However, I just don't feel that with PSG he has to do more. And look, this dude was there when United took them down. Okay, you guys give Neymar the blanket of the fact that he wasn't there. Okay, I can accept that. But Mbappe was there, bro. You were there when you lost 3-1 to McTominay, Fred, and you can't score between. I don't even know who was defending at that point, but still, he was there. He's been disappointed for PSG, and I feel it's harder for him to win the Champions League with PSG than it was for him to win the World Cup with France. That's just me.
All right, Muntaha.
Yeah, man. Bro, for me, bro, this was like a cherry picking, bro, with Mbappe, PSG, in France. But I think that that's really good cherry picking, bro. I must say that whoever did that is a good thing. And for me, bro, I think so. I mean, that guy was correct, bro. I believe that France is better team. Overall, like compared to PSG, I believe because look, man, the best thing is like if you compare PSG versus France is the defense, bro. I mean, French defense is better, I believe, than PSG defense, so that makes some a massive difference over PSG and France. And secondly, I don't understand, like, okay, even if France is better, how come it's easier for Mbappe to win the World Cup? Because if you see before the World Cup started, right? I mean, it was like France was not favorites, not outright favorites to win the World Cup. I mean, they were in the third or fourth spot in the by the bookies, I believe. It was Germany to retain the title. It was Brazil was there. There was Spain was like were more favorites than France, in that tournament. But France was like it's not a surprise, but like they kind of amazed, many people, in that tournament. So I still believe World Cup is more difficult competition, but for Mbappe, it's more challenging for him to win UCL because PSG is not complete team compared to France. And the way, look, there is one thing, there's a tactical advantage what France has that PSG doesn't have. France. They know they're good defensively. They are good in the midfield, so they can play as a deep block team. Most of the time, defensive team against defensive playing style of defensive tactics against big opposition, which usually helped them in the World Cup. So that helped them in the World Cup. So they played up to their merit, and the best possible way they can play. So they took their advantage tactically. So you have to see the tactical explanation as well over here. But yeah, but for Mbappe, I believe it was easier for him to win the World Cup. There was no pressure on him, as well in the World Cup compared to PSG. There's a pressure on him. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
So before I go to Andla, just Rodney Salanga says France didn't even bring Benzema. Their squad is deep. The squad may be deep, but we are judging by who played at that World Cup. Now, if Benzema was there and Martial, then boom, these guys are stacked. Olivier Flippin Giroud was their striker, and that's flipping side chick Griezmann was a supporting striker. It is what it is. Abdullahi. So for Mbappe, what is easier, winning the World Cup for France, or trying to win the CL for PSG?
I think Mbappe has already won the World Cup. For him to win the Ballon, he just need to win the Champions League because he has already won the World Cup. So if you are talking about being the GOAT and this and that, he has to someone that has already won the World Cup, in which Ronaldo and Messi has not even won yet. Kylian Mbappe has won it. Once he win for me, I don't think he can win the World Cup in PSG. I think he needs to lead that PSG. He's just too good for that team. Maybe he needs to go to.
But what would be more difficult? Him winning the Champions League with PSG, or him winning this World Cup? What would be a more difficult thing?
I think it will be more difficult for him winning the Champions League because PSG always bought you a lot in the Champions League round of 16 a lot. So they need that clutch in Kylian Mbappe to show up and Neymar. If those two doesn't show up, there's no matter how much PSG spend, they can't reach that level they want to be because they will keep fumbling in the round of 16. Kylian Mbappe has to decide: do I need to stay in PSG to win the Champions League, or do I need to go out? Because he has just 2 more years in PSG to prove everybody wrong. Once his contract expires in 2022, he's going to Real Madrid for free, and he can win the Champions League there. He will be 24 then. He can win the Champions League there. He has already won the World Cup. He doesn't need to prove anybody wrong, and he doesn't need to prove anything. He has won the World Cup.
Okay.
So once he win the Champions League, for me, that's it.
Okay. All right. Red.
Well, sorry, what's the question?
So basically, what is harder for Mbappe, winning the Champions League for PSG or winning the World Cup for France?
To be honest with you, it's just kind of a dumb question because you can't really compare the two. It's what do you mean? Two different competitions, right? If you're gonna say which one's harder, obviously winning the World Cup is gonna be harder because guess what? Odds are Mbappe is going to win a couple of Champions Leagues, even with PSG, once they get over that hurdle. Similar to if you guys have been watching The Last Dance, how the Bulls in 1984, they were a pair of losers. Then Michael came and he elevated their mentality, made them what they are. PSG could easily do that. But Mbappe might never touch World Cup ever in his career ever again, just because he kind of lucked out where he peaked. He got a couple of good performances in 16-17, qualified for the squad, and he had a good squad around him. They end up getting the job done. Doesn't mean that it's just because he won, it's automatically easier. No, of course, winning the Champions is going to be easier for him. He plays for a stacked team in PSG, one of the 8 favorites that are automatically in the Champions League every season. So, is it easier for him because he did it? No, absolutely not. That's just because just because you win the lottery doesn't mean it's easy to win the lottery. You know what I mean? It happens, but it doesn't make it automatically easier. So no, because odds are next World Cup, France might not even do anything. And actually, next World Cup is Mbappe's World Cup because I don't rate Mbappe's World Cup win in 2018. That for me is not. It's not his World Cup. He was sort of just the youth prospect that just came along, and the real pressure was on Griezmann, Pogba, Varane. Those were the players in their prime. Those were the players that deserve the credit for that win. Those ones. Mbappe was more just, yes, he had a couple of notable performances, but overall his contribution wasn't as strong as the others. So that's why I don't really give him that. That's why I'm not with you on this one, Chicho. I think all he needs is the Champions League. No. Mbappe still needs to have a consistent career where he performs again for France. Maybe get our Euros. Maybe get a couple more things. So. For that, I'm gonna have to disagree. I don't think it's easier to win a World Cup. It was easier for Mbappe to win a World Cup than to win the Champions League. That's just nonsense. It's because he hasn't done it. He's only been playing for 2 or 3 years, and this season is canceled, so it doesn't even count. This season they had a really good chance to win it because Madrid were mediocre, Barca were mediocre. The only other challenging team is Bayern Munich.
Okay, Jujuman.
I'd say, the World Cup. I think I already said this, but if it depends if the team you're playing double it again. I'll just keep this.
No. But in terms of Mbappe, for Mbappe, which is a harder task to win the Champions League with PSG, which is every year, by the way, or winning the World Cup for France, which is the harder task?
It's the Champions League because Champions League is the harder task because Champions League is actually it's you can't predict who.
It's a Jujuman, you know,
can't predict
it's
your opponent.
wait, Jujuman, you know, Red just made the points.
Yeah.
Mbappe is 21, and the Champions League is every year, and they play in a quality team. So let's just say Mbappe, it's Mohamed. Let's just say, for example, Mbappe stays with PSG for like 8 years, and they still keep on, and they still have the amount of money. Mathematically, what are the chances he doesn't win a Champions League if it happens every single year, and he's there for 8 years? You say that 8 times out of 8 they will bottle it, as opposed to a tournament that takes place every 4 years, and it doesn't
it can happen because
every 4 years.
It can happen double H because other teams are investing too. This is not like international football. Like, I mean, Zimbabwe can participate in the World Cup all day. They're not touching that trophy. But if you look at some other teams in the Champions League, like Atletico Madrid have reached the final. Atletico Madrid, like someone like Juan Fran has played in the final. So it's not that easy. Like, it's difficult to win the Champions League. You don't know who will show up. Like last season, we saw Tottenham and Ajax. No one predicted that. The season before, we saw, the Atleti and then Juventus. Juventus, teams come out of nowhere. And then the season before that, Monaco. So you don't know who's going to show up. You can underestimate, but it's like new teams, new players come up and they try to prove themselves. So it's unpredictable. With international football, like these new players, majority of them come from the same countries. So like you have like huge players, huge pools where players are concentrated come from certain countries. It's not like all over the world. Like even if you see teams in Africa, like Senegal, like a lot of talent is coming from Senegal. So it's not like it's spread out evenly. So with the Champions League, it's more difficult because if the talent is spread out evenly, with international, it's concentrated in some countries. So it's easier to predict who wins though.
All right. Okay, so let me just take this a few more super chats. So Yasser said that is Ney, other than Zico, the only number 10 to not win a World Cup? I believe Messi is a number 10.
Michel Platini.
What is that?
Michel Platini, bro.
Let's not get to Neymar. That guy is a bomb.
Wait, who?
Platini, bro. Platini.
Oh, Platini. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, Platini. Yeah, you have Platini. You have Messi. You know, there are several other number 10s that haven't done it. Now, this was a super chat from Afdeling Skills. I can't bring up. I'll just use it here. So Afdeling Skills said, Robin or Salah in a CL final.
Ooh, no, don't bring that question, bro. Come on.
No, look, it's super chat. I have to read it. So let me just say this right now. Let me just say this right now. This is obvious. One player scored from open play. One player scored via a penalty that was given to him by Sadio Mane, who is still his biological father. So obviously I'm going to go with Robin, who I can count on to score in open play inside a CL final, as opposed to having it a penalty. So for me, Robin in a CL final over Salah. Hazem, who would you take in a CL final? And why would why would you take Robin over Salah in a CL final?
I would take Robin over Salah. I would take him because overall, I think he had a better performance versus Dortmund over that whole final than Salah against Tottenham. Yeah, bro. I'm not biased. I'm not biased.
Wait. Is this Hazem or is this Hazem's brother or his clone?
Guys, this is the difference between being biased like HH's and being objective. We have to be level.
I am the most objective dude in the world. What the hell?
Yes, if you're objective, you wouldn't say things like Hazard's better than Salah, and Hazard's World Cup semi is better than Salah's Champions League semi. So yeah.
Okay. So actually, before I go to Muntar, do you know what I hope? This is my hope for 2020. I hope that people will finally give Hazard the credit he deserves. And I will keep working hard to ensure that people give him the credit for leading Chelsea to a European trophy
Flopping in the semi.
balling in a World Cup semi. But I will keep.
Flopping.
I
Flopping.
will make you guys appreciate him. Don't worry, I will. I'll work hard. But I think the hate and disrespect towards Hazard and you not appreciating what this guy has done, I think is quite frankly immature of many of you people out here. Muntaha, Robin or Salah in a CL final?
Delusional.
Bro, come on. Do I need to answer this question, bro? Like, it's also obvious, man. Robin, bro. In fact, because he missed a penalty as well in 2012 final, I believe, in extra time. But still, I you know what? I give credit to Czech over Robin missing, the penalty because he saved it ultimately. So, yeah, man. I mean, easily I'm taking Robin because Robin offers you a lot more than Salah, like, in all 90 minutes, and he's simply a better player. Yeah, so Robin.
Okay.
But yes, your side. Yeah, I know he missed the penalty, but it's still Robin's performance is better. So yeah.
No, Robin. No, I think so. You should give credit to Czech because, to be honest, that was like clutch penalty save.
That was also a damn good save, man.
Yeah,
it was written in the stars. It was written in the stars, man. Gatlock.
First of all, Double H. I don't think anybody's going to appreciate Teletubbies this year, bro. Okay.
Wait. This has nothing to do with my dude. Can you just answer the question, bro? Okay, leave my World Cup semi alone. Just leave me and my World Cup semi and European trophy alone, please. Thank you.
Okay, look, Salah or Robin, look, it's easy for me. It's easily Robin, okay? Technically, your kind of people used to do well in Champions League finals. I can't remember the last time your kind of people actually lost a Champions League final. Either Pep, Zidane, or Robin. Robin, all day, man. That guy is G in finals, man. Okay, maybe Spain and Chelsea, they were not his best finals. But 2013, guy redeemed himself. So that, and Salah, look, he wasn't in one final in 2018. Guy got injured and got subbed off. And in 2019, that final was bullshit, man. Overall, okay, that final was bullshit. So I've not really seen him enough in the final for me to actually say Salah. But for Robin, it's going to be Robin all day for me.
Okay. Red.
Robin or Salah in a CL final.
In a CL final, yeah.
Robin. I'd go for Robin. Robin's just a much more consistent, clutch performer, proved in multiple leagues, multiple teams. Not only that, I feel like Robin has a little bit more to his game, even though he's known like for that one thing where he's like a bit selfish. But the thing is with Salah tries to do that Robin thing where he goes in and tries to cut inside, but he tends to just carry the ball in before he gets dispossessed a lot. Whereas Robin was a bit more lethal and he'd take his shot. So I would go for. I'm just keep it simple. I'd go for Robin. Like his performances speak for themselves.
Juju man.
Look, with Robin, I mean,
don't be
Juju. Salah, but Juju man, come on, bro.
Double H, you know, like
Juju man, just be disrespectful and just pick the right man, okay? And just pick the
final.
In the CL final, just pick the dude.
I'm not picking Robin in Double H. I'm sorry. I cannot pick Robin because
you have to pick the Egyptian icon.
He has a history of he's not composed. He has a history of bottling it under pressure sometimes. And this left shot is overrated. Everyone like uses quote. No, let me learn. It says, I fear the guy that practices one shot 10,000 times. The man has like a 20% conversion rate. Like he shoots.
According to who?
According to what I've observed, Double H, he shoots like all this. He's so selfish. Shoots like all these shots. Scores the one. Everyone goes crazy. It's like, oh my goodness, he scored. It's like he's all right, but he's a great player, Robin. A great player. But in the final, he has a history of. I mean, let's look at the biggest games in his career. The 2010 World Cup, missed two one-on-ones, two, not one. He missed two.
Spain were doping.
Yeah, but he was more composed and missed. Should have scored that. That defines careers. And then the other thing is that 2012. So it should be a simple penalty, but. I mean, I don't know what he.
So what did he do the next year, guys?
Next year, okay, great comeback, but he even got to start because Toni Kroos was injured. Was a bench player, but look, he did his job. So in a World Cup final, Robin or Salah, someone actually showed up in the final. No, they both showed up in the final.
Yeah, Salah showed up.
But I think
Yeah,
I would say
exactly.
Salah because in that 22 in that two, against Madrid, if Salah plays, I mean, I don't know. I won't speculate,
If
but I
Salah
don't
plays,
know.
the result is
He could have scored, like, but I don't know. So
Okay. So,
I'll
so
go
basically, you're
with
taking
Salah.
Salah then.
Yeah, but I'll go with Salah.
Okay. So let's just do a little swapperoonie here, and then because there's a really good question I want you guys to get in on, and this is a really good question. So let me just do a few super chats clean up. Does the World Cup have the away goal rule? No, it doesn't. So all because it's an away goal rule, yes, it doesn't mean that it's not less difficult. And I said again, if you Champions League is so easy, how come R9 never won it? Give me a fit pick R9 for one of those stacked teams, and then gives you 3
Wait,
steals.
he had a stack Inter Milan team.
Man, FG, man, I wasn't addressing you, man. My God,
The Inter Milan team wasn't stacked,
FG,
bro.
relax. FG, win a World Cup, win a World Cup. So this is really good. This is a super chat there from Footy Wizard. Will Mbappe be a GOAT if he wins a second World Cup? Now let me
Let me go first. Let me go first.
No. I'm going first.
Okay, I'm going second.
Okay. Damn. Okay, so look. My thing is this. Red made a very good point. Red made a really, really good point, and I like the point that Red made. I liked what Mbappe did at that 2018 World Cup, but he did. It wasn't what Maradona did in '86, or it wasn't what Zidane did in '06, or to an extent what Ronaldo did in '02. You know, so to really, because again, for me, Mbappe game was Argentina. That was really his game. But in the semi, he didn't score the winning goal. In the final, he just scored one of 4 goals. You know, Ronaldo R9 scored the winning goal in the semi, scored 2 goals in that final. Your boy Maradona scored 2 goals against Belgium in the semi. He produced the winning as assist in the final. So my thing is this: if Mbappe wins a second World Cup and he is the star of that World Cup, and let's say he throws in and he gives me like another CL, guys, man, I think that there is no debate. I think, put it this way: if he gives me that second World Cup, I don't want to hear about Messi or Cristiano ever again. I don't want their names mentioned ever again. If he wins a second World Cup, as Red said, if he wins a second World Cup, but he's the star of that World Cup and he leads them all the way through, coming clutch in the semi and the final, I don't want to hear about Cristiano or Messi. Then I'm like, let's have a discussion with Zidane. Basically, let's sit Zidane, R9, Maradona, and play down and just have a talk. That's it. So even in the second World Cup and the star, I just wanted to have a conversation and a dialogue with the other horsemen, and just to see it's going to be tea, food. We're gonna have drinks. We just want to have a discussion, and that's it. Just all I will need is a discussion with the rest of the horsemen, just to see where they're at.
Also, can I add just one thing? Mbappe's real World Cup, the one that he will be judged and criticized for, that's going to be his major one, because we're all going to forget about 2018. Once it's 2026, it's going to be in the past. Oh, he was young. The excuses will start to come out. 2026 is his World Cup. He's going to be 26 years of age. He's going to be in his prime, and apparently France is stacked. So that's the World Cup where Mbappe is going to have all the weight on his shoulders. Probably by that time, Varane's going to be out, because Varane would be like 34. All those France squad that he played with right now, they'll all be retired by then. It would only be him. So let's see how great he really is when all the weight's on his shoulders.
Okay, so FG, you said you wanted to go first. So FG,
Yeah,
will
look,
Mbappe
man.
goes if he wins the second World Cup?
Okay, look. First of all, Mbappe is not winning a World Cup. Secondly, hypothetically, let's say he does. Let's say he does win a World Cup as the main man. He won't be the GOAT because let's be honest, what is he good at? He's not a great dribbler, average at best, in my opinion. He doesn't have any skill set. He's a pace merchant. He has no. He's not good at free kicks. He's not skillful. When you watch him, you're not like you don't enjoy watching this dude. He's is a one-dimensional player. So I can't. There's no way the biggest sport in the world, the GOAT, is going to be a guy who all he does is score goals and run straight. Like there's no chance this man's going to be the GOAT. And plus, who's
Or like Ronaldo?
dude, Ronaldo's
Oh,
dude.
no. Actually, I didn't say anything. Actually, I didn't say anything. Carry
Yo,
on.
Cristiano became a tap-in merchant after
FG, I
that.
didn't say anything. FG, I didn't say
No,
anything.
yeah,
Please
but
continue.
this is my point. Cristiano became a tap-in merchant in his 30s after that knee injury, and he still won Champions League. Versus Mbappe, he's 21 years old and he's playing like a tap-in merchant
So
at such a
so
young
FG,
age.
so even if Mbappe is the star and lights up the World Cup, you still won't give him credit.
Unless he drastically improve all of his weaknesses, dribbling, playmaking skills, free kicks, etc. He won't be, because he needs a lot of improvement. Because let's be honest, man, everyone in this hangout, no one watches Mbappe weekly. If this dude is the best young player in the world, everyone should be watching this dude on a weekly basis, but people don't. And secondly, no one can tell me that you actually enjoy watching him play when he doesn't do, like, when all he does is score goals and just running behind from Neymar, literally playmaking the whole time.
Okay. So I think talking Tacton says FG is judging a 21-year-old like he's a finished article. Fam, he has 5-6 years.
Literally,
to
bro. Like,
bro, but hear me out though. I can literally say, but look at this. Look at this. But look at this though. Look, I can literally say R9, Messi, Cristiano. They were all very good at dribbling in their early stages. They're all very skillful. You enjoyed watching them. You can't say the same thing about Mbappe.
Longer to like develop, bro. Like,
oh my god, dude! Look, Mbappe. For me, when I watch Mbappe, I see this man as a finished article. He knows what he's good at. His speed and his goal scoring. No, yeah. No, look, man, dude. 3 years ago in this hangout, I said that Mbappe's IQ is the best IQ I've seen from a young player, and he definitely knows that his best game for the next 10 years is going to be scoring goals. Look, man, him and Haaland, they're literally the same player. One has more pace than the other. It's like that.
Okay, all right, okay. So before I come to Chris, let me just hit the super chat from Riaz's side, who says Rashford is better than Mbappe, and I'm fasting.
Oh, please.
Enjoy your fast,
oh
bro.
my god.
I can't lie. Keep hating on Rashford when he leads United to a treble and leads England to a World Cup. I think that football Twitter is dangerous. The narrative that Rashford has anything to do with Mbappe is embarrassing, disgraceful.
But Double H, Rashford has more to his game than Mbappe. Like, you can't deny that. He can score free kicks. He's a better dribbler than Mbappe. He does skills.
Let's Rashford score in a World Cup final, then we can talk.
Yeah, but you can talk about the World Cup, but end of the day,
relax, man. You talk too much, man. Damn, Christ, please talk.
I'm the star of the show. That's why.
Oh, okay. So let's start with this. Okay, with the Rashford thing, yes, here, Rashford was being benched at the World Cup. Okay, while Mbappe was leading France's attack. So there's absolute levels to this game. Anyways, with the regards to Mbappe, like, I agree slightly with FG. Like, he has to improve his game a little bit, but the thing is, like, FG's acting like he's like 28, 29 years old. Like, he still has many years to develop. And here's the thing, if you're effective and you get the job done, then it's fine. Like, if you as a player are effective in what you do and your team is winning, and the scenario we're saying is that he leads France, he's their best player, he contributes the most goals, the way the legends that you named did, then we have to give it to him, man. Because at the end of the day, man, like, football, like, you can judge a player based on the eye test, but the thing is, at the end of the day, if the player is getting results with the way they're playing and the way their play style is working, then it's fine. I don't think it's a slight against Mbappe if he ends up being that type of player where he's not very good to watch, but he gets the job done and his team is winning. Like, we can't really hate on him, because at the end of the day, if it's going to get you success, then, playing that play style isn't bad, like, because you're still getting results. But however, I don't agree with FG, because I do think Mbappe will improve his game. I do think he's a good dribbler, as we saw against Argentina. Dude, he dribbled like from the halfway line and won a penalty kick. Like, is that not great dribbling for you? And not to mention, yeah, man, like, he dribbled halfway line. But yeah, man, I agree with you. If he wins the World Cup and he's the star man, then he has to be in that conversation. And then obviously we'll determine how great he is. We'll compare his World Cup campaign to those of R9, Maradona, Pele, and we'll make a judgment, based on that. But yeah, man, that's my thoughts.
All right. Abdullahi, Also, so wait, before I go to Abdullahi, and I like that LG is backstage. LG, while you're backstage and you can't speak, let me say this right now. I'm sure it burns you that a flipping 21-year-old has done more than a fully grown man, Cristiano. I know it burns you, and I hope you are burning right now in the backstage, knowing that Cristiano hasn't achieved as much Mbappe has at a flipping World Cup. Let it burn you, man. Let it burn you. Abdullahi, please talk.
For me, I think if Mbappe doesn't need to win the World Cup to be a goat. He has already won the World Cup already. What he needs, he just needs to improve on his game in the Champions League. Like does the
No, no,
Champions
no.
League?
But the question is, if he wins a second World Cup, would he be the coach if he wins the second World Cup?
Of course, he will. He just need to step up his game to win the Champions League also. Because then once he wins the Champions League, I'm sorry to say right now, it's gonna be ahead of Cristiano Ronaldo and Leo Messi. That's the fact right now, because he's been showing it. But on continental level, like an European football, Kylian Mbappe has not stepped up. That is the leeway is happening. Right? He needs to step up because Ronaldo, Messi have done it. They've been stepping up consecutively, week in and week out for their clubs and country. If Kylian Mbappe can step up and reach up to the level of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, then we're up to a debate about being the GOAT. In terms of comparing Rashford to Mbappe, I'm sorry, that's bullshit. Because there's a level. That's bullshit for me. There's level to that. Comparing Kylian Mbappe to Marcus Rashford right now, there's a level to it. Mbappe is a World Cup winner. What has Rashford achieved in his entire career? Nothing. He has a long way to do. The same way Kylian Mbappe does. But Mbappe has achieved more as a professional player than Rashford is doing right now at United. So we need to give respect to Kylian Mbappe because he has won the World Cup, which Leo Messi and Cristiano has not won yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
So before I come to the house, let me just say this. So I'm trying to say, how are things going in Siberia? You break? Yeah, no, they're fine. Actually, they're fine. I mean, the food here is pretty cool. I'm chilling with the polar bears. They're actually all right. They're not as bad as I thought. Hazem.
No, sorry, bro. If Mbappe wins another World Cup, you can't put him as a GOAT because in order to be the GOAT, you have to have at least 2 star World Cup performances to overtake Pelé. Okay, so this World Cup performance now, he wasn't the star. He was a great player, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't the main man. So he needs to put up 2 World Cup performances where he is the star of the team, and he leads his team to the World Cup. Then I'll consider putting him with Pelé, or I don't know if I'll put him above him, but yeah, it depends what he does club wise, because he also needs to win two Champions Leagues at least, because Pelé won 2 Copa Libertadores. So yeah.
Okay.
Think about that.
Ahmed.
I mean, obviously, depending on what he does club wise, if he's the main man for France in another World Cup, then he's definitely in the conversation. He's in the conversation for top 10, top 5, definitely. But I just had a question, HH, because I was muted, or I was backstage before, and I was wondering, how come we keep on talking, or you keep on talking about Hazard's Europa League, and you rate that, well, you don't rate Griezmann's Europa League. You keep calling it the European Cup.
Do you want a response to that? Compare what Hazard did to what Griezmann did. Compare the context of the game. Atletico Madrid were favorites. So first of all, Atletico Madrid were favorites, and I believe wasn't Depay injured? I think Depay was injured for that game, so their best player wasn't even playing. No, sorry, no. What was his name? The name of the other French dude who played for West Ham.
Payet.
Yeah, Payet was injured, so their best player wasn't even playing. So Atletico were even more overwhelming favorites. So Hazard literally single-handedly won the Europa League for Chelsea with an iconic 45 minutes performance against a team who were favorites. So the levels are.
They weren't favorites. Oh my god! Everyone in the Hangout said Chelsea's going to win. I remember that Hangout before the Europa League final. Most people said Chelsea's going to win. Arsenal
Hazard is on a different level. So let's just look. We all know who.
I know it still hurts.
Right, let's bring your boy Red. Answer this thing, man. All right.
What's the question?
Will Mbappe be a GOAT if he wins the second World Cup?
It all depends. Like, I don't think like the world. Like, look, just like a player's club career can't define his GOAT status. The World Cup alone can't define his role. Like, like status. Like the only reason I use that, for example, against Messi and Ronaldo is because that's the only thing they're missing, right? Like that's the one area where we can critique them. But let's just say Mbappe. Let's say if Mbappe ends up being a flop on a club level, but internationally he shows up, then I'm not going to rate him either. I'm going to be like, yeah, he's great in that aspect, but like overall, you were pretty underwhelming. Even though I don't believe so. Like Mbappe, like the reason why I rate Mbappe highly and why all these, I don't know why these people forget about it. Mbappe won Ligue 1 with Monaco against PSG. That is great. Like, of course, you have to give credit to Falcao, and that Monaco team was pretty stacked. Like Ronaldo Silva, Gleek, like, Gleek wasn't. I don't want to say Gleek has him. I see what you're doing though. What's it called? No, so you gotta give him you got to give him respect for his career so far. For at the age of 21 to have like 4 league titles, a World Cup, and really like a couple of notable performances, it's pretty good. But he has to improve. Overall, he's just not that. I feel he's slightly overrated. People overrate his talents a little bit. He's skillful. He's good. He's better than Rashford, hands down. Like that's not a like comparison. But like I mean, like just overall to like when you put him next to like Messi and Ronaldo, like nah, man, like you can't. Like these guys have been doing this for like 16 plus years, and like he has to replicate what he's been doing for 10 years to even be close to them. He won't even be at that level.
But we're at 16 plus years, and how many World Cups?
How many? No. See, no. That's the thing. He will always have that over them. But if let's say, for example, his club career is so underwhelming, they'll be like, well, look at him at the club level. He went to PSG. Hypothetically speaking, he goes to Real Madrid, goes to Barcelona, goes to Bayern, whatever. He's going to these clubs and he's flopping. Then that's going to be an asterisk on his career. Just like it's going to affect him. Like we like there's a ton of players like that too. Like for example, who can I think of right now? Actually, there's nobody that really comes to mind. Maybe like you could say Totti. Like he won a World Cup, but I'm not going to put him in the same bracket as Messi and Ronaldo because overall, yes, he stayed with Roma and he was loyal. But when you stay loyal, I can't like that's on you. That's the decision you made. But overall, your career, we have to look at what your performances. They're really that notable. He is a great iconic player, but like I'm not going to call him the GOAT. You know, like. That's just one. Or Klaus. Sorry if I don't know how to pronounce his name. Mind my North American accent. Klause. He's the top scorer. Klose. Thank you. He's a top scorer, but he has a shit club career. His club career is just not. It's just not good. Like so you gotta always like bring everything together. Like I said, we can use this critique only to Messi and Ronaldo because they've just have so like their club career is so insane. It's so unprecedented that we use that against them. But when it comes to other players, like we gotta have a balanced view. Like we also gotta give respect to what these two do. You know what I mean? Like we can't just be like, oh, he has a World Cup, so therefore he's on this level. Yeah.
All right, Juju man.
I say the World Cup. I mean, does he even mean anything if he wins the World Cup? I mean, I don't think it means anything. Like, there are 195 countries in this world. 8 of them won the World Cup. 5 of them from Europe. Like, this is like the select few countries that are winning. Countries. This trophy is rotating. It's rotating. It's among like 8 countries. That's who's actually competing for this title. The rest are just there to participate and to show like. So it's like if he wins the second World Cup, I mean it's good, but does it mean if he's? It depends with his club career. If his club career is underwhelming, then it doesn't mean anything. I mean, if it doesn't mean anything, but if he puts up the Messi numbers, I doubt, but he can do it. If he does, I mean, you can just start part. If he does, it helps. It will make an argument, but it depends the manner in which.
No, real quick. Juju man, you know that whenever I use stats pad, it's because of you. You've now made me use that same stats pad, so I blame you. But carry on.
It's good that like he removes the noise, so it's like it makes everything clear. So with this World Cup, I think people put too much weight on this World Cup. Plus, it's like the Champions League is the true measure of how great someone is. If you win a lot of if he wins a lot of Champions League, then because you get all the resources you have, like you can pretty much go to any team you want. So if you win a lot of Champions League, that has more weight than a World Cup. The World Cup, I mean, it's good to show, oh, I have a World Cup, but I don't think it's a defining factor of how great a player is.
Okay. Let me just take this.
Yo, hatred, bro. You didn't
Sorry. Let me just take this super chat and I'm going to come to Monta. So yesterday again said last time Rashford versus Mbappe, who was left crying at home? Who scored that clutch winning penalty kick? Rashford is better than Mbappe. Simple. Okay, so tell me the Champions Leagues, the league titles, and so forth that Rashford has done. Tell me what Rashford has done at a World Cup, and tell me who puts Rashford as one of the best players in the world. No, they don't. They say Mbappe. Monzaha, speak on it.
Yeah, man. Like, first of all, like, there should be so much context, when you say, GOAT argument. And I pretty much agree with what Red said, like, we can only critique Ronaldo, Messi, like, in terms of international performances in World Cup, right? So, yeah, you can only, critique them, like specifically with regards to international trophy and World Cup. I agree. But if we see Mbappe, right? I mean, let's see his stats, okay? He scored 19 goals in Champions League by now and 15 assists. So if we do, some mathematical basic calculation, right? Every season, if he on average, score 8 goals, like in next 11 season, it will be like, how many? 96 goals plus 19 goals, 150, 120 goals. He's there. I mean, in terms of stats, I believe that he will reach to his potential. And secondly, with respect to second World Cup, I believe he has full potential to win the second World Cup. I mean, look at the French team. Like, the new players, like, for example, the defenders, for example, Varane and this guy, man, what's his name? Umtiti. If they retire, they have like Upamecano's coming, Then you have likes of Zagadao, from Dortmund, who's also, is really good as a centre back, Then they have really, upcoming stars as well, like Kamavinga and all these guys, Eduardo. So I mean, I think so. France have a team. I think so Mbappe have a chance, great chance to win the World Cup. If he wins the World Cup and if he have pretty decent CV in club career CV, for example, 1 Champions League or 2 Champions League, pretty nice stats, like 80, 90 goals in Champions League or 6, 7 La Ligas, bro. That's pretty much you conquered. That's what you need. I mean, if he did that,
so basically, he needs to conquer Europe and a second World Cup.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think so. He needs, like, for me personally, he did his task, of winning the World Cup. For me, if the case is right now with Mbappe, okay, if he won the World Cup, I think so he did his international task for me. If he wins 3, 4 more UCLs, like if 3 more UCLs with the same numbers of Ronaldo, Messi, or at least even close to them, okay, I mean, bro, you know the answer, bro. Then who's GOAT, bro? Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so now this is a real. Now, thank you guys. Actually, now we're now seeing some better questions here. Now, this is a really good question. Who is the greatest goal scorer of all time in terms of how much and when they scored the goals and the quality of the goals? This is a really, really good question. And I'm going to go with this dude. And people may be surprised when I say this dude, because this is putting everything into account. Now, with regards to this, there may be one piece of your criteria which this dude may be lacking, but I think he is so exceptional in all the other career and the other arenas that I just think I've got to put him down there. As much as I insult this dude, as much as I hold him to the fire because he needs to do more, I will put him as a player who has the best goal repertoire of any player that I've possibly ever seen. That's the kinds of goals this dude has scored have been absolutely flipping outrageous. And you know what? I think this week I may need to do a reaction video to his goals. I'm going to say Ibrahimovic. And
you literally go against your whole narrative.
Come on, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that, hatred, bro. Ibrahim was the greatest goal scorer, bro.
No, I mean the kinds of goals that this guy has scored literally every single type of goal. Right foot, left foot, free kick, flick, finesse, header, individual goal, solo goal, dribbling past people. He's scored every single amount of goals. So not only has he done that, and he's been able to successfully score a high number of goals, leading teams to league titles. I have to put him, based on what the dude has said in terms of putting everything together, that he is the one that comes closest to this, because I think if you say a Pele, it's mainly just the amount of goals you scored. scored. If you say a Cristiano is the amount of goals he scored, if you say now
It's not about the amount of goals.
No. But can I go into damage control here a little bit and just like look? I get what you're trying to say. A more accurate term, I think, or a more precise word would be probably the greatest finisher in a sense, because he has some insane finishes. The goals themselves are not great goals because the let's say, for example, his overhead kick against England, it was in a friendly. Phenomenal goal, phenomenal finish.
No. But then he said quality of goals.
That's exactly. But that's why finishing is probably the more accurate term because his finishing is superb. Like this man has went into other sports like Taekwondo to sort of improve his kicking ability. Like you could see how much he dedicates to his craft.
Okay. So are you saying there's a difference between quality of goals and finishing?
Yes. Because like, for example, a goal that's a phenomenal in a friendly competition for me is average. Like that's just because like you only did that because there's no pressure. Would you really do that? Like Ronaldo scoring an overhead kick in a quarterfinal of the Champions League, like that's disrespectful. That's ridiculous. That's insane. Messi scoring a solo goal against Real Madrid in the semis.
Or red. If you read the question, he said how much when they scored quality of goals. So that thing of you doing it in a quarterfinal is when they scored. Quality of goal is whenever you've scored the flip. Quality is just quality.
For me, I guess I look at it a bit differently because I take the whole thing into consideration. Like I rate the goal just as much as I rate the platform that it's on. Right? Like the stage always plays a role.
That he has given us 3 categories, which is how much you've scored. That's just quantity. So that's now we're not getting into the Salah Cristiano category when they've scored.
Oh my
Winning
god!
goals. Are we now doing this in a Champions League final, Champions League semi, Europa League final, to win a league title like a Sergio Aguero? Quality of goals, even if it's against flipping Scunthorpe in a whatever Premier League game or in a friendly game against Argentina, it's just basically if Cristiano had scored that goal in that friendly, which Nani sort of went through. That's a quality goal. It's a friendly. It didn't mean anything, but still a quality goal that will still go down in his repertoire. So for me, I still have to ride overall. The guy who best completes this has to be Ibrahimovic because Messi comes close. But I don't think Messi's repertoire is as varied as Ibrahimovic. There is no player that I've seen who has a better, more varied repertoire of goal scoring and a more varied display of goal scoring than Ibrahimovic has. It's just that we're not talking about becoming clutch and coming all the thing. Then I don't know, but that's my thing. So, Hasan, yours.
Yeah, man. For me, the player that clearly fills all these 3 categories is Romario, because it's so clear. For all the 3 categories, the number of goals in history. I think second greatest of all time. Second most goals of all time, and also the quality of his goals. My God, bro, Romario's goals are literally unbelievable. The amount of chips he scored, the amount of long shots, the amount of tight angles, the amount of going around the keeper.
Did he score free kicks?
Yeah, Romario scored free kicks as well. Yep.
To the same degree as Ibrahimovic?
No, I wouldn't say so, but I would say he makes up for it with when he scored the goal. So
and he scored 40 yarders, 60-yard pile drivers that goes to the roof of the net.
Bro, the question isn't variety of goals. The question is quality of goals. Who scored more quality goals consistently? It's not about variety. I think you mixed up the question.
What he said is just quality of goals.
You're thinking about variety. It doesn't have to be a variety to be very good quality. So the quality of Romario's goals for me is better than Ibrahimovic's goals. Because the technique.
Okay, let me ask you this: if a guy scores 3 different quality goals and this dude scores 5 different quality goals, who do you appreciate more? The guy that scores 3 different quality goals or 5 different quality goals?
No. You're asking the wrong question. If a guy scores 5 different quality goals and the other guy scores 5 the same quality goals, there's no difference between the 2.
But you didn't hear what I just said. I said
no, because your question was not okay.
3, basically, let's say he scores 100 goals, but those 100 goals are of 3 types. Amazing, but of 3 types. Another guy scores 100 goals, but these are 100 goals of 5 types. Which is more impressive?
None of them. It depends on which goals are better. It's not about which types. It's about which goals are higher quality. And for me, Romario's goals are higher quality than Ibrahimovic's goals. They're harder to do. Going around 3-4 players and then scoring a chip, that's harder to do for me than Ibrahimovic's goals. And okay, now let's
Ibra did that PSV. He went for
bro.
like 7 guys.
Barcelona, he did it at Barcelona as well. He did it for Brazil as well. Yeah. Bro, and let's talk about when he scored the goals. He scored a goal in a World Cup semi-final, okay, against Sweden, the only goal, 94 World Cup. So did Ibrahimovic ever do that? No. And also the quality of that goal was great. He did it with the outside of his foot from outside the box, okay, or on the line of the box. Ibrahimovic never did that in a World Cup semi, okay, and he went on to win that World Cup, by the way. So you can't say that about Ibrahimovic. So Romario fills all three criteria, while Ibrahimovic only fills a variety of goals, not even number, because Romario is scored much more goals than Ibrahimovic.
Okay.
So,
From Footy Wizard, it says that thank you for the super chat process. Ibra is the only player who competed with Messi and Cristiano for goal volume in this era.
keyword
Okay.
in this era. Keyword in this era.
Abdullahi. Abdullahi?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Go for it.
So, what was your topic?
Bro, wow. It's who greatest. Oh my wow.
I went to the washroom.
Okay, I'd like okay, basically we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Okay,
Can
Monsaha.
you come to me last?
Yeah, we'll come to that. Okay, Monsaha.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So what's the question, bro? The question is greatest goal scorer ever, right? Something like that.
Yeah, so in terms of when they scored, quality of goals, and volume of goals.
Oh no, he's easily Cristiano Ronaldo, man. I mean, you cannot mess with Ronaldo, to be honest, bro. Quality of goals. I mean, top scorer in Champions League history, one of the top scorers, I believe, in the league competition or league competitions where he played with Messi, something like that. It's close between them, I believe. And man, so many varieties of goal, man. Overhead kicks, free kicks, headers, penalties, everything. I mean, like he gives you everything, man. I mean, you cannot even compare, other players in terms of greatest goal scorer ever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, easily, man. CR7, bro. And for me, it's not just greatest goal scorer. It's like one of the top 5 players of all time, best players of all time. So yeah, so Cristiano Ronaldo is greatest goal scorer. Yeah.
Okay. Red. Red. Coming to red.
Red.
Okay, I think he's okay. Gaffer.
Sorry, I'm back.
Red.
Yo, can you repeat the question, please, HH?
Look, the greatest goal scorer of all time.
Oh, the greatest goal scorer of all time, like as in like just
Greatest
goal
put
scorer.
it on the screen or something.
I would say.
So yeah.
I would say probably Lionel Messi.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, it would have to be like greatest goal scorer. Man,
Yeah, in terms of when he scored,
Based on quality and quantity.
and volume.
like if it's in terms of when, like I would probably say Ronaldo. Ronaldo's super clutch and he like scores on the bigger stage.
No, it's all combined, Red. It's when, quality of goals, and volume. Combined.
Honestly, it's kind of tough because like I want to say Ronaldo because just based off of his Champions League record, because that's just insane. When you look at the knockouts, it's not even close. Like between him and second place when it comes to knockout stage goals. But at the same time, you have Lionel Messi, who's been incredibly consistent in league formats, and like even he's been able to translate some of his consistency to like cup competitions as well, and really like made the Real Madrid and Barcelona like a real world like global rivalry by like elevating Barcelona. It was already huge before, but like I mean like he elevated Barca and like, put them within touching distance of Real Madrid, and that's just purely based off his goal scoring and the way he's been very versatile. Like he would where he goes to the wing or where he drops deep, or when he played the false nine role, or like overall like in his finishes. Like when you look at sometimes his left foot is lethal, but I would. Honestly, now that I brought in finishing, I would actually probably edge Ronaldo because Ronaldo has headers. He's got right foot, left foot. He's acrobatic. He's much more of a threat inside the box, and like his off the ball movement is actually incredible. The way he knows how to like feint between players and like get the defender to sort of like move in a certain direction for him to exploit a different set of space. Probably, I think for goal scoring, I would have to probably. I'm gonna edge it to Ronaldo. Yeah.
Wait. Let me go next.
Okay,
Like,
LG, go for
I
it.
mean, some of the idiotic statements in this hangout. First of all, Ibrahimovic. I mean, double H. You're smoking crack when you said Ibra. How can Ibra be the greatest goal scorer when he doesn't even have anywhere near close to 600 or 700 goals? This dude does not score in the Champions League games. When he can't score in a World Cup game. And all of his goals, and guess what? If you research all of his Ibra's, most of his goals came from league. He literally stat padded his entire career from that league. Look, the greatest goal scorer by far is Cristiano. He's done it.
Oh, surprise,
Look,
surprise.
look, he's done. He has the most goals. He has the most goals in Real Madrid history, the biggest club in the world, the best club in the world. For hyper that, look, if Mbappe went to Real Madrid right now,
No World Cup knockout goals.
True. No, where's the World Cup? World Cup final. Come on.
Oh, wow. Okay, so
no. Look. If Mbappe went to Real Madrid right now, scored 40 goals a season, he still will be 50 goals shy of Ronaldo's record.
Zero.
At Madrid. That's how much goals he has. That's how much. He's the greatest Champions League goal scorer of all. He has the most goals in international history. He's done it in every 3 different leagues. There's no one can come close. Like Messi can't come close. Only players that can come close are probably Pele, Romario, and that's it. Only Pele and Romario. And he's also the greatest header of all time. And he's got 55 to 60 free kicks. So and he can do long range bicycle kicks.
Actually, you know what? If Santa Claus says, "What do you want in life?" I'll say, "Forget me. I want all I want in life is I don't want any. All I want in life is I want FG to meet Cristiano in real life." That's what I want, because I feel I have never met someone who idolizes another human being as much as
HH machine exists, by the way.
it's to
HH
the
machine
point where it's
exists.
been quite frightening.
Look, man,
So-
I support winners, man. I support winners.
Shush, Effie, shut up. If Santa Claus says, "What do you want? in life? Do you want good? Do you want good health? Do you want good health performance?" I say, "F you, screw you." It's a difficult.
HH
All I want is my
consider
own.
it was one of the best goal scorers.
To meet Cristiano Ronaldo, because the way this guy keeps for this dude, I think is incredible. So that's that, and FG, that is going to be my goal in this life, is to meet Cristiano, and I'm going to make that happen. So, Christ, who are you rolling with?
HH, man. It's only one, man. It's only one, man. It's the iconic 7, man. Like, Ronaldo is the greatest goal scorer I've ever seen. Like, this guy can score any type of goal you want. You want back heels, he'll give it to you. You want left foot, he'll give it to you. You want right foot, he'll give it to you. You want a screamer against Porto in 2008, he'll give it to you. You want a long free kick against Arsenal 2008, he'll give it to you. You want one against Atletico, he'll give it to you. You want penalty kicks, he'll give it to you. You want headers, like he can score all type of goals, and it's not just the goals. It's like when he scores them. He scores a lot of clutch goals as well. He's the top scorer in the biggest club competition ever. Okay, you want to say World Cup? Okay, World Cup knockout stages is flop, but against Spain he scored a hat trick.
He's got
He
7
scored a
World
hat
Cup
trick
goals.
against Spain.
He's got
He
7
scored-
World Cup goals.
He scored a hat trick against Spain, which is pretty iconic. And HH, believe it or not, I don't think your Ibra take is horrible. Like Ibra, honestly, when I thought about it, he does score a lot of type of goals. My only problem with him, man, is like his lack of Champions League goals, man. Like his lack of Champions League goals. But I don't think it was a terrible opinion as people were like attacking you for it, because I think he is like
Nah, it was a ludicrous opinion.
The streets are just haters, babe, because they know I'm money. So, Christ, don't worry, man. Leave the streets alone. Leave the streets alone. I'll take care of them. I'll take care of the streets. All right.
All right, man. Yeah, man. I think it's Cristiano though, because of the degree in which he scores and like the different types of goals that he can score. Basically, all the criteria that guy said he has it. So I think it's Cristiano, man. Yeah.
Okay. So we have. I think we've got. Oh, sorry. Let me bring in homeboy. So Gatlock.
Yeah, what up?
Let me get.
The greatest goal scorer to me is Cristiano. I told you I don't watch black and white, so I don't know much about Pele.
Wow.
Goals in the 50s or whatever. So to me, it's Cristiano. I want to put Messi up there as well, because look, what he did to Boateng is still resonating in my mind. But Ronaldo, man, header, right foot, left foot, bicycle kick. Your Zlatan shout was okay, but Yeah, you're lucky I was backstage because bro, I was laughing my ass off, man, at first. But I thought about it, and it's okay. But that dude in clutch, man. Like seriously, has this guy been to a semi-final of the Champions League before? I really can't remember.
No, no, no,
Has
no,
he?
no. I said, man, his CL pedigree sucks, man. But what can I say, man?
Yeah. And
All right.
hold on, you didn't even let me talk about Mbappe, about the two
Oh,
World Cups.
okay. Speak on it, man. Speak on Mbappe, bro. Speak on it.
Dude, you said that if he wins a second World Cup, that he could be the GOAT.
Mm.
To me, it depends on his overall career, man. Like if this dude is like a closer who just shows up in World Cup and maybe Euros, then I can't call him the GOAT because someone like Cruz has 3 Champions League with 2 different clubs and a World Cup, and we're not even calling him the GOAT of midfielders. So you can't just base a player based on his achievements. It has to be what he does with the achievements. You said it yourself about Abeola. He has a World Cup, but what did he do in that World Cup? If this dude comes clutch, both for club and country, and he has the trophies to back it up, then you can maybe give him the conversation. But if he's not close to Cristiano or
And
Messi,
Gatlock, just for a correction, Cruz has 4 Champions Leagues, one of them being a treble with 2 different clubs.
no, he
Wait,
has
did
no,
Cruz
he has 3.
trouble with
Don't
Bayern?
forget.
Yeah, he was part of Bayern.
Yeah,
Yep, he was part of Bayern. Then he won the
Yeah.
three-peat
Oh
with
yeah, so he
Madrid.
has 4 Champions League.
He
Yeah,
like
he has 4 Champions
2012.
League. Yeah, that's true.
So yeah,
Yeah.
and Cruz also, don't forget, in World Cup, I'm pretty sure against Brazil, he was the best player for Germany.
Yeah, man of
In
the
the- in
match,
the-
and
yeah.
in
One of the best
2014, highest World
players.
Cup assister as well.
Yep,
In
yep. So
Yeah, but
like
that's the
Cruz,
thing.
bro, Cruz's resume is
That is the
stacked, but
nobody.
we sleep on Cruz.
So before
Yeah,
I
that is nobody calls him the GOAT of midfielders,
easy,
but he's up there for
easy.
me. He's up
Okay,
there.
so that's round of 3 points. Round of 3 points.
Nah, I already round off. Read what I
Okay.
was talking.
So basically, no name says 91 goals over referencing to Messi. Look, that is probably the
Yes.
greatest steal.
Can I say something about Messi?
Juju man, you shush.
Alright.
So who are you picking?
What's the question, bro? I forgot the question.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Greatest
Double
goal
H.
scorer.
Double H.
Oh,
No, I said it, bro. I said it.
so you already said you okay. All right. Juju man.
I mean, this is the easiest question. Of course, it's Messi is the greatest goal scorer of all time, and don't like to see if anyone is surprised by what I'm saying. I mean, for a guy like Messi has played less games. Messi's played 144 games less than
Oh
Cristiano.
my god, dude! Can you not bring up
No,
stats
well,
for
what's
one
statistics?
argument?
Let's just see. Let's put the stats out. And people say Ronaldo. I mean, the players that have more goals than Ronaldo,
Then
career-wise.
why? According to your stats, why isn't Pele the best?
No, Pele has more goals than Pele has more goals than Ronaldo. Look, I'll give Ronaldo his credit, but as far as his career-wise, like Golden Boot, he's second to Messi. So being greatest goal scorer, I don't know where people are coming there from. Having Messi scored 91 goals in the entire calendar season, more than any.
How
more
very
than
there is goals. How very there is goals, man. Where are his headers? His 40-yard.
matter. We're talking about goals. We're talking about goals. Someone has more goals, so I don't know. This narrative.
But the question was like also quality of goals. How
Quality
many
of goals. I think Messi is
long range does he score?
amazing. You should. I think you did a video on that, Double H. You should the video on his 91 goals. Like aside from the header, like all those goals, like it was different. Like it was different. It wasn't the same goal, like the same tap in
How
deflection
many
goal.
goals with his weaker foot? How many goals were headers?
He scored with his weak foot. The only flaw is like Double H. One of the flaw is the
No,
head.
Messi has scored a hat trick with his right foot before.
Yeah, but he scored. Yes, he
Although
scored.
that was against Apoel.
And as far as his trophies, I mean, Messi is. I'll just repeat with the goals thing. Like his accomplishment, he has.
He's
he has
missing the golden trophy though.
He has the most assists of any player that has ever played the game, and he has 28 goals, less than Cristiano, despite playing 144 games less. So, look, you can make. It just shows. I mean, agendas aside, just shows how great some players are.
Okay.
So if
So
you have
he's a greater goal scorer then. Okay.
oh Oh yeah, so if you ask me, he's the greatest goal scorer. And, like we don't have to go far. Double H. He has the most golden boots. He has the most FIFA World Best. He has the most Ballon d'Or. He has
How many World Cup knockout
records.
goals does he have?
The records.
Wait, Juju, how many World Cup knockout goals? 4? I think it's 4 or 5 World Cup knockout goals, isn't
Now
it?
he has like 3 assists, man. Come on, give him assists, double
Is
H.
it team?
Give him assists.
So Juju, is it 4 or 5 World Cup knockout goals that Messi has? 4 or 5?
It doesn't matter. Double H.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
well, let me
hold
do
on.
it. No, wait, this is funny.
Double H, at least he has like 3 assists in World Cup, man. In knockout stage.
No one cares about that. FG, I want you to respond to this. All FG's arguments start with a calculator. Now, FG, do you have a calculator with you before you make your comments? Yes or no?
Look, is this DT, man? This dude talks about Drogba 24/7 like he's the GOAT African player when he's when he's not doesn't even sniff Eto, when he flops in AFCON finals, when he bottles it for Chelsea in the semifinals and finals. So yeah, that's my response.
Okay, all right.
Nothing to do with the question.
No. Let's because already he didn't even respond to the question, but there we go. This is I like this cue. This is an interesting cue. So this how much? Shout out to my partner there, Daniel Tilukman, who's remember Talking Tactics. We pop every Monday, 10 p.m. How much are footballers actually worth? You can't convince me all these footballers being bought for tens of millions of euros. Is that a euro? Euros, pound. Wait, why didn't you just use dollars? Euros, pounds, dollars, etc. are actually worth the amount. The transfer market is a oh, is someone
Spot on.
sniffing crack or something or drinking? I'm hearing someone sniffing crack. Okay.
Yes.
So basically, for me, how much a footballer is actually worth? The transfer market is a lie, and for me, Neymar was the guy that messed things up. You will never convince me that Coutinho is worth over 100 mil. You will never convince me that
160 mil, bro.
easy. You'll never convince me that sideshow Griezmann is worth more than 50 mil. You will never convince me of that. A lot of these players, Harry Kane isn't 100 million worth player because he's a Premier League merchant. So you can't be a merchant and be worth over 100 mil. That's not how football works. So for me, you have to go to the market. You have to go via the market. See, someone like Cristiano is worth 150 mil because he is giving you value on the pitch, but most importantly, off the pitch. Guys like him, like somewhat of like a Balotelli, somewhat of like a Neymar and so forth. They're giving you so much value off the pitch based on their popularity, their Instagram followers, their merchandise things, and how much they attract. You didn't just buy Cristiano based on him scoring 2-yard penalties and 2-yard goals. They bought him because he's a franchise. He's a thing. So for me, I think the valuations are off if all you do is break it on the field like Griezmann and Coutinho. But the values are right if you do contribute on the field, but most importantly off the field. Hazem.
Yeah, man. Football has become a market, so it's just supply and demand now. So the demand for these players is huge. Buying shirts, buying different merchandise, going stadium revenues. It's everything combined. So I think that's what the market says, that these players are valued this high. But you have some situations where I think there's something weird going on. Where, for example, I don't know who United signed, but United keep on signing some weird players for huge amounts that they shouldn't be even worth that much. And I think many clubs today are overpaying for players that are definitely not worth that much. Even if you look at marketing value, and general valuation, they shouldn't be worth that much, and they're overpaying, which is really bad, to be honest. And it's just pushing the prices up around Europe higher. Because when you pay for someone like, can someone remind me who do United pay for so much?
Maguire.
Maguire.
Maguire, exactly. They pay like 60 or 70 million for Maguire. So
Stupid.
once you pay for that, he's not valued. He's not worth that much. Okay, he's not a marketing tool. Even that England World Cup. Okay, it didn't give him that much of marketing or merchandise. People, United fans don't buy Maguire shirts. Okay, and so if you pay 70 million, that just ruins the whole thing because then other clubs are forced to pay even more for other players. Like for example, now you would have to pay like 100. If you look at the Maguire price, like imagine what you'd have to pay for Koulibaly, for example, like over 100 million, definitely. So unfortunately, the trend of prices is naturally going up as football becomes more popular. But you have clubs that are unnecessarily accelerating it and making it very bad. So you have clubs like United, all these clubs that are overspending, even City, they're spending so much for like Rodri. Like, come on, like this now you're inflating the market. You're making the market so that the smaller teams are not going to be able to compete. Okay, and now players are going to be valued so high that players are not going to move as much. So all the big players, it will be very tough to move unless it's between the big clubs. So yeah, I think overall there are many situations where the valuation is going too high. So mostly players are actually worth what it is in terms of revenue marketing, but there are many situations where it's not.
Okay. So just quick super chat here from No Name who says Messi 6 times golden boots, CR7 3 times golden boots. Super impressive. But what's really impressive is both players combined 0 times World Cup knockouts goals.
Oh,
I'm
I'll,
um
I'll
Juju,
add that. Yeah.
HH, can I go? Can I go next?
no. Abdullahi, because he hasn't gone. Abdullahi, go for it. Abdullahi.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you said the greatest goal scorer of all time, right?
Oh yes, okay, yeah, because you didn't give us the answer for that. So, yeah, it's the greatest goal scorer in terms of when they scored,
Still
quality
very
of
I think
all that.
I'm gonna reboot what Jujuma said about Lionel Messi. See, we need to realize this thing. Ronaldo has been popping up a lot in Champions League. When last has Messi showed up? 2015. That was the only time we saw MSN. Messi, Neymar, and Suarez. That was the only time we saw them. Ronaldo has been doing it past 2015, 16, 17, 18, and this is even 2020. He's been doing it. Yeah, he may have a flop midfield in Juventus, but this man has been popping up. He's been showing how good consistency level he's been there. So you can't just bring out some stuff and say greatest goal scorer of all time is Leo Messi. You have to put in Ronaldo too because Ronaldo has been showing consistent level. He's been there. He's been showing it from Man United to Real Madrid now to Juventus. He's been there. So I'm not gonna say because Real Madrid fans are here. No, 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 no. Ronaldo has been there. He's been showing it. He even has more Champions League winners than Leo Messi. Leo Messi has only popped up in 2015. People will not believe. People will say because I'm not a Messi fan. No, Leo Messi has only shown up 2015 only. That was when he has shown up yet. Messi has Ronaldo.
Oh, for prayer, bro. For prayer. Come on, lots of fetch.
No, guys, please, if you have a child around or a baby mama around, they're not allowed on the hang up. Please keep the children away.
Right, for
Okay,
prayer.
you're not old enough to be listening to the stuff that's happening here. Abdullahi, please finish.
Okay, so in terms of telling me Leo Messi, Ronaldo has not been there. No, Ronaldo has been there up to Leo Messi. Yeah, I wouldn't say because Real Madrid fans are here or because I'm kind of Ronaldo. I'm not a Ronaldo fan, boys, but Cristiano Ronaldo deserves the praise because he's been showing consistent level. He's been there. He's been showing it week in and week out. If you want to go back to Man United, era, yeah, he's been there. Real Madrid too, he's been there.
Okay.
When he went to Juventus, too, he's been showing it.
So, because hear this question, but this question though, so are players really worth their valuations?
Okay. How much football actually worth? You can't convince me all this football I've been paid for less than.
It's really
For me, I think the problem now is the kind of rates people and the club are buying players now is high level. Look at Harry Maguire. How much does I can't even put Harry Maguire as top 10 best defender in the world right now. I'm not that stupid. He doesn't even deserve to be that kind of amount. That's ridiculous money for me. Sorry. I'm gonna choose Van Dijk and Khalidou Koulibaly right now. I do Van Dijk because they're proving a lot. So how do you expect a club to pay that kind of amount for Harry Maguire? He has not even shown that consistent level as a player yet. Why do you choose? Why do you pay that kind of amount for him? The kind of will the level of club paying that kind of amount for a player is way too much. We need to know what kind of player he is, how good he is, will he improve the team? But for me, Harry Maguire has not even improved the United team yet. They keep conceding goals. Look at where they are in the table. And they keep spending that kind of money. I'm getting they want to spend 150, 120 on Jadon Sancho. I'm saying right now it's gonna be a flop United if care is not taken. Because where's the way forward? Do you really trust Ole to be playing a possession-based football? No, Sancho doesn't work in you defend and you counter. It doesn't work. You need to give him ball to run. That's how Sancho work. So you comparing Kylian Mbappe and Rashford together. That's a bullshit for me. Because Rashford is not even up to the level of Kylian Mbappe yet. Talk less of Ronaldo. There's a level to that. Mbappe has won the World Cup. He has won the French League. He has proven. He's shown how good he is, how consistent he can be. What has Rashford shown? He hasn't shown anything yet. Tell me. He hasn't shown anything yet. So there's no. You can't.
United are a big club, bro.
Oh, wait. Actually, I wanna just address this real quick. All right, now, I don't know whether this is supposed to be a joke or rude, but let me just say this right then before I go through. I think this needs to stop now.
So true, man. So true.
This needs the hazard insults and the hazard slander needs to stop right now because I just think that it's getting out of control right now. It's getting completely out of control right now. So
Can I just speak about Hazard a little bit?
seriously, Mo, I
Can I
ask
speak
myself this
can I
every
speak about Hazard a little bit? Just to paraphrase on what you said about Hazard.
go.
The problem we are being a Chelsea fans, I've watched Hazard since December for Chelsea 2013. I'm not saying because I'm a Chelsea fan, I'm saying this. The reason they flop in Real Madrid is because the system Real Madrid plays hasn't fit into Hazard yet. Hazard is not just one wonder. He's been there consecutively for 7 seasons for Chelsea, and he's been the one building up. The only season Hazard did not show up was in 2015. That was when they didn't show. That was when Williams showed up.
Also 2017, bro. It was average.
2017 or 20, I think it's 2015 or 2017. That was when it did not show up. The rest of the year has been showing up consecutively for Chelsea. So going to Real Madrid wasn't a bad move. It was just that the system in what Zidane is playing doesn't fit in. Hazard, when you want to play Hazard, you need to give him a free. Let him do what he wants to do. Let him dribble, let him pass, let him make it, let him score. That is what Hazard is. You can't put all the burden on him. You can't put all the burden on. That's the problem in Real Madrid team right now. All the burden on Hazard has to deliver. Hazard because he has to deliver. No, let him play a free role, and we will see the real Hazard.
Abdullah, it's not like it's not the system. The man is plump. He's not playing really well. Like he's just.
Juju, man,
No, I'm gonna disagree with that.
Let's Hazard lose weight and you'll see.
Because
Wait.
he's been the one carrying Chelsea.
Okay. I like this question here. What's the best rivalry for football? The best rivalry in football. And guys, please try and keep your answers rounded. If you speak for too long, I'm just going to cut you off. Let's try and keep these things rolling. Keep it snappy, keep it rolling.
Let me go first.
But from easy, let me land. Okay, so I remember, I'm like, if you go for 5 minutes, I'm just going to cut you off. Everybody has to be very brief.
Okay.
My best rivalry for me, I think you have to say Barcelona, Real Madrid. And the reason for that is it's deeper than football. It's about the identity of a country. If you do your Googles and you read of the history of Franco, the history of Catalonia, how Catalonia was obtained from Spain, the very kind of crazy relationship that both nations have had, it's deeper and it's about ideologies. Real means royal. They are linked to the royal family of Spain. So Real Madrid are the emblem of Spain. Barcelona represents the outsiders. They represent the antithesis to the image and the fabric of what Spain promotes. So whenever you see these matches, it is so deep. And I'm sorry. I remember when Seoul moved from Tottenham to Arsenal. Okay, yeah, it was bad, blah, blah. When Ginola moved, yeah, okay, yeah. When flipping Figo moved to Real Madrid, I have never seen anything like that. Do your YouTube. Go onto YouTube and watch Figo's first game at the new camp when he played for Real Madrid.
I've never in my entire life in football seen anything like that. Hence why, of course, you appreciate the Chelsea, Tottenham, you appreciate Dortmund, Bayern, you appreciate Man United against Liverpool and so forth. But there is just something very deep about Barcelona, Real Madrid, and also what makes it even better is they're the two biggest teams in Spain and have been the two biggest teams, and they're two of the biggest clubs in the world. So everything just makes it perfect because they're not only fighting their rivalry based on their different ideologies for Spain and fighting for the heart of Spain. Well, I say Spain. I don't think Barcelona really care about Spain. They just care about Catalonia, but also fighting for footballing supremacy by getting one over each other. So that is and always will be the best rivalry in football. So, Abdullahi, what about you?
Oh, it's their classical. Yes, it's tough. But for me, I think I'm gonna go with the Milan derby. The Milan derby is for me is the biggest rivalry right now. AC Milan and Inter Milan. The rivalry between them is more deeper than their classical. If you watch it very well, in terms of the Zanetti era, the is it Diego Milito eras?
Yeah.
Those the Milan derby for me it's even more better than the classical because we all watch the classical every day. I can't even lie to you, when I was almost a classical almost every time when back in Africa. So the classical has a lot, but for me the Milan derby is the most rivalry in football right now because the match is very tense right now, very very tense. When you go back to the year of Jose Mourinho, where you have Javier Zanetti and Bosin, and Bosin is going to play a man. Milan derby for me. I won't even choose the classical right now because when you choose the classical, you talk about Lionel Messi, Ronaldo. That's what we talk about. Ronaldo, Messi, because
Yeah.
they're gonna show up. One of them is gonna show up, or two of them shows up. So, but when you talk about Milan derby, that match is from the heart. Once one team leaves,
No, 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 Abdullahi, bro. You're telling me that Ronaldo, Messi, aside from that, like, I mean, El Clasico's nothing, bro. Come on,
I
bro. El
didn't say
Clasico's
classical
been
is
so
nothing.
heated up, bro.
No, I didn't say
And just,
classical is nothing. What I'm
I'll tell you, Ronaldo, Messi is the peak of El Clasico. I'll give you
Yeah,
that.
what I'm saying is when you
Yeah.
watch a classical, when you have Ronaldo, Messi, and their peak, that's when you know a classical is us.
No, that's a peak. That's a peak. I mean, nobody
Mhm.
comes close to that, you know?
Yeah, I know that's
It's
what I'm
like,
saying, but when I
yeah.
talk about rivalry in football, I'm gonna go with the Milan derby.
Okay, okay.
AC
Nice.
Milan, Inter Milan.
I mean, it's a good,
Wait,
good,
wait,
good.
wait, wait, no, wait. See, this is where it is. Okay, I'll go to push back against that because
Mhm.
I will agree with the Milan derby when these guys were at their hits. Because again, there's that iconic photo of
Mhm.
Ronaldo and I think Rui Costa, like sort of like
That's
together
Rafinha.
when you see all the fireworks going crazy. So that was when it was huge. That was when Milan derby was a big thing. And I still blame Gattuso because Gattuso got Ronaldo sent off in that Milan derby that I watched back then. I still remember that flipping game. But my thing though is um, um, when you look at it now and look at where AC Milan are right now, yeah, the Milan derby is still a big thing and so on, but it doesn't carry the same weight it does based on how AC Milan are still sort of like trying to get back to where they once were, and Inter Milan even themselves are slowly trying to get back to once they went to where Barcelona and Real Madrid are constantly at the precipice of footballing excellence.
Mhm.
They constantly have been. So
Well,
neither
I would-
Madrid have fallen down to the levels of where AC Milan are or where Inter Milan were like maybe like a few seasons ago. So Hazan, what's your best rival?
Before you go to that, let me just reboot
Yeah,
what you.
yeah. I mean, I would say that first of all, just to respond, like the fact that Milan and Inter have dropped down for so many years, and there's still almost like so many people tune into the Milan derby. Whenever it's the Milan derby, like everyone knows, like it's time to tune in. That just shows how big it is. And for me, like to be honest, I'm biased, so like I would maybe objectively I would say it's El Clasico, but for me, I am biased to the Milan derby because and I think it can also be supported because it's such a the storyline is so great, like the fact that it was Milan and Inter were once one club, just one Milan, and then Inter split up, and then they went to another stadium and came back to the same stadium. The fact that the derbies are now in the San Siro in one stadium, it makes it so much better. And the atmosphere of the San Siro and the choreography before the game, it's become a signature. The tifos that the fans show before the game, like it creates such a huge atmosphere. And then you can talk about the players as well. like all the narratives, the Materazzi versus Gattuso, the back when George Weah was destroying Inter, back when Rui Costa and Materazzi picture, of course, Ibrahimovic versus Julio Cesar, all these narratives, Maicon, you know, back when Milan teams of with Ronaldinho and Seedorf were losing to Inter in the derby. So, like for me, like Milan derby, from many aspects, it's so great, So that's why for me it's the best. But maybe it's bias, slight bias. I have to admit.
Um, super chats here from Yasser Side who says Boca and River. What I will say is the most intense rivalry is definitely Boca Juniors and River Plate. So I'll give you that. That is the most intense rivalry. But so I'll give you that. And before I go to Muntaha here, though, I still say that as great as the Champions League is, in my opinion, maybe this is because I'm just a bit older and I'm like a nostalgia merchant. It isn't truly a Champions League if you don't have the San Siro in the knockout stages.
Yeah.
I think that for me, when I think Champions League, I think San Siro. No offense against the Camp Nou and other stadiums. Whenever I just think of, okay, I'm now playing a Champions League big game, you have to play in the San Siro. And AC Milan and AC Milan are effing up right now, not giving me the San Siro in the knockouts. Muntaha.
Atalanta's giving you.
Yeah, bro. Bro, for us, bro, we won 2016 Champions League final in San Siro, so that's for you, bro. HH. Secondly, sorry.
Now Atalanta's playing in San Siro in the Champions League.
Yeah, now Atalanta's playing as well.
No.
Yeah.
That's what one of my dreams, and still one of my dreams is scoring the Champions League winning goal final in the San Siro. That is one of my dreams, and I will make it come true. But continue, Muntaha.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah,
Faster.
bro. Bro, you can see, bro. Like, I don't have to give that much explanation about El Clasico. Clasico is the best, I believe. Like most viewers, like for a specific game, it's most of the time we meet, like both of us, like Real Madrid, Barcelona, like twice a year on average. Okay. And bro, like this rivalry's been like from ages, man, from Franco days, and still before Franco days, Real Madrid was a supreme leader, supreme power, and they want to also, come and like Barcelona was want to challenge for us in Spain as well. And since Alfredo Di Stefano days, I mean, we signed Di Stefano, like we found the loophole in the Barcelona system, the way they signed Di Stefano, so we made the advantage of that. And by the way, Di Stefano played one game for Barcelona. So people don't remember that. And then we took advantage of that loophole. We signed Di Stefano from his original club, who has his rights, and we signed him, and then we won all those things. And then again, Maradona days, then you have, Luis Suarez, the old Luis Suarez, not the new one, So we have the huge rivalry over there from those days as well. And then you have Kubala days as well with Real Madrid. Bro, this is like insane, man. I haven't seen any best rivalry like Real Madrid Barcelona. Still, and you know what? Even forever will be like bigger club and way bigger club than Barcelona by miles. Yeah, will be bigger. Okay, but still, I think so. It's a great rivalry. I don't think so any rivalry comes close to Real Madrid versus Barcelona, man. Might be River Plate and Boca Juniors, but still, it's not just related with respect to regional, problems, but like with Real Madrid Barcelona, yes, it is associated with that. So I think so. It's the best one. Yeah.
Gatlock.
Best rivalry. Okay. Harvard football hot and Cristiano Ronaldo.
What? Wait. Wait. No.
Bro?
Look, I don't hate. This was clear. Okay, there's no rivalry between me and Cristiano. Okay, I love the dude and everything. I just wanted him to give me a World Cup.
Didn't you say you're going to cry if you won the World Cup 2018?
Give us a proper answer. What's the best rivalry in football? Give us a proper answer, man.
Alright. For me, it's the El Clasico, bro. I don't really know much about the Milan derby, okay?
So why not Liverpool United? People say Liverpool United. Why not Liverpool United?
Yeah, okay, look, this is how I see it as. Whenever I hear of a club, like when I start getting into football and I hear of one club, if I don't know your rivals immediately, I won't really count them too much. Like, for example, when I heard of United, To me, their rivals were Arsenal because they were the ones always threatening them back then when I started watching. For Liverpool, I didn't really know that. It's until I got to England that I really knew about the rivalry between United and Liverpool. However, whenever I meet a Barcelona fan or I'm just watching Barcelona, I automatically know that they hate a team in white, which was Real Madrid. That was me just getting into football, bro. So that rivalry stems so deep that any any moron already know that, bro. If you're yeah, a Barcelona person, you hate Real Madrid, and vice versa. Basically, that's how I just see it. And the matches have been intense, basically, even without Messi and Ronaldo, for what I've been watching. As for the Milan derby, I don't know too. I don't really know too much about it. Sorry, I don't. Okay,
Okay.
I'm talking as an international fan. Yeah, I don't.
All
Sorry.
right. So before I come to FG, I think Gatlock makes a great point. Because again, before I moved to England, when I was growing up in Nigeria, like I didn't know Liverpool and United was a rivalry. I didn't know. So, but in Nigeria, I knew that, oh my gosh, Barcelona and Real Madrid, something is happening here. And I just knew that, yes, Barcelona and Real Madrid, these guys hate each other and these guys are a rivalry. So, and I think someone even said it in the live chat. I think the most overrated rivalry is Liverpool United. It is a rivalry, but I think it is the most overrated and the most blown over rivalry in football. It simply doesn't compare with the Milan rivalry or the rivalry between or the thingy rivalry between the Real Madrid and Barcelona. So FG, what about you?
Wait. You can't say the United Liverpool one is bad because that goes like deep 1800s. I think that has to do with the shipping and like the revolution. But look, for me, the best I have two. For me is Madrid Bayern and Madrid Juve. Like every
But
time
that's
we
a
see
European rivalry, bro.
no,
FG, but
those are
that's
European.
European.
Those are European rivalries, man.
Yeah,
When it's
that's what I'm
Champions
saying.
League, yeah, for me it's those two. Like Madrid, dude, Bayern
It's
Madrid
hard to
in the
compare a
Champions League
team who
is
has
it,
13-5, bro.
no, man, that's boring.
Like
It's gonna be
in
Madrid
Champions
at
League.
Barca. Everyone's gonna say Madrid Barca. Like in terms of like, look, every time we see in the Champions League, Bayern Madrid, that's like a European classical, basically. Like every tie, you can't think of one Bayern Madrid tie that was boring or one Juve Madrid tie that was boring. Every time there's always excitement. There's always like amazing goals, amazing moments. Like it never lets you down. So and like look, if you look at the past 10 years, some of the best games have been those ties. So for me, it's those two.
Could
Okay.
you could you
Red.
put Germany and Italy as a
No,
shout
Um,
but
out?
but Hisha, I just want to respond to my brother
Yeah,
FG,
that's a
bro.
good. That's
Because
a
he
good
said,
shout too.
yeah, just give me a minute, bro. I just want to respond because FG said United and Liverpool, right? Because if you see the pattern between United and Liverpool rivalry, whenever United is at top, Liverpool struggles. When I mean struggles, means that they're not at the same level of,
Oh yeah, I agree.
yeah.
But I'm just saying like there's
There are
still like
usually
some.
a
There's
pattern,
still like
but
yeah. But I'm talking about like in the political side of things. There's still like history behind them.
Oh no, no,
Like
no, no. Actually, wait. Before I move on to Red, is like I think you see for me, I have done more because again, see, it's about perception. I had to do more research into the United Liverpool thing to know about what their rivalry means. So for me, I'm like, oh, so the United and the rivalry thing, it is very deep because it is more about status and so forth, and it does go way way back into the past. But I just think of like when you look about the best rivalry, I think I put many things into a factor and also factor in how well known it is, how global it is. And I still like think as deep as United Liverpool thing is,
The
it
fact
is
that you had
nowhere
to do
near
research for
as
that.
deep as those that's Milan team who are fighting for the face of one Milan and also Barcelona and Real Madrid, which is
oh
a
Juve Napoli is a good shot too. Napoli hates Juve, man. That's a big rivalry.
I don't think
No, I'm telling you, man. Napoli they hate Juventus so much. Like
You
I,
see,
I don't
this
think any
this
club hates a club that much.
this is the reason why I read your Classico. I didn't need to do any research to know that. I didn't need to do any research now about their rivalry at all.
Yeah,
okay.
but the El Clasico is the most. But that's because it's the most
So wait,
popular one.
Before I could have read, Daniel Tillukman. You see, it's a good thing that I can't pull this up. See, so Daniel Tilluk said that a great rivalry is Chelsea fans v black people.
Bro, I mean, you can say that for every fans, bro.
Okay, all right. So, and so Red,
True, Sha,
yo
and
go
their
Red.
fans like Double
for,
H.
for the biggest rivalry, it depends on which area you're talking about. Like over the past decade, obviously El Clasico, maybe the decade before that, even because of the Galacticos project and Ronaldinho, El Clasico. But like if you go to the early 2000s, maybe early 90s, the Milan derby may have been bigger. It all depends. Like, but honestly, I'm gonna go on a tangent on this one and talk about one of my favorite rivalries and the one that I enjoy watching every year is Arsenal Man United. The timeline is always fire when it's Arsenal versus United. There's just so much content. It's just such an enjoyable match to watch. So for that reason alone, I would pick probably that's one of my favorite rivalries right now to watch. Highly recommend it, especially watching while you're on Twitter. Incredible stuff. But easily, like right now, over the past 10 years, you have to say El Clasico. You have the two best players playing at the two biggest clubs. Like between Madrid and Barcelona, you had six Champions Leagues in that decade. So out of the 10 years, six times was Madrid and Barcelona. You could see these two clash, and every time it's a top of the table clash. And even the year where it wasn't in 17-18, Barcelona were trying to go unbeaten, and Madrid were trying to stop them from going unbeaten. So there's always something at stake with these two. So yeah, they're the biggest rivalry.
All right, Juju man.
For me, I'll go with because I just go mine with. This is like personal. I think mine was from the time period is from 2000 to 2010. The two rivalries that I liked, like, was the Man United against Arsenal, like in the mid around 2005 there, around there, 2004, 2005, 2003. There, I think that those games were the ones that the main reason I watch club football is because of those rivalries. Because it's like it was a great time. It was a great time to watch football because it was a great time. It's like my childhood memories there. And the other thing was the Chelsea against Liverpool, and the Chelsea.
Oh, yeah.
Those games were so good. Like if I think since I started watching the sport, like Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal, United, and maybe a third one you can add is maybe Chelsea versus Man United. Just during Fergie time, like Alex Ferguson and Wenger and Mourinho during those times. I mean, I don't think I've enjoyed football. Like those were the best days. Like it was just amazing. Like because it was so much at stake. The leagues were so close. Like this team dominated, so it was just good. Those games meant a lot. So it was a great time. Plus,
I got another one. I got another one. Messi and an international trophy. That rivalry is still going till this day.
That's what I would say. Like that's how I'll say. Like the EPL during that time. I think.
So actually, I mean, let's even bring it in, man, because I think this is cool. What is the best international rivalry?
Ooh.
The best international rivalry, because for me,
it's Germany Holland, man.
So are we going to skip beyond Brazil Argentina?
Brazil France.
I don't buy the Brazil Argentina one. I don't see
Brazil
that.
France.
You know what? No, but it's just I kind of agree with FG over there. If you see that, like, I mean,
hatred.
Yeah, I mean the hatred of, like, between two nations is like Germany and Netherlands is like next level, man.
Wait, actually, no, sorry. I don't think Ahmed spoke. Sorry. So Ahmed, bring your so give us what is the most heated rivalry.
All right. Well, considering everyone already took all the good ones, I want to be a little different. Straight away from Europe and South America, there's actually an interesting rivalry. In Jordan, right? The Jordanian rivalry, because it's rooted in politics. It's rooted from the 60s, 60s and 50s. If you want to look into it, it's Black September in 1970, the conflict, in the Middle East. I think is very important between Wahdat and Faisal, especially how it evolves, because it's constantly changing. So I feel like that's the most interesting one out of besides the ones that were mentioned to me personally.
Okay. All right. So okay.
Whenever they meet, people have died in those derbies. Like those are like intense rivalries between those two teams.
Wait, can we say India Pakistan, or is that old cricket?
Okay. So let's if you think so, Germany Argentina, yes, yes, Germany, Argentina, because you look at you look at the 1986 final,
90s. In the
and then you
90s.
now look at what they did again when they met again in 1990, and they obviously look at the
2010.
2010 game that they got pimp slapped. They now look at the 2014 thing. That's this. I loved this. Do you know why I love this rivalry or these two teams? Is because it was attack versus the defense.
Wait,
The
wait. Has
finest in attack against the finest in defense. So these were always amazing matches to watch.
has Italy beaten Brazil apart from that 82?
They beat them in 82.
Yeah, apart from 82. Like I
Oh,
always think Brazil always slaps them. Like I mean, not like slap, but like they always beat them apart from the 82 game.
I think yeah, Brazil normally get that ass. Brazil normally get that ass, and also they should have even beaten them in 82. Brazil normally get that ass. Brazil v Spain. I don't think that's really a rivalry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that. Look, it was an amazing game that they played in the Confederations Cup. That was an amazing game. That was a damn good game. And it's so funny because when I saw how they played in that Confederations Cup, I was like, man, these guys can definitely win this 2014 thing. And Fred Flintstone, that clown, actually looked good in that game. I was like, man, Fred is going to do his thing. Lo and behold, we got given 7-1, man.
No, wait. I think what about Nigeria, Argentina? Every World Cup, that's like a game we always see. I mean, come on, man. Every time we see this game, it's got to be a rivalry at this point.
It's not a rivalry. It's just that for some reason they keep on bumping us with them, and all I admire
Bro,
that
I'm not gonna lie, man.
2014
2014 was your best chance.
we beat them. We beat their ass to claim the 1996 Olympics. So I don't care how many L's we took against those losers. We beat them to win the 96 Olympics. So all those times that they beat us, did they ever win the World Cup? No, they did not. So all that for what? For flipping nothing. So screw you.
How about Nigeria, Ghana?
You see, I wanted to go Africa. But did you know what? Do you know what's an intense rivalry? Nigeria, South Africa. The reason why Nigeria, South Africa is so intense because South Africans hate us, and we think South Africans are sellouts. So everyone in Africa view Nigeria as really arrogant, and I think Nigeria, no, we're arrogant and everything, but Nigeria always gets onto South Africa because we say that you're run by white people. It's a white man's country. So whenever we meet, it is very intense. It is always very intense when we meet, and even for me personally,
I mean,
I'm always like, we cannot lose to South Africa. We can I can imagine, I can accept any L. We cannot lose to flipping South Africa. So even in that last Nations Cup, I was like, please, let's not lose to South Africa. Like, just no. So that is intense. But for me, I will have.
I mean,
Wait. Did anyone say England, Germany, or no?
Oh my god! But do you know the funny thing about England, Germany?
Germany always win.
Well, there's that. Germany don't view it as a rivalry.
Yeah, England.
England still think that we're in 1945. Germany are like, do you know most of us weren't even born when the war was around? But
and I think that rivalry started because, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't England beat Germany in the finals to win their first World Cup?
yeah, 66.
Yeah, 4-2.
Yeah, and it was an offset, and the goal didn't even go on. It wasn't even, if they had goal line technology back then, I think Germany would have won that game. I think that's when the rivalry started.
Yeah, but that World Cup was in England, bro. So England hosted that World Cup.
Yeah. No. For me, that World Cup doesn't count, man. It's like I can't count a World Cup if you wanted to. If the only World Cup you won is on home soil, man. That's that.
Wait, so Zidane's doesn't count.
In
Bro, FG man, relax, bro. Sometimes hate you, bro.
Realize, look, he scored 2 goals, man, and he's a horseman, so that counts. That's an anomaly, man. You're a tricky boy.
No, there's an asterisk in that for that final. No R9, no R9. I'm telling you, man.
What's the greatest international rivalry for you?
Bro, to be honest, I don't think there's one greatest rivalry. I think it's like there's so many good rivalries,
Okay. What's your favorites then? What's your favorites?
I think my favorite is Brazil versus Italy because of the amazing attack of Brazil and the amazing defense of Italy. And I think the perfect example was that '94 final where I think Brazil couldn't do anything for the whole game. We're, literally, Italy's defense were just blocking everything with one of the best attacks with Romario. So, and then in the penalties, Brazil won. So I think in general, that is like I would love to see that in those eras, Brazil versus Italy, to have more games between each other. So yeah, for me, that was my favorite, to be honest. In Africa, you could say recent decades, Egypt versus Ghana was good because like everyone in Africa also sees Egypt as arrogant as well. And
Well,
like Ghana,
I mean, look, man, Egypt to Tunisia,
yeah,
all those,
I
that
think
whole
Egypt, Algeria as well.
is pretty intense, man.
Egypt, Algeria, because Algeria defeated us to kick. So we didn't qualify for the 2014 World Cup because Algeria defeated us. So that's also a pretty big rivalry as well. So yeah, there are many rivalries, to be honest. So yeah,
Okay.
What do you think about Uruguay versus Ghana rivalry, bro?
Wait, Uruguay against who?
Ghana, bro.
You mean Suarez versus Ghana?
Suarez thing, yeah.
See, so for me, that's not. I wouldn't really call that a rivalry. That was just a one singular moment, really.
But bro, like suppose if they play this time, bro, that will be a super like they will.
Oh
super
yeah,
easy.
yeah, they will be. Yeah,
Bro,
yeah.
this time, bro, Ghana's not going to leave them like that easily, bro. I mean, if they play, so it's a kind of rivalry.
No, yeah. I mean, it is. I think true. I think they if they were to sort of play again, then I do think that rivalry would come up based on just what happened in that game. But you know what I always say? And look, that's pissed me off because look, I'm an African and also I have many Ghanaian friends and Ghana are like our friendly neighbors. So I was rooting for Ghana all the way. And it's pissed me off when Gian scored. But you know what I always say about that whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
Gian, score the damn penalty. Score the damn penalty. Yes, I was pissed off when that happened and everything. And
You know what? He should have scored because
wait. Also, as well, why are you relying on penalties? Now, people can call me a hater all they want. When Nigeria played, but we were literally an inch. We beat Italy. We were about to beat Italy fair and square. We want to beat those guys fair and square. But Baji had all other ideas. We weren't relying on flipping penalties. So I'm
But
sorry.
but like actually, I have a counterpoint for that.
Not really.
But I have a counterpoint for that. Okay, think this way, right? Okay, like I mean, the penalty, he missed the penalty, everything. Okay, I mean, like he missed his chance and everything. But bro, that was clear goal, man. You understand that? That's a clear goal. He stopped, like Suarez stopped the ball with his hand.
Wait.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Wait. You see, do you know what I always say? Do you know what I say? I think Cannibal eats people and he's a racist. I have zero. Nothing he did was wrong. What he did was
No. I disagree with you. You know why? You know why I disagree with you, bro? That's a clear goal, man. I mean, bro, there should be some law, bro.
And that's why he stopped it. That's why he stopped it, man.
No, I mean, I know he stopped it, bro.
I would do the same. I would do the same.
Do you know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he got sent off. Now, Muta, you would be right.
No. I hate you. You know why? You know why I disagree with you with that?
See, Muta, you'd be right if he didn't get sent off. Then it's like, oh my gosh, he got away from it.
No. I hate you, but sent off won't justify, bro. Bro, there's no justice for that. Let's be honest, bro. Bro, that's a clear goal. Punishment should be harsher. That should be a clear goal. You know what referee should have given.
No. Because no. The beauty of what he did is, I know what the rules of the game are. You can't change the rules.
Exactly.
That's my problem, bro. Because
the rules of the is that if you commit a handball, a clear goal scoring opportunity, you get given a red card. He knew that I am taking a red. I'm not going to be off for my team. I will maybe miss the semi-final. I have given them a penalty. In his mind was like, you know what? We are out. They're going to score. There's a 95% chance that you score a penalty.
No, that's not true.
No. I hate you, man. I disagree with you. You know why? Why?
Especially with that Jumbelini ball, man. That's like a 50% chance.
Jabulani, you mean? Yeah,
that
wait.
ball.
Yeah. Wait, FG, wait, man. Like the problem for me, H2 over here, okay, if it's last stage tackle, like outside the box, inside of the box, I can give you that, because still there's a benefit of doubt of goalkeeper might save it or might not, or there are some like some benefits of doubts given. Bro, that was clear goal, HH. Okay, that was like like, I mean, he's stopping his bro, he's using his part of body, okay, which is like which is you cannot use it. I mean, he's taking advantage. He's using a loophole, man. I know. Okay, it's still it's a penalty and everything, but he used the loophole. I mean, he clear cut. That was like one of the biggest robberies, bro, in football. People
No,
don't talk about that.
okay, but Montan, like, what
But bro,
should
giving penalties is not just like I mean, that's not justice, my friend. I believe that's not justice, bro, because that's a clear goal.
no, but Montan, the whole point is there are rules. Rules are rules, and you can't change these rules for different games. The rules of the matter is no
No,
matter.
I agree, but this is my problem with some of the rules. In like in football, for example, the biggest stage of World Cup, right? And it's just about to finish, and like there's one-on-one chance, and or something like that, and the defender or any player stop the ball with his hand, bro. And like, I mean, come on, bro. There should be some serious like rules change, bro. In that kind of situation, bro, it should be either a goal, considered as a goal, or something like that, bro. Because look, bro, we are in the life, like we are in the stage of technology now.
But see, Montan, do you know what the issue is? And I think my friend here pretty much says it right here, is that you have a penalty. It's a penalty. Because what Suarez did is that, oh my God, I have given these guys a penalty to win the game. Because this is the last kick of the game. So
has a point, because like when someone shoots the ball and then it's going out, not goal, like to the out, like byline out, and then it's high and someone catches it with their hands, everyone knows it's going out. They're gonna give the throw, right? So why don't they do the same for the goal?
Yep.
wait, why? What do you mean? As I how explain?
So like when a ball is going out to the byline, right, and it's going too high, and the player just catches it with his hands before it goes
To
out.
stop it,
They're
to
gonna give
catch
the
the
throw.
ball.
In the rules it says to give the throw in, right?
Yeah.
So why
Okay.
don't you do the same for the goals, for a goal, to give the goal?
Bro, that was goal, bro. I don't understand. Penalty is not justice, hatred, bro. Because still there is at least 10% of probability, either you're saving or missing the penalty, bro. People think penalty is like, easy. No, it's difficult. And especially to the World Cup, bro. It's like biggest competition,
Wait,
bro.
Muntaha, you can't say the ball was definitely going to go in the net. Who knows? The wind could have blown it away.
No. The ball was going inside the net, bro. Bro, ball was going inside the net.
In FG, he was in, like it was going in. Like he was
Bro,
they had
penalty is
chance,
not
bro.
justice.
They had
Hatred,
their
you have to
chance,
think
bro.
this way. Penalty is not justice for that moment, bro. It's you have to give it goal. Bro, how can you cancel that? Bro, because look, you're trying to tell me that this thing is the ball was going inside the net. You're doing the robbery, you're holding the ball, or stopping the ball, and you're giving another difficult task, more difficult task to put the ball back in the net, which is penalty. How it's like justice? I don't understand.
No. For me, for me, I still affirm that when I look at it, I have nothing wrong to say about the film, because I think when you look on the flip side, what if that guy did it for my country?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's just flipping amazing. Like, you gambled, and the gamble, like, that's like almost the crazy beauty of life, where you gambled and the gamble paid off, because it was a huge gamble. Because
Bro, otherwise, punishment should be high, man. I think so. It should be like a 1 month prison, something like that.
The
yeah.
argument. You can make the argument.
Bro, just missing the one game or something like that is not. It's not.
Red cards plus a penalty
Yeah.
is equivalent to a goal. Why can't you make the argument? Red cards plus penalty, because you're losing a player plus penalty. For me, that's like pretty much equivalent to a goal.
No.
No, but the red
I
card didn't mean
disagree.
anything, man. After
Bro, red card doesn't
he
mean
missed, he went
anything,
to
bro. It
penalty.
has them, bro.
he missed the semi-final.
Overall,
He missed the semi.
overall, a penalty plus a red card is huge, by the way. So for me, it can be.
Bro, but you have to understand that. Look. Even if you're giving red card for Suarez, anyways, he's taking that, so it doesn't make anything different, because the game was going into the penalty shootout, so it's not making any difference now.
Case,
think-
but I'm saying overall, like that's what you could
No, but
consider.
overall you can, overall you can say, right? Like, overall you can make a case where, oh, okay, like the game could go in the extra time or something like that.
Wait,
It makes difference.
a 1 month prison sentence.
Bro, of course, bro, because that's for justice, bro. For the club, bro. I want that, bro. I want that for Luis Suarez, bro. What he did, bro. Nah, man, I'm not gonna take that thing, bro. I'm not gonna take that, bro.
Wait. The guy who missed went to jail.
Don't say that.
No, Suarez, bro. So for me, Suarez have to go, man. Please a prison, bro.
Wait. Yo, one good rivalry, one good international rivalry is England versus the penalty shootout.
Wait, guys. Imagine if like the cannonball rocks up at like San Quentin, and guys, you look. So they say, what are you in for, man? Double homicide, man. Yo, man, I'm in for like, I like, raped those people. I say, yo, man, what are you in for? Yo, man, World Cup quarterfinal. I did handball against this.
Bro, what was they threatened to kill one of the players that missed the penalties versus England? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, Rasa. Yeah, the Gaza.
Yeah,
In the 90s.
guy,
I think,
that guy.
dude, after he got that red card, he was crying, and he was the star man for England. And then they missed the penalties. Damn, that guy, man, that was like the pre-Rooney player.
These are life and death situations. Penalty
Bro,
shootouts.
but like all jokes aside, bro, hate you, bro. But what punishment they gave to flipping Suarez, bro? Just 1 match ban, something like that, bro. What kind of punishment is that, bro? Bro, he literally kicked out the entire nation, bro. This is not club football, bro. This is not club football.
You're putting emotions into it.
Of course, there'll be emotions, bro. Of course, there'll be emotions.
How about 100 whips in the middle of the field? Bareback.
Bro, this is like, you know what? This is let me explain. I think that this was one of the most controversial. I mean, like a scenario after Maradona hand goal, against England, bro. I don't think we have seen in the World Cup.
Okay, Monta. I'm going to tell you precisely my feeling. Even after the game, I wasn't thinking about, oh my gosh, all I was thinking was, you had a penalty. You had a penalty to take your team to the flipping semis. And you missed.
You know what, bro? Hate you, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I might sound like silly over here, bro. Give me open goal penalty, man. But there's no goal giver. That kind of thing, bro.
Mucha, man.
No goalkeeper. Imagine he misses that game.
Bro. The way, nah, bro. Look at the bro. He stopped the ball, bro.
What if you give him an open goal penalty and he still hits the crossbar at the end in the game?
Oh my god, bro. I can't defend the guy. I can't defend GN, bro.
Bro, that Nigerian player who missed that chance could do that. You never know.
GN,
relax. Don't talk about.
No. I mean, in the Nigerian.
Yeah, bro.
What you were saying about Suarez, man? Look, I understand where you're coming from, but dude, you need to understand that ball was going into the net. Unless this is Avatar that FG is talking about, wind blowing it away, but that ball was going into the net, man. He had to save his country. That's the reason why the World Cup is so sick. Because this dude, what do you think was going in his head, Suarez, man? This guy the ball was going in. They were out. Okay, I think it was going to be 2-1 at that point with how many minutes to go, bro. He had to do something. And sorry, but the rules were the rules at that point, and he palmed it away. Look, that dude, after he missed the penalty, after GM missed the penalty, this dude was celebrating the tunnel. The camera went straight to Suarez, and this dude was celebrating.
But Gatlock, bro.
He knew what he was doing.
Gatlock, bro. I have a problem over here. The problem is that if like for example, like if players stop, like the goal, which is pretty much like goal, 100% goal, stopping by his hand, rules should be changed. At least for the competition like World Cup, it should be more harsher, more
like
tough.
What's more harsh than giving him a red card and penalty and missing the semi-final?
I had a penalty, man.
No, it's not fair, H. Like I'm telling you again, bro, because it's open goal, bro. The ball was going in, and he's
exactly, and that's why he did it. That's I don't think
what I believe.
You can punch Suarez in the face. He won't care.
No, Gatlock. This is my problem. Still, penalty is decisive, man. Penalty is decisive.
What's the problem with Gatlock? With
Give
penalty,
me a penalty with something goal without goal, bro. Because still, like that penalty shoot, like that penalty thing is decisive. It's look at the amount of pressure. Okay, on top of that, bro, there was a chance. At least there was a probability where he could have made save. Yes,
Okay, but what's the
it was
difference
looking
between
like yeah.
what Suarez did and literally the last man tackle? If you do tackle on the last man who's about
At
to
least
pass
in
through,
last man tackle, you are just using your legal, part of your body to, commit foul. But over here, you're using that kind of part of your body, which is not even considered as a part of your legal body. You can
not
play
really.
in
If
football.
you pull a player down, it's the hand is not legal.
At least, no. But at least you're using your legal part of your body, which you can, at least, tackle or foul, or you can, try to win the game. Bro, over here, ball was simply going in, and this guy stopped with the hand. Nah, man.
Okay, let's get some other guys' views on this, man. So Ahmed, you wanted to speak, so Ahmed, go for it.
You could say Maradona and sobriety because there's drug problems, but I think
Wow.
we're still on international rivalries, right?
Yeah. No. Well, we are well rivalries, but we're also talking about. So wait, where do you stand on this topic before you go to rivalries? That should the cannibal have been given a harsher punishment for what he did in that World Cup against Ghana?
I mean, no, he was punished by the laws of the game. He was given a red card. It was a penalty, and I mean, the only thing that you might be able to say is the referee could have given it as a goal, as there was no goal line technology in 2010. If he wanted to, he could have awarded the goal, and it would have stood. But what more can you do besides game suspension, next game suspension, and a penalty? So I don't think you could say anything.
you do a penalty with no keeper, as Mata said.
Yeah, give me something like that. Yeah, why not?
What would you say?
Penalty without keeper. Why not?
From my left nut could score a penalty with no keeper, bro. Like, well, that's not a
the
thing.
point. But it's fair, right? Why isn't it fair if it was already
The
going in?
wing could score a penalty with no keeper.
No, but is it not fair? Why is it not fair?
Because
That's
there's
not fair.
rules, man. It's
That makes
It
no
was
sense.
going in.
man.
The ball was literally going in. So why can't you do it with an open goal?
Because that's just the rules of the game. If there's
No,
a rule that said that, okay, fine.
Change the rule. If anything happens like that, you
Bro,
have
then
to.
I can literally say the same thing for like if a striker goes past a goalkeeper and the goalkeeper trips a striker, then why should I get a penalty?
No,
No, but
Because
he's
you're
still
always
using his
going-
hands. Still is using his
Ball
hands.
is
He can
physically
use
going
it.
in that case. It's physically impossible not to go in without that hand.
dude, but it's the rules. It's like
No, we're saying
mean-
the rules are unfair. That's the point.
Let's bring in Judgman. So Judgman, what's your take on this, man?
I think Munta has a point. Like we should maybe consider some rules because I hear what Munta is saying because what's it called? The red card, like it was a harsh. Like the decision, it is what it is, but the decision, I think sometimes football is cruel. It's cruel. Like it's really the ending are not good. But I think Munta's point is good. Like we should consider because sometimes like what they're giving the red card and the penalty, but what's not factored in is the pressure. Like the pressure is too much. Like I mean, there's a lot of pressure that some players can handle it well. I guess that's you can blame Ghana for that because some players can handle pressure, other cannot handle pressure. But I mean, being in that situation is difficult. But the one thing though, I'll push back on the point is I saw the penalties and some of the penalties from the Ghanaian players, it wasn't good. Like the one player I'm not sure if it was a defender, but his jersey was number 5. It was a poor penalty. So it's like they had so many chances. Like even if they missed that one, they still had the penalties. So it's harsh, but it's like it's just.
Thank you, Juju, bro. Because at least you understand. Because that ball was simply going in, bro. It was not just a normal foul inside the
But
box.
everyone would do that. Like Mutai, he had to do what he had to do. Like everyone.
and who's to say that wasn't reflex? Like,
Yeah.
that could have been a reflex.
So it's
Oh,
like,
nah. Relax,
Dude,
bro.
the
Watch
ball
that
was
with
literally
watch
right-
that
it was
with
so
in
fast, it
0.3
couldn't-
slow motion, bro. You still will get it, bro. That was deliberately. He did deliberately. With all his intention, bro. So I said, come on, man. Bro, I like Luis Suarez as a striker, bro. I like I'm not just hating on him, but to be honest, bro, that was like, bro, heartbreaking moment, bro. Like how can you do that, bro? I mean,
you said you
that's
wanted
robbery,
to-
man.
Let's be real.
But Mutai, if you look at the other, like they had even after that, it still had penalties, and some players had terrible penalties for like
Bro, that's the point. That's the point,
terrible
Juju.
penalties. So it's like
That was my point, bro. I mean, it was like just
we had
like,
many chances.
yeah, man. It was just a penalty shootout for that. So there was no coming back, for Ghana as well, in game. If like one man less, it's not giving any advantage to them,
And Muta, the other thing too, like you have to consider is if you look at the Gian's penalty, he just guided. He didn't have any technique. Like if you look,
Dude, I blame the ball, man. I don't know where
no,
he
no,
hit
it
that ball
wasn't the
from.
ball. Like he just
Like
hit.
I'm telling you, man.
The
In
wrong
that World
position
Cup,
he
in
did.
that World Cup,
Guys,
the only players that knew how to kick that ball was Forlan. And
Okay. New topic. Let's move. So maybe this is our last one before we ride off, because guys, we're going for almost 3.5 hours. 3.5 flipping hours, man. We are freaks, man. So, best decade in football history. The best decade in football history, asked by the
this
Emperor.
this is an easy one.
Let me. For me, so look, you see, for me, it's you could easily say objective or subjective, but I'm gonna have to say the 90s. I think for me, the 90s was the best decade. And the reason why I say the 90s is I think when you think of players, because this was the decade of Rivaldo, peak Ronaldo, Baggio, you had Maldini, you had Baresi, you had Desailly, you had Thuram. Zidane was coming into his element, because for me, if I was saying the decade, I'm saying 1990, 2000. So you had a lot of players, and I just think that it was a perfect balance between great attackers and great defenders, and also really great midfielders. I think in this decade, it's the decade of great attackers and really great midfielders, And the decade before, maybe great midfielders, great attackers. The 90s was the most balanced in terms of the quality you had in the several positions.
Wait. What about goalkeepers? You could say this is the best decade for goalkeepers as well.
The only position where they may have not been at the very forefront was keepers, really, because Buffon was really, really young. No one is really checking for
And what about coaches? You could argue like the coaches are the best ones in the 2010s. In terms of changing the sport and all that.
But keeping it on the pitch, so just in terms of the players, I just think it was a better balance in terms of the quality that was in there, man. So, Hazard, man, best decade in football history.
Bro, to be honest, for me, it's between the 90s and 2000s. But, in terms of quality of players, I agree 90s. But I think overall, I think it's the 2000s. And the reason I say that is because there's so many things happen in 2000s. There's so many narratives in the Champions League, narratives in the leagues. And I think in the 2000s, it was where all the leagues were at a very good level. All the major leagues, for example, at the beginning of the 2000s, Serie A was the best. Then towards the end, Premier League came and became the best. Even La Liga was maintaining a good level in the early 2000s when Real Madrid won. And there's so many different narratives. For example, the Istanbul 2005, one of the greatest, if not the greatest, Champions League final. Even though it hurts as a Milan fan, but you have to admit. Then the narrative of Milan getting revenge in 2007. Then the rise of Chelsea, in 2004, and then winning Champions League towards the end. And also the rivalry between Man United and Arsenal. Rivalry later between Man United and Barcelona. Peak of Sir Alex Ferguson, for me, the greatest manager of all time. You have still have the mix of great players, even though like towards the end of their careers, also new great players. And 2003 narrative of what's it called, the full Italian 2003, where Milan versus Inter and then Milan versus Juve, and penalty shootout. There were so many different things that happened. Oh, the Zidane iconic goal versus Leverkusen in 2002. And yeah, so for me, 2000s, it was such a great moment because the Premier League, it was the peak of the Premier League, the Serie A and La Liga. I think
2000 to 2010.
Sorry.
They're saying 2000 to 2010.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. In 2010, when Inter won the treble, Like no one expected that. The rise of Mourinho as well. So yeah, bro. For me, like even though '90s player wise was maybe better, yeah, definitely better, but overall, if you take everything into account, I think 2000s are unbeatable. Yeah.
Abdullahi.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you all great, bro.
Yeah. I heard everything you said. Man, the international level for me, back in Africa, I would say the Nigeria and Ghana, because I think there's a lot of rivalry between Nigeria and Ghana. It's even much rivalry than the club level one, because Nigeria Ghana is the rivalry is far much. I remember I think the 2000, the 2002. If it's not the World Cup or the Nations Cup, I'm not sure. But I think the rivalry between Nigeria and Ghana is far more fierce than the club one, because when, whenever we play each other, we always kind of either we lose or they lose. One of them have to lose, because the rivalry between us is way too long than the club one. So for me, I think the rivalry between Nigeria and Ghana is is the one I'm gonna choose more, because in terms of international level, the Nigerian Ghana one is for me the one I'm gonna choose most than the club.
Wait, I forgot to say also the internationally, like the 2006 World Cup, one of the greatest World Cups, and 2004, Greece, the underdogs. So
Oh,
that's what I
and
forgot.
but Abdullahi, I think it's just people are saying that you're behind two topics. The question is the best football decade. Is what's the best football decade in history?
The best football they could
Behind two topics.
a little bit like, is it in terms of club or internationally or just
No,
club
no, just overall.
overall? The best. It's tough. It's really tough. I think for me the best football the football decade for me right now, if I go back to the 90s, or let me say the recent one, I would say the 2000 World Cup for me.
No, decade.
What?
I mean decade or
Oh my god!
Abdullahi, come on, man, sharp.
After all of that,
Come on, man, sharp.
it's tough, man.
I know it's different.
Because I started watching football like in 2003, so that is kind of a little bit for me
I
going
won the World Cup.
to the 90s. So it's kind of I started watching football for like 2003. That's when I started watching kind of football a lot. So for me, the 90s, the 80s, I really don't know much about that kind of aspect. Except if I Google it or research about it.
Okay.
Was there even a World Cup in 2000?
I only even the World Cup the 2000, I only watch that. I really know much about that one. It's none of the
World Cup
2000,
in I thought it was in 2000.
There was no World Cup in 2000.
Okay. Gatlock. Best
That's
decade,
evil,
man.
bro. That was evil, man. That was evil. Best decade. Look, I didn't know too much about the um black and white decade, so I'm not going to talk about
That
that
Oh
too
my
much.
god.
colored one, the colored
Um,
the one I started watching.
yeah,
Mhm.
2010 to 2010 was I. Oh, hold on. A decade goes from 2000 to 2009, right?
Oh my
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just reading the comments.
Why am I still laughing, man? This is too much.
Yo, what's the question, bro? What's the question?
Hold on, I'm not done. I
But
think 2010 2009 2019 was great, man. I think that's I think that's the decade. 7-1, 5-1s,
The question is,
3
what's
beats.
the
Was
best
sick.
football decade in history? Best football decade in history.
Oh, do you want me to answer that?
I know that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Oh,
2010
okay.
to
Sorry, get logged in.
2019. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
2010 2019, because it's the decade I know the most. That's the one I got to go with.
Oh my god.
I don't really watch more soccer in the black and white TVs. I'm sorry.
So Munsao, for you, best football decade in history.
Bro, if like I'm not being biased, bro. Okay, first let me give my biased answer for that. I think so from 2011 till 2020, bro. For me, I mean 2010 to 2019. Yeah, Yeah, that was the best one. From like as a bias, being biased,
Oh, for
because
Madrid. Yeah.
yeah. And if I have to be honest in terms of competitiveness, different clubs. I mean, best two World Cups for me, 2002, 2006. Bro, I have to go with 2002, man. Like, how should I like? I mean, bro, that was like, look at the teams like Chelsea, Inter Milan, AC Milan, Juventus, Real Madrid, Barca, Bayern, Man United, Liverpool. I mean,
Wait,
oh
which
my god,
which decade? Which decade did you
two
pick?
thousands, 2000s.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I think so, bro. This decade, I mean, look at the international football quality, bro. Germany. I mean, nah, man. This decade is the best in terms of
Yeah, but
footballing, bro.
Mutaha, you could argue those teams you mentioned at club
Yeah,
level, they have better
yeah.
teams in this decade than they had in the 2000s.
Nah, I disagree, actually. How?
Look, Madrid better in this decade. Barca better in this decade. Liverpool the last 2 years, yeah, they have a better team. Then in Juve, I think they have a better team in this decade.
No, 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 no.
And
I
Bayern,
disagree, FG. FG, how come you have, bro? You will reach final 2003, bro. I mean,
Juve.
bro, no, no,
You,
bro. Del Piero, bro. Pavel Nedved, bro. Come on, man. That team was better,
nah,
man.
dude, I'm talking about Juve 2017. That team was stacked. I mean, that's not stacked,
Bro,
but that was a great team.
bro, that I agree. Okay, that would be the one of the best team, of the last 2 decades, but not the best, bro. David Trezeguet and all these guys were like in Juventus, bro. Back in
yeah,
those days, bro. Like peak Buffon. I mean, oh my god, bro. Bro, that Juve was like stacked, bro, from left, right, and center, bro, everywhere, bro. Come
Edgar
on, bro.
Davids. Edgar Davids.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
say, should I go?
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
go ahead.
Alright. So yeah, but I'll say my best was like from 2000 to 2010.
Oh, I
Yeah,
agree.
Yeah, because
2000.
Yeah.
the main reason was like because right now what you're looking at, I mean, from 2010 to 2020, the one reason was it was like a lot of talent was concentrated in the Barca, Madrid, like the major teams, and the football playing style. We like from late 2000 and around 2008, 2009, like the Spanish way of possession-based football dominated. I never liked that football because I think it's lesser, it's more method, it's more pass, like there's is it too much
You know
pass,
what, Juju? You know what,
and people
Juju?
say
Oh, Juju,
Juju,
man,
Juju,
come on, bro. The 2000
Juju,
World Cup is better.
Juju, you know what you
yeah,
can say that? Juju, you know what you can say that? Juju, you know what? Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern, bro. If you see, they dominated this decade, bro. Only three
yes,
teams,
yeah,
bro.
and that's the one problem I don't like about this day. The one reason I like the 2000 to 2010 decade was so many great teams in so many different leagues, and like the talent was everywhere. And the other thing was like, when's the last time someone scored a goal from 30 yards? Like I don't even remember. Like when's the
Wait,
last
wait,
time?
what? Every
When's the
week.
last time because people pass until they're next to the goalkeeper before they shoot. Like no one. It was more people took. It was more random. Now it's
Next to the goalkeeper.
seriously. Yeah, seriously. Like when's the last time someone took a shot from 40 yards? Like no one does that. It's probably the coaches are like, oh no, that's not
Next to the
efficient. But
goalkeeper.
in the early 2000, it was 2000 to 2010. It was so many like players had more option. Like I know it's not efficient. I know it's not efficient, but it's like players. It was more random. Someone takes a shot. Someone does like something out of the ordinary. But now it's like it just feel like these players are less creative. Like people just pass and pass and pass until they're next to the goalkeeper and then they score. That's about it.
You know
I
what?
mean,
And Juju, you know what? One more thing you can say that
yeah,
back in those days, with respect to clubs' financial, like I mean,
yeah, the
situation, everything,
financial,
it was widespread. It was like the wealth has been distributed properly, among the
yeah.
clubs, most of the clubs at least. But
And,
Yeah,
look,
that's
look at now.
Wait, wait,
Look
wait,
at
wait. What
now.
was wait, dude? You had 5 of the top 10 players in your team in the 2000s.
Yeah, yeah.
yes,
How is
but
that
But
even
widespread?
still,
How is that
no, no,
widespread?
no. But
team
okay,
changes
okay,
still
okay, no, no,
happen.
wait. Real Madrid was the wealthiest one. Okay, okay, wait.
Yeah.
Aside from that, like you can see Milan, Man United, Juventus,
Yeah,
then
but you can say the
Chelsea,
same
like
thing for
pretty much
now. Like
even though.
with City and PSG, they with their inflation of the market, they've allowed them
Yeah,
to they've allowed them to have their top players.
and and,
bro.
and
No,
the
no,
other
wait,
thing
wait.
is
Wait, City, PSG, Madrid, okay, and Barcelona, bro. They have dominated the market, bro. Back in those days, only one club used to dominate. It's Real Madrid, max to max.
yes,
That's
and
it.
even if you look at the leagues, like in La Liga, it was more competitive. You see
Bro,
teams
Valencia
like
won. Bro, yeah,
Villarreal.
Valencia won, bro. Yes,
And then,
yeah, Drew, you're right. You're right, Juju.
yes,
Go ahead.
even in all the leagues, like it wasn't right now. I mean, there's only two leagues. The rest we know who will win. But in that period, so many teams could win the league and the Champions League. It was just. I mean, I think it was. I would say it was the best. I mean, I don't.
Nah,
I'm not
nah,
sure
nah,
I'll
nah.
watch
I'm sorry,
another.
but I'll break it down like this. Look at this. Look at this. International wise in the 2010s. Name me a bigger moment in the 2000s where, dude, we win 7-1 in this era. We win
That's
this.
what we're
That's
saying,
so
bro.
No,
good.
no, no, no. We win.
Bro,
Let me
man.
keep saying we have the two of the greatest players in this era. We have look
That's what
greatest
this
goal.
era have, bro.
No,
That's
no,
Yeah,
what
no.
but
this
Let me
he's
era
let me
been
let
have.
me
down,
let me keep let me
FG.
let me keep going. Let me keep going. You have the greatest goalkeeper in Neuer. You have the greatest right back in Danny Alves. You have the greatest attacking fullback in
Yeah, you're a
Marcelo.
great defender. Yeah,
You have so
yes,
many
sir.
greatest among the greatest players in this era. Not to mention the greatest. Look at the greatest teams. This is arguably the best Madrid team ever. The best
But
Barcelona team
FG,
ever.
if you
Nah,
One
nah,
of
count
I
the
the
best.
disagree. I
F,
disagree.
One
This is
one
not
of
the
the
best
Nah,
best
Madrid team,
Bayern
nah.
bro.
teams
Get out of
Di
here,
ever.
Stefano and Puskas was
bro.
a
Di
better.
Stefano won the best one, bro.
Bro,
wait,
Yeah,
oh my
yeah.
god,
FG
Give
to
them a
count.
respect.
Can I
just the
go?
three-pin Madrid team is the
FG
best
to
Madrid
counter
team
your
ever.
point. FG to counter your point. Do you think maybe all these players are standing out because they're all playing in the same team? So it's less competition
Dude,
because all the great
dude,
players
no,
are
but
playing
dude, you
on the
dude, in the
same.
2000s, every
Easy,
single player was either
easy. We have to let other guys
Bro,
talk.
your G Ronaldo in that picture. He was in the 2000s. Come on.
Yeah.
dude. We've had more. We've had better moments.
Ahmed, give us your take. What's the best decade?
I have to say 2010s. Because I mean, it's not just because of
Oh my god.
Ronaldo or Messi. I mean, think of all the moments. First, you had Aguero Premier League, sealing that title. You had Leicester City winning the Premier League. You had the 2014 final. You had the Drogba Chelsea Bayern final. You had the Madrid three-peat. You
The
had
Bayern
Croatia making the
2013
World
team.
Cup final. You had a 7-1. You had a 7-1. You had a treble of trebles. You had Inter, Bayern, and Barca all winning trebles. Not to mention the Ronaldo Messi peak era. It has to be the 2010s.
I don't know. Basically, for me, I just think like the arguments for Cristiano and Messi saying what's up and the club teams reaching their peak, I think is good because I think this decade has been. No, that's interesting.
Bro, for me it's opposite because for me
Not
Ronaldo
to
and Messi
mention,
made
that
no wait
2014 World
FG man.
Cup is the
For me Ronaldo and
that's
Messi made it boring, bro. Like because it's
Yeah,
just
yeah, I
no
agree.
no
I
no no
agree.
Exactly.
no 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 no
2000s.
no
The
it
I
didn't.
agree.
No, it
had a
didn't.
wide
But
variety.
there'll
You
be
had
no other decade like
You
it,
know
bro.
why? You know why you had
Bulls,
wide
Kaká,
variety?
you
Because
only have
no
Ronaldo
player.
and Messi
Because
whole
dude, the
decade.
reason why it was wide variety because no players stood up the top for a long period of time. We can't
But
say it's
then
boring because they're so
it would
great.
That's more entertaining. We're talking about entertainment.
Not to mention all the other moments I mentioned that make this
Dude, we
decade
got
peak, like the best
7-1,
decade.
7-1, and a Leicester City title. Look, I'm sorry, nothing's beating that from the 2000s.
No, the
It wasn't
2005
entertaining
What
was
are you
though.
better.
talking about, bro?
Bro,
Valencia
2005
title, bro, in La
Istanbul was
Liga,
better than
bro.
that. Istanbul was better than
Yeah.
that. Sorry.
Treble
No,
of
Yeah.
sir, I'm
trebles.
sorry.
no,
Leicester
We had
City.
a treble of trebles, bro. Treble
2000.
Bro,
of trebles. You had
as a
Bayern,
neutral, Istanbul
Barca,
is
and
the
Inter
best
all getting
Champions League
trebles.
final we ever
Not to
seen.
mention
Bro,
every
literally, bro, Champions League has been embarrassed, bro, in the last
no,
decade,
dude, the
bro.
Three
quality.
teams.
Three in
I'm
a
sorry.
row? Three
I'm
in a
Three
row?
sorry.
teams.
Bro,
Dude,
Champions League has been embarrassed, bro. Are you kidding me?
So what are you so what are you talking about the 50s then with the Madrid? What are you talking about the
Bro,
60s with the
bro,
Brazil
bro,
winning every
bro,
World Cup in a row, back
bro,
to back?
bro, Brazil won just back-to-back World Cup. Madrid won five in a row. I know that, but after that,
Okay, what
like
about the
that's why they
70s when
compared
Liverpool won
Make the
2000,
three?
argument, but
What
that's
about
my
just
in
a
the
friend.
Real
80s?
Madrid,
In the
Madrid
80s when
team.
My
Bayern
friend,
won three in a row?
my friend, bro, you have to understand. Barca winning two trebles in this decade, okay? Sorry, not in this decade. I mean, the last decade, but in a sense, they won like in 2011, 2015, right? Okay, Real Madrid winning three in a row, 4 and 5 seasons, bro. I mean, bro, that's embarrassing from
Boring.
Champions League
No, no,
standards. Yeah,
no. Look. I'll explain.
What
I'll
about the
explain.
Leicester title? What about the
Look.
Leicester
Then
title?
you
bro,
have
you
Bayern
have
Munich
Leicester title,
2013, the
but it was
best
Liverpool. It was
treble-winning Bayern
Chelsea.
team.
It was Barcelona came in 2000. So many different teams, bro.
Exactly, Hazim. Because I
Exactly.
agree with Hazim. I
What
think
about Leicester City in the Premier League?
it was no
Those were
impressive.
one
Like
in 5,000 odds.
true. I mean, but
Oh,
let's
but
be
you can say
honest.
the same for Greece winning the Euros. Okay, this is the same thing.
True, but
It's
it was
not. That's not as big of a deal, bro. It's the difference between an
What?
underdog winning a
Greece?
no,
cup
Are you
no, no,
serious?
competition.
Greece?
Look.
Oh
Let
my
me finish.
god! Come on, bro.
Let me finish.
Greece.
It's different. It's a difference between an underdog winning a cup competition and an underdog that like outlasts all these teams in a Premier League for 38 games.
But
No, but for
Big
me, the
difference.
Euros are bigger than the Premier League.
Not to mention that was the biggest statistical underdog in sports
You're
history.
forgetting one more
That's
thing.
the
You're forgetting
biggest
one more
sports
thing.
underdog in history.
Yo, Ahmad, you're forgetting one more thing. World Cups. Look at the World Cup 2006 on two. Compare it to
No,
2010.
2014 World Cup is the best World Cup.
7-1.
Sorry,
Nah.
2014 is the best World Cup.
7-1.
2014 is look that ended that
7-1.
World Cup.
2
Look,
goals.
let me explain. That 2014
No,
World
no,
Cup that ended with Spain. That
Between
ended Spain.
2014 and 94. It's between 2014 and 94 are the
It's
best World Cup.
2014, man. 2014. That 7-1 is the most
2014 is just the
iconic.
embarrassment of Brazil, bro.
That's the most iconic moment in football history.
It is. It
We
is.
You call 7-1 as good? It's not. It's not good.
No,
It's not
dude, we
good.
win.
That's embarrassing.
No. Think about this. 200 years from now, no one can say they witnessed a 7-1 against. They beat Brazil
That's no
7-1 in
good,
Brazil.
Jeffy.
That's
7-1
no.
is no
We
good.
witnessed. Look. I don't think you guys realize we witnessed something that's never gonna happen ever again. You should be happy we saw that.
Okay, easy. Okay, so we're just gonna round up because I want us to go to 4 hours, man. We've been doing this for 3 hours 45. I don't know.
I mean, double A's. I don't want to brag, but me and Juju have done 8 hours before.
Yeah, these are rookie numbers.
Yeah, I mean, me, Tosin, Abdul, Mo, like we've done 8 hours before.
24.
Okay. How long have you guys gone for? Honestly.
8 hours.
Like
Honestly,
8 hours.
We went from like 8 o'clock to like 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or something. Like we went like,
Oh,
yeah.
man, I've got to beat that record, man. 'Cause-
Dude, just bring in Tosin, DT. Like they can talk forever.
No, actually, no. I think I'm going to pick it down. We're going to do like an epic, like 10-hour.
24 hours.
Okay. Let's end it with this. Is 3 European competitions a good idea? Now, let me.
Because then you have HH bragging about the Europa League. You have him bragging about another one that has it with some.
Okay, relax. Let me. First of all, that wasn't funny. That's the first thing. Second thing, that really wasn't funny. Now, third thing is Europa League is still a European competition. So now, but to answer the question is,
That was funny.
3 is stupid, and for me, 3 is greed. 3 is greed because let's be real. Do I really want to see Scunthorpe versus Tapas FC?
Wait, I mean, Double H, what is a Scunthorpe? You've been saying this team for years. I don't know what that is. I have no idea where this team is from, which country they're from. But you've been using the same team for the past 5 years. I don't know where they are or what they are.
Who are these guys?
No. But basically, my thing about it is that 3 European competitions would be redundant because it's like who goes in that 3rd European competition? Who?
Hazard.
Maybe like the top 10 to top 15
Because-
teams. Oh, man.
I feel that how it is perfect because Champions League is the elite and the UEFA Cup is the second elite. So you have two.
No one said that. No one said Europa League.
Let me land. You have
No.
2 elite competitions.
No, it's not. It's not.
Elite, hey, let me land.
What is this?
Champions League is elite A. UEFA
Europa
Cup is elite B.
League is not elite. It's not elite.
So I think if you don't bring a 3rd one, it's no longer elite. You can only have 2 elite competitions. That's the rule.
Wait. I have a question. Have you guys?
Competitions.
Oh wait, yeah. I have a question. Have you guys ever thought that this whole COVID thing might cause the Super League to happen, considering all the big clubs losing money?
Yes.
And the fastest way they can make all the money back is start the Super League. Because like I saw a report that this whole COVID thing, there could be like a year or 2 years. That's a lot of money that they can lose. Like so, the fastest way to get all the money back is start the Super League instantly to get the money back.
Look, that is what I was saying before. I was saying last time that, bro, a Super League is happening because guys say, wait a minute. So we're gonna stay here, lose all this money, figure out stuff that I want to say, wait a minute.
And listen to the government, like come on.
Let's just gang up and say what's up. It's like let's just gang up and just say what's up and actually just build a flipping on Super League. So I think that's for sure is happening. I won't like it, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
No, my question is how the transfers would work. Because let's say these 20 teams make a Super League. How are they going to start buying these players? Because I would assume that UEFA and FIFA would prohibit like all the other teams that didn't go to the Super League from giving the top teams their players. So that's a
Why would he
big
do that? Oh my
because if these 20 teams leave the UEFA and everything, they ain't coming back. There's no way UEFA is gonna accept them coming back. They're gonna like pay the consequences. So they have to. This gonna be a long term thinking. They made this deal.
No. But for me, I always said that there is so much money to be made in football, and there is so much more money to be made in football. Because again, a Super League would completely destroy the fabric and the essence of everything that is for football. But Amazon is coming into the play. And if Amazon says, we will pay you like 30-40% more than you get from these league things, join us. Now, the key thing is, what are the legalities? It's like, what are the legalities that are involved with regards to you creating your own league? But if they can get around the legalities and so forth, it doesn't make football sense because it is anti-football and what football is about. But it makes sense in terms of, imagine if you're going to watch a Champions League game every single week.
Yeah, but the thing is, how would
make it special anymore? That's the problem.
FG wait, man, hasn't wait, bro. HJ, instead of going for Super League, right? If we like, increase the number of team in Champions League from like, for example, 48 teams or 64. Like, just take this number lightly. I know you guys are going to react.
Don't say
48,
48.
64 teams, in
Oh my
UCL.
god.
Or
But
48.
who's gonna watch those games, Montan?
I mean, think this way, bro. For example, teams like Napoli and all these teams, I mean, they will get a chance to, qualify for every season in UCL.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like outside the top 5 teams. I said the top 5 leagues. No one's gonna watch those other teams from like the Russian league, Swedish
But like,
league,
for
and all
example,
that.
Everton is qualifying for UCL. Then you have like Real Sociedad from La Liga, and then you have Atalanta every year, giving tough time in UCL. So in a sense, you don't have to go
Just
for
this
Super
year,
League. You're just increasing the number of teams to get into Champions League, and you're making it more competitive. In a sense, you can do that as well. Like, instead of directly being more, how should I say, more like harsh towards the league competitions. Like, for example, there's 13 games, right? You have to play to win the Champions League. So you will have 15 games, 18 games a year to win the Champions League, something like that. You might have round of 64 or round of 32 or something like that. So I mean, you have to play extra 4 games, and
Oh
worse
yeah,
to worse.
So you
one
want
more
to make
thing
it
is
harder,
that one more thing is like, can you imagine if the Super League happens and like say it lasts for like 50 years? Like 50 years from now on, people will look back and say, "Look, those players in the past, they're not that good because they didn't play in the Super League." They would make like let's say like
No, that's only
Messi and
people
Ronaldo.
that are dumb like you, like who would say that.
No,
That
I'm
didn't
talking about
work.
like in 50 years. Look, dude, people right now, they don't even respect like Pele or anything. They don't even look at Pele and all
Do you
that.
respect them?
Who, Pele?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I respect it, but I'm not going to call this man the GOAT because I've never seen it. But that's going to be the same thing
exactly.
50 years from now once the Super League happens. It's just going to be, yeah, the metrics are going to be like different and changed.
No, but FG, but you have to understand, like, there are certain things as well. Like if Super League, Real Madrid, Barca, and all these big clubs that will controlling everything, bro. Bro, it will be so corrupted, man. I mean, at least with UEFA, I know there is a corruption, okay?
No,
But
no,
there's
I
some
think, I think, I
limitations.
think, I think they're smarter than that. I think
Nah,
they'll be
but
shared
FG, who will
evenly.
bro, FG, you have to understand who will be the governing body in that.
The
That's the
presidents,
Big clubs, big
all the
clubs, big
presidents, all
clubs.
the presidents of the club.
No. But who will be the governing body? You mean like
Dude,
UEFA?
they don't need a governing body. They'll be the governing
How?
body.
Bro,
Dude, they're
that,
Now,
gonna
that would be chaos, bro.
that
Chaos.
will cause chaos then. Yeah, this is the problem then.
look, man. Here's what I think. If they're gonna make this thing, they probably thought this out to the max. Like they probably thought of every flaw, every setbacks possible. Like
FG, you need at
We
least
said
a
that about
centralized,
VAR, and
yeah,
we
you need at least a centralized power to control the like rules and regulation. Who can at least limit the corruption? If you give the power to the clubs, oh my God, you know what? For example, like so Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have a problem with each other. Or how they're going to come to the common terms? I understand. Bayern Munich and with many other teams, Juventus, Inter, bro. There are so
AC
much going
Milan.
on. Yeah, they will never come to common terms, bro. This is a problem with Super League. People don't understand that. You need a governing body to control all these clubs and fulfilling their demands.
Okay,
And
let's
they,
say they make a governing body and it's not UEFA, but they picked all the teams picked a governing body from their choosing, like unanimously or something. I mean, then that could
yeah,
work.
if they can do that, yeah. But again, but so it's a massive chaos, man.
Wait. Let's get some thoughts from other guys. So, Abdullahi, what do you think about a Super League? Would you be behind a Super League happening, or do you think a Super League is against footballing purity?
They don't want to kill us with this kind of new format about the football right now. We have the Premier League, the La Liga, the Spanish League, or the Europa League, now the Super League. Do they want to kill us?
Do they want to kill us?
They don't want to. They don't want to kill us with this Super League. Now we have the UEFA Champions League. We know how many teams qualify. The Europa League. We know how many teams qualify. Now they want to bring out the Super League.
No, if there's money to be made,
Do they
and
want to
give
kill
the
Kind of
team-
money that people's health is very, very important. It is very, very important. You can't be going through how many league. The Premier League is 38 matches. The La Liga is 38. The Serie A is 38. The Bundesliga is 38 matches.
No, it
So
was 34, I believe.
34. So
Yeah.
they're gonna go through a whole season, and you're gonna tell me you're gonna play another Super League, man? I'm sorry. I'm not behind this. Sorry. They don't want to kill them.
Man.
They have children. They have wives.
Children.
Wives, man.
Oh my god.
Common sense. The guy has some common sense. I don't know what the UEFA and the FIFA is thinking about. They can use their brain. Everything's not about money. People's health is very, very important right now. We have the Champions League, we have the Europa League. Now you want to bring the Super League. How many people wants to play the Super League? Tell me. So how many people wants to qualify? How many people want to get relegated?
No, wait, but like the whole point of it is not about how many people. First of all, this is a large world. It's a massive world, and there are more regular people. We see there are more casual fans than hardcore fans of for football. So if you're going to give me a top tier game with top teams every single week, as opposed to Liverpool against Scunthorpe or Barcelona against Tapas FC, I think people are like, oh my gosh, every single week I'm getting Tottenham against top. It's almost like playing Pro Evo in your house. With
Yes.
your friends.
Okay, let me make an example with this HH. Now look at it now. We have the Euro 20, we have the Euro, we have the World Cup. Now they're bringing out the what's called is it what the Nations League. Now we clarify the Nations League as the what? At the Community Shield of EPL, right? So players who play that, they qualify, they win, it doesn't relevant. So when Nations League does not get relevant, now the Euro 2022 is not gonna get relevant. Now you're bringing out the Super League. How many teams are gonna go into the Super League? Is it gonna be all the La Liga, the Premier League, the Serie A team, the Bundesliga team is gonna go into it? So they need to use that brain because those players need some rest. We play in the weekend, we play during the week for the Champions League, we play in the weekend in the EPL, and mostly play in the weekend and in the Tuesdays and Wednesdays. How did they want to fit the schedule in? These people are not machine, they are humans.
Okay, all right. Let me bring in easy.
When they have
Your thoughts on the Juju man.
Oh yeah, I think I think Super League is inevitable because I mean because I don't want to say it, but I think because Europe is more connected and it's just unless because the one problem is with the EPL because the EPL I don't think they need the rest of the Europe, but I think it's best interest for Europe to have like a Super League. It'll make it even maybe give it a try because I think it's way better. It's just the other leagues it's too concentrated. You know the winners is predictable, and I'd say it's better to have it's better. This is personal preference, but I think it's better to have a Super League than just
Okay. Let me counter then.
Yeah.
So what if people will say you will destroy the integrity of leagues? You will people like look at when people come up and get promoted. Like, my gosh, I want to be promoted to the Premier League or the Serie A because I want to play Barcelona. I want to play in the new camp. I want to play at the Old Trafford. That dream is taken away by all these smaller teams who have now, because these big teams have now ganged up and now set up their own league. So what do you think to these small teams?
You know what? You know what? They can counter this. Probably they can experiment with Champions League. Do maybe Champions League I don't know how they'll do this, but maybe try Champions League in a league format, or like the way Muntaz said, or maybe include a lot of teams in the Champions League. Because I think the problem is, I would say the problem is not like the Super League, but the problem is Champions League is not long enough. We need more Champions League games because Champions League is so good,
Yes,
but it's
Juju,
like
spot
we
on.
don't get
Yes,
enough
spot
games.
on.
We
Preach,
don't get,
preach, Juju.
yeah, we don't get to watch enough Champions League games. So I think we need more Champions League games. The league, I mean, maybe creating a Super League, yes or no, but Champions League, yes, Champions League,
HH,
we need more
HH,
Champions League games.
think this way, right? For example, team like PSG, which we know that they are bottlers, for example, okay? So they play 6 group stage games and 2, round of 16 games. So 8 games they play in a year in UCL and they flop, So they lack experience of the UCL. For example, if we have round of 64 or round of 32, So
Oh my god!
something
Yeah,
like that, bro.
yes, you can get teams from the
How
best.
about a round of 500?
Make 6 teams qualify to the Champions League and make the tournament like
Yeah,
because
bro, you have to do something, bro, because look, if the teams are not getting experience of elimination round, or you can say knockout round, bro. For like teams like PSG, Man United, Man City, bro, they don't have experience, bro. They need to get experience first, bro. And the problem is the expectation is so high that like every time they reach round of 16, they drop, man, because they cannot fulfill the pressure, man. That amount of pressure is like piling up, bro. So they need a round of 64 at least to to gain the confidence back. Round of 32 now, to at least improve their performances. By the round of 16, they're sharp, they're ready, in the elimination round. So they're habitual of of understanding the format of elimination round or knockout rounds. Once they reach round of 16.
true, Munta. And the thing with the because I mean, right now Champions League is exciting, but the rest of the league, I mean, EPL to some extent, La Liga, I don't know, but the other leagues is like I have to like it has to be a terrible day for to watch those leagues because it's predictable. You know who's going to win. It's like is there even a point to? I don't know if there's a point. How can
Juju, you know what? Or else, you can make internal Super League in Champions League. You know how you can do that?
Yeah.
You can give every 2 leagues have permanent. How should I say? Club who's been qualifying for UCL for next 10 years for amount of like time. For example, for the next decade, Real Madrid and Barcelona will definitely qualify for UCL. So the qualification are the qualification is given to them in UCL, regardless of they make top 4 or not.
yeah.
Something like that you have to give to the teams, for the big teams, so they might get more chances. For example, look in Prem, right? Chelsea struggle sometimes, Man United struggle sometimes, and one bad season, one domestic bad season, and they're out. If you see the team is really good, to be honest, to play in UCL, like at
Yeah.
least they can perform, they can perform.
That's
So
true.
if you give Man United or Chelsea out of one team, a permanent place for UCL next 10 season or next 5 season at least, or 3 seasons, for example, on temporary basis. So in a sense, even their bad domestic season won't hamper the Champions League run. Same goes for Milan.
That's
Same goes for Inter. Same goes
it's the
for
complete
No.
whole
I mean, basically,
And we'll get
just,
more money, marketing, everything.
Yeah.
basically, just to round this off, man.
Okay. But I just want to add one more thing over here. Think this way, bro. Just think this way, okay? Team like Manchester United, who have at least minimum 200 million active followers, right? Viewers, okay? Fans, 200 million, at least. I believe this might be an exaggeration with the numbers, I know, but still one of the biggest fan following, right? Okay,
Nobody
and
gets, yeah.
yeah, and those
They don't
fans,
even-
200 million fans, they're not watching. They're not watching Champions League. Also, the
Champions League.
Champions League also is losing viewership, bro. But a team like Man United is not into the competition. I know it's unfair for small teams like Atalanta or, for example, Everton or something like that, or Leicester who wants to make it into UCL. But bro, think this way: if you have that Man United viewers, that Liverpool viewers, all those, like for example, AC Milan have really good views. I know
Yeah.
the club is struggling, but if you give 150 like million viewers to Champions League, bro, in that way you can make more money, and you know what, more matches is equivalent to making more money. So increase the number of teams instead of going for Super League, and give some certain teams, certain big teams, a
Okay, look.
permanent
Wait.
qualification in the Champions League. Yeah,
Let me be real with you.
yeah.
I'm all for football and football integrity and everything, which is great. But let me be real with you. As a football fan,
I don't really care if Barcelona play Granada or Getafe or some team because like, oh my gosh, because it's not compelling. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The products of your top teams are playing top teams every single week. That is compelling viewing. It's compelling viewing. If you have like a league where everyone is stacked, everyone is top teams, and the football is quality, do we really want to see a top tier team play some backyard
Exactly.
roadman?
Exactly. That's true. Yeah.
So I'm so like people may not like it because I think you have like football purists who are like, oh no, we have to care about the people who get promoted and relegated. This is still a business. It's still entertainment. It is not entertainment seeing a top team play a backyard team, and I think that's the main thing, guys.
Good
Look,
night, guys.
I'm hungry. I'm starving. I'm about to have some rice and stew. Yes,
4 a.m.
bro. This is when I have my dinner. So I'm gonna have my dinner right now, and we will do that marathon thing. We will do that marathon thing one time. But guys, it's also well.
Sleep tight.
Peace out. Stay
Peace.
Stay real.
Hala Madrid.
Okay, peace out. Peace.
Become a Football Hut member and gain access to cool emojis on the live streams and get access to
Good
new
night, guys.
YouTube content by clicking the join button here.
Forza Milan.
And to view that new
just got
content
the-
crack,
by the way,
head over to the
in the
YouTube
debate, so.
channel homepage
Take
and
that L,
click on the
HH.
community tab over
Take
here.
that L. Yeah, over here. Exactly. Over here, it got destroyed.
Yo. Who's here, man?
We're here.
Oh, Juju. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Man. Bro, Juju, what?
Yo, guys,
Yeah, bro. You living, bro?
I think we're still live, bro. What's up, guys?